Chapter 1. The testing array was a Bureau-certified model, maintained annually, installed in the Verdant Needle sect's outer examination hall for the past 12 years. It read 9 ranks of spiritual root resonance. A 1 rank was weak enough that cultivation would be slow and painful. A 9 rank sent runners to the sect's recruiting offices before the afternoon was done. Most of the 42 cultivators in Tang Mingyi's testing cohort fell between 3 and 6 ordinary results, producing ordinary cultivators. When his turn came, Tang Mingyi placed both hands on the reading surface and waited. The array flickered, not a gradual dimming, a specific oscillation, the kind that happened when a compass needle encountered a field it couldn't resolve. The mechanism ran its reading sequence twice, produced no output, and displayed a single character. 0. Sect examiner Duan Xiaoxi had been doing this for 23 years. He had the expression of a man who had delivered difficult news often enough that the delivery had become efficient rather than careful. He wrote, 0. Uncultivatable, no spiritual root present, in the official log with the same flat precision he brought to every entry. He did not look up. Next candidate, he said. Tang Mingyi didn't move. The array ran its sequence twice, he said. Duan Xiaoxi looked up. He recognized the type, the young man with something at stake who could not accept a simple answer. He had seen 100 of them. He had the efficient version of patience that came from seeing 100 of them. When an array encounters insufficient resonance, he said, it attempts a second read for confirmation. The result is confirmed. 0. It oscillated before it resolved. Tang Mingyi was studying the array's surface, not the examiner. It found something and couldn't classify it. It found insufficient resonance. The oscillation pattern is for ambiguous input, not for insufficient input. Tang Mingyi had spent 2 years reading everything the Verdant Needle sect's public archive held on testing methodology. Insufficient input resolves to 0 without oscillation. Ambiguous input oscillates. Those are 2 different failure modes. Duan Xiaoxi looked at him with the patience of a man who had been doing this for 23 years. The result is 0, he said. Servant registration is through the rear corridor. Tang Mingyi accepted the result. He had known, before arriving, that the standard arrays couldn't measure what he had. He had heard enough practitioners use techniques in the street markets to know his perception wasn't normal, and enough about testing theory to know the arrays were calibrated for something else. Servant registration was the expected outcome. He walked toward the rear corridor. As he passed the practice courtyard, he heard the morning drills. 40 disciples, arranged in rows, running through the Verdant Needle sect's standard foundation sequences. Tang Mingyi paused at the courtyard gate. He could hear all of them. Not the sounds of practice, the slap of feet, the focused breath, the low hum of qi in motion. What he heard was underneath that, each technique's intent, distinct as a voice. The first breath sequence in the front row was clean, but tensed at the second movement, fighting its own form. The stone flow set in the third row had a practitioner using it with the wrong qi direction. The technique was trying to spiral inward, and the practitioner was pushing it outward. The needle rain stance at the back was being run at half the correct depth, which made it look polished, but removed everything useful about it. He could hear 40 techniques speaking at once. He could distinguish each one. He walked to the servant registration desk. Chapter 2. The servant quarters were at the sect's northwestern edge, a long, practical building with shared rooms, a communal meal schedule, and a weekly task assignment that covered everything the sect required done and didn't pay disciples to do. 47 servants in the current cohort. Most had been here between 3 and 15 years. Wei Suifeng managed the quarters. She was a small woman in her mid-40s who moved with the efficiency of someone who had organized things for a long time and expected things to need organizing again tomorrow. When Tang Mingyi arrived at her desk with his registration papers, she read them without comment, noted the testing result, and assigned him a room. Then she looked at the task assignment board. Archive maintenance, she said. The servant 2 spots ahead of him had received kitchen rotation. The one after him had grounds upkeep. Archive maintenance was listed separately. With a small notation, he couldn't read from where he was standing. Most people don't want that one, she said. She was watching him with a quality of attention that didn't match the context, too specific, too deliberate, for a routine intake assignment. The archive is quiet and poorly lit, and the head archivist is particular about how things are touched. She paused. You don't seem like you'd mind those things. Tang Mingyi said, I'll take it. Something shifted in her expression. Difficult to read. Not satisfaction exactly, but something adjacent to recognition. Report to Archive Director Lu Renshi at first bell, she said. He'll show you the protocols. The room was small and clean. He unpacked his bag, which held a change of clothes, a collection of study notes accumulated over 2 years of preparing for this, and a set of blank notation papers he'd spent his last savings on. and sat at the single desk. He could hear the sect. At this distance, the technique voices from the practice courtyards were faint background, like music from another room. The formation lamps along the corridor spoke quietly to each other. Maintenance formations, their intent simple and continuous. Hold the light, hold the light. The building's own structure had the particular chi quality of something inhabited for a long time. Not quite a voice, but a settled presence. He opened his notation papers and wrote, Day 1. Testing array result confirmed as expected. Archive assignment confirmed. The practice courtyard runs 40 concurrent active techniques. I identified 17 structural improvement points in under 2 minutes of listening. No standing to communicate them. Filing for reference. He listed the 17 points. Then, because he was doing it anyway, he wrote, the sect's formation infrastructure has 4 distinct layers. The practice courtyard array, chi concentration and calibration. The perimeter formation, boundary maintenance, and ambient chi stabilization. The lamp formations, maintenance loop, simple. The archive building, old chi signature, possibly the oldest structure on the grounds, different formation grammar from the others. He wrote, the archive has a different formation grammar. Not just older, differently structured. The intent encoding uses methods I haven't encountered in standard technique references. I need more listening time to characterize it accurately. He wrote, Wait Suafeng. The assignment was not random. She watched me receive it with too much attention for routine intake. She knows something about the archive. He wrote, the 0 testing result. This is the part 1 want to document correctly. The array was not defective. The array tested what it was designed to test. Chi alignment compatibility with standard technique structures. It gave an accurate result. My chi does not align well with standard technique structures. This is because I am not doing what those structures are doing. He had prepared for years for the possibility that the testing array would flag him incorrectly. What he hadn't fully anticipated was how clean it would feel when it happened. The array had been honest. It had said, not this, not wrong, not broken, not empty, not this. He wrote, the archive has something to hear. I need 6 months of access. The monitoring function will identify itself in time. The suppression evidence, when it exists, will need documentation that can stand independent of my perception as a witness. Begin building toward that standard immediately. He folded the paper and filed it in the sleeve of the blank notebooks he'd purchased. He sat with the sect's evening chi flow for a while without writing. The practice yards had gone quiet. The disciples were at evening study, their techniques settling from active practice into the lower register hum of things being thought about rather than used. The formation lamps along the corridor held their maintenance notes steady and simple. Hold the light, hold the light. He wrote one more line before first bell. The archive was the right choice. Whatever is here, it is old enough to know what it is. He wrote until first bell. Chapter 3 Archive Director Lu Rinchi demonstrated the protocols with the care of someone who had trained many assistants and had learned to expect errors. He showed Tang Mingi how to handle the scrolls, two-hand support, no creasing, return to the correct section, and how to log each access in the maintenance record. He tested Tang Mingi's reading level with a sample text, and, when Tang Mingi read it without difficulty, added a notation to his task sheet that allowed him access to the secondary archive sections. Do not open sealed scrolls, Lu Rinchi said. Do not read restricted materials. If you find a scroll in the wrong section, file a misplacement report. Do not refile it yourself. Tang Mingi said. What does a misplacement report look like? Lu Rinchi showed him. Tang Mingi spent the morning in the archive's first hall, cleaning shelves and straightening organizational markers. The techniques in the scrolls spoke softly as he moved between them. He had learned, over 2 years of encountering technique voice wherever practitioners used qi, to hold the sounds at a slight distance, a background register that didn't require his full attention. The archive was different. Dozens of scrolls in close proximity, each with its own intent encoded in the qi substrate of the writing, produced a low chord of technique voice that was unexpectedly pleasant. He paused at the secondary section to clean the formation lamp bracket, and heard the main cultivation hall's formation. It was not the lamp bracket. The lamp bracket's voice was simple and clear. Beneath it, carried through the building's qi architecture from the main hall 2 corridors away, was a larger formation, the training array that the disciples practiced under, the one that concentrated and calibrated qi for their use. Tang Mingi listened to it properly for the first time. The formation had a primary layer, gather ambient qi and concentrate it for cultivation use. Standard and appropriate. It had a secondary layer. The secondary layer was subtle enough that he would have missed it entirely if the archive's quiet hadn't allowed such careful listening. The secondary layer was a calibration, a gentle, persistent narrowing of the qi channel range for anyone who spent time within the formation's field. Not damaging, not painful, just narrower, directing the qi into specific alignments that matched the verdant needle sect's technique family, at the expense of whatever range the practitioner had started with. Tang Mingi held very still. He thought about what this meant. He took out his notation papers and wrote with precise language what he had heard. The formation's primary function, described. The secondary function, described. The effect on practitioners training within it over time, as best he could infer from the formation's intent. He wrote for 10 minutes, until he heard footsteps. Wei Suifeng appeared in the archive doorway. She had no stated reason to be here during his first morning. She looked at him with that same deliberate quality of attention from the intake desk. "You're taking notes," she said. He showed her. She read the entire thing. Her expression didn't shift visibly, but she held the paper for longer than the content required. Then she handed it back. "Keep those private," she said. Her voice was steady and flat, but her hands, when she returned the paper, were careful in a way that suggested she was controlling whether they would be steady or not. She left without saying anything else. Tang Mingi filed the notes. Chapter 4. Wei Suifeng came back at midday, when the archive was quiet and the other servants were at meal. She sat across from Tang Mingi at the work table and asked him 12 questions about what he'd heard from the formation. The questions were specific. They named aspects of cultivation formation theory that most servants wouldn't have reason to know. Qi channel calibration intervals, secondary function activation thresholds, the mechanism by which a formation could affect practitioners over time without triggering standard monitoring. She was not learning from his answers. She was checking them against something she already knew. "You said the secondary calibration directs qi into alignments for the sect's technique family," she said. "Yes. Over time. Not immediately. It seems gradual. Months or years of exposure, I think." He paused. "You knew about this." She was quiet for a moment. "I worked with cultivation formations for 11 years, she said. "I was good at it." She looked at the work table rather than at him. 12 years ago, there was an incident during a maintenance session. A calibration error. After that, I couldn't work with formations anymore. I could see the substrate, but the part of my perception that understood what I was seeing stopped functioning." She paused. "I never connected it to the Hall formation until I read what you just wrote." Tang Mingi thought about this. "You think the Hall formation's secondary function caused the incident," he said. "I think it's possible that 12 years of working within its field, every day, may have concentrated the calibration effect rather than distributing it." She looked up. "I don't know. What I know is that your description of the secondary function matches something I tried to document 12 years ago and failed because I didn't have the right language for it." She had not asked him to keep the notes private to protect herself. She had asked because she wanted time to think before anything happened with the information. "Continue your work," she said. "Document what you hear. Keep the documentation private. I am not asking you to do anything with it." She stood. "I manage the servant quarters because it is where I landed after the incident," she said. "I am good at it. But I am not only what that accident left me." She left. Tang Mingi went back to the scrolls. In the restricted section's southeast cabinet, something spoke with unusual urgency, not the patient settled voice of a stored technique, but something insistent, pressed close against its container. He couldn't open sealed cabinets. He made a note of the location and the quality of what he'd heard and went back to cleaning the bracket nearest to it. The quality of the voice in the southeast cabinet was different from anything else in the archive. The archive's other scrolls spoke in the way techniques did, a voice that expressed what the technique wanted to do, what it was trying to accomplish, the intent encoded by the practitioner who had written it. Patient, aimed at practitioners who would eventually use it. This voice was aimed outward but not at a user. It was aimed at the space, as if it were searching. He noted this without trying to interpret it further. He didn't have the vocabulary yet. The foundation tier perception he developed over 2 years of preparation gave him enough to identify that something unusual was happening in that cabinet, not enough to characterize what it was. That required more listening time and more developed perception. He wrote, "The Southeast Restricted Cabinet, second shelf, has a technique group whose encoding does not match the archive's general style. The voice character is outward-focused rather than instruction-focused. Possibly a communication technique. Possibly something older. I cannot hear it fully at current tier. I need access." He wrote, "Standard path to restricted access. Archive committee approval, which requires a sponsoring disciple. Current disciple contacts, none. Alternative path, demonstrates sufficient competence to Lu Rinchi that he recommends my access. Timeline, weeks at minimum." He wrote, "I can hear enough through the cabinet to know this is relevant. The quality of what I'm hearing through a sealed container, if I could hear it clearly, would tell me more about the archive's unusual formation grammar than anything I've encountered since arriving." The morning bell rang. He filed his notes, returned the cleaning supplies to the correct rack, and logged his maintenance work in the archive record with the same precision he brought to his notation papers. Every entry accurate. Every timestamp correct. Wei Suifeng's caution had been right. The notes had to be kept private until there was enough evidence to make the whole picture legible. Isolated observations about formation calibration were difficult to act on. A complete documented record, assembled over months, with corroborating sources, that was something a bureau officer could work with. He filed this strategy in the same notebook as the formation analysis. He would find a way to hear it properly. Chapter 5. Pei Xiaoyuan arrived at the archive on the fourth morning. He was an inner disciple. Tang Mingyi could tell from the robe markers, and he moved through the archive with the confidence of someone who knew his presence required no explanation. He submitted a retrieval request to Lu Rinxi without looking at Tang Mingyi, received his scroll, and was turning to leave when he noticed Tang Mingyi at the work table with his notation papers open. He stopped. "What are you writing?" Tang Mingyi looked up from his notes. "Maintenance records." Pei Xiaoyuan crossed the room and looked at the papers without asking. He read for a moment. Then he picked them up. "These aren't maintenance records." The papers contained Tang Mingyi's running intent analysis of the scrolls he'd handled that week. The steel wind formation's third movement had a compression error that caused minor chi wastage at high speed. The Lotus Step scroll had encoded its core intent in the final two characters rather than the opening sequence, which was backwards from standard encoding practice and explained why practitioners were learning it from the wrong direction. "This is technique analysis," Pei Xiaoyuan said. He had the expression of someone recalibrating a situation he thought he understood. "Where did you copy this from?" "I wrote it." A servant wrote technique analysis for Steel Wind and Lotus Step based on scroll maintenance. His voice had settled into something precise and cool. "Which practitioner showed you this?" "No one. I hear what the scrolls are doing when I handle them." Pei Xiaoyuan looked at him. The expression wasn't contempt yet. It was the particular narrowing of someone who had encountered a statement they couldn't immediately categorize. "You hear what they're doing," he said. "Yes." "You." He held the papers up slightly. "Hear what technique scrolls are doing." Tang Mingyi said. "You said the notes couldn't be mine. What did you mean by mine?" The question landed oddly, not combative, just specific in a way that seemed to confuse the expected shape of the conversation. Pei Xiaoyuan set the papers back on the table. "Senior disciple Pei Xiaoyuan," he said, as if Tang Mingyi had asked. "You are on disciplinary work detail as of this afternoon. Servants do not produce unsanctioned technical documentation about sect techniques." He addressed the next sentence to Lu Rinxi, who had appeared in the doorway. "I want this reviewed." "Of course," Lu Rinxi said. He looked at Tang Mingyi with an unreadable expression and said, "After your work detail, come to my office." Tang Mingyi packed the papers carefully and went to his work detail, which turned out to be carrying construction material to the outer wall repair site. Physical work. He was capable of it. He spent the afternoon listening to the construction formations in the wall substrate, which spoke with the specific voice of architecture that had been repaired several times over a long period and still carried echoes of its original design. He filed 6 observations in his notes from memory that evening. Lu Rinxi's investigation, meanwhile, involved pulling Tang Mingyi's complete archive access record. In 3 weeks, Tang Mingyi had handled more scrolls than most disciples accessed in a year. Every scroll had a maintenance log entry. Every maintenance log entry was precisely formatted and error-free. Lu Rinxi sat with this for some time before he called Tang Mingyi to his office. Chapter 6. Lu Rinxi's office was a narrow room lined with reference texts and the particular smell of old paper that archives accumulated over decades. He was sitting behind his desk when Tang Mingyi arrived, with what appeared to be 3 technique scrolls laid out in front of him. "Sit," he said. Tang Mingyi sat. Lu Rinxi picked up the first scroll, held it out, and said, "What does this do?" He meant, "What is it? What is its application? What sect curriculum does it belong to?" Standard questions that a servant with restricted archive access wouldn't be expected to answer. Tang Mingyi took the scroll in both hands. The technique's voice came clear and immediate, a movement set, wind element with a specific directional bias, designed for speed over impact and built for small body practitioners. The intent in the final sequence was compressed in a way that most practitioners would skip without noticing, which was where the technique's actual peak efficiency lived. He described all of this. Lu Rinxi took the scroll back without expression and offered the second one. This technique was in a script Tang Mingyi didn't read, an older notational style that required specific training. The text was illegible to him. He held it and listened. A formation array, support type, designed for group cultivation synchronization. The intent was cooperative rather than individual. It worked at full efficiency only when 3 or more practitioners were using it simultaneously. which the text probably specified, but which Tang Mingyi knew from the sound before reading a word. He described this. Lu Rinqi's expression had not changed, but something had shifted in how he was holding himself. The third scroll was smaller, a single sheet rather than a wound document. What is this one? Tang Mingyi held it. This one was different. Not a technique, but a notation. Someone's personal observation about a technique's secondary function, written down in the substrate encoding that practitioners used for private records. The voice was a person's voice rather than a technique's. Careful, slightly worried. Documenting something the writer wasn't sure anyone else had noticed. It's someone's private notes, Tang Mingyi said. They were concerned about a technique's secondary function. They documented it without framing it as a formal report. Lu Rinqi took the scroll back. He was quiet for a moment. He said, I am going to report this conversation to Elder Huang Xianxia, who supervises this archive. That is the correct protocol. He was looking at the scrolls rather than at Tang Mingyi. I will report that I tested a servant's alleged ability to perceive technique content and found the results inconclusive, pending further assessment. Tang Mingyi said nothing. The results are not inconclusive, Lu Rinqi said. I am reporting them as inconclusive because I need time to understand what I'm looking at before anyone else has a position on it. He looked up. Go back to work. Do not mention this testing session to anyone. Tang Mingyi went back to work. That evening, Lu Rinqi went to Elder Huang Xianxia's office and delivered the inconclusive report. Elder Huang Xianxia listened with his hands folded on his desk and his expression entirely neutral. When Lu Rinqi finished, he said, a servant with perceived technique reading ability. Inconclusive, Lu Rinqi said. Elder Huang Xianxia nodded slowly. He said, continue monitoring. File your findings with me. He did not say, I'm concerned about a servant with unusual abilities. He did not say, this is a security matter. He said continue monitoring, with the calm specificity of someone who had been waiting for a report like this and knew what to do with it. Lu Rinqi noticed. On his way out, he passed a servant in the corridor, young, new, carrying cleaning materials, who stopped to look at something near the south window and held still for a moment with the quality of attention that suggested he was listening to something that wasn't audible to anyone else. That was how Lu Rinqi described Tang Mingyi to himself. Afterward, the quality of attention. Chapter 7 by Jingru came to the archive on the 5th morning with a direct request to see the servant who was making notes on techniques. Lu Rinqi said, that is not how archive consultations work. Bai Jingru said, I'm not asking for an archive consultation. I heard about the testing situation from a senior disciple who is annoyed about it, which means it's probably worth knowing about. She was an inner disciple, approximately Tang Mingyi's age, with a particular quality of self-possession that came from not being interested in the hierarchy as a measure of her own worth. I want to ask him a question about a technique. 30 minutes. Lu Rinqi said, use the north reading room. I'll send him in. Tang Mingyi arrived to find Bai Jingru sitting with a scroll open on the table in front of her and the expression of someone who had decided to treat this as a straightforward experiment. She said, Lotus step. Third form. What does it want? She'd been using it correctly by standard form, but had never been able to get the full range of speed the technique was supposed to produce. Her instructor had told her repeatedly that the issue was her chi throughput, but her chi throughput had improved significantly in the past year without any corresponding improvement in the technique's performance. Tang Mingyi listened. He said, the technique's intent is encoded backward from standard placement. Most practitioners learn a technique from the opening movement and expect the core intent to be established there. The Lotus Step's core intent is in its final 2 characters. The opening movement is the result, not the cause. You've been building toward the result without establishing the cause. Bai Jingru looked at him. She said, that would mean every practitioner who learned this from the standard curriculum has been doing it wrong. In a specific way, Tang Mingyi said. Functional, but not at full efficiency. She picked up the scroll and read the final 2 characters carefully, which she had, on reflection, always treated as a closing notation rather than a technical instruction. Then she set it down and ran through the 3rd form with her chi, starting from the end, working backward. He could hear the technique's voice settle and align with something that had been slightly off in all his previous observations of practitioners using it. It took her 30 seconds to advance the technique past 3 months of stuck progress. She sat very still for a moment. You didn't teach me the technique, she said. No. You told me what it was trying to do, and I could hear the rest myself. Yes. She looked at him with what he identified as the expression of someone recalibrating several assumptions simultaneously. That's a completely different category of useful from what I expected. She stood, rolled the scroll back up. Can I come back with other problems? Tang Mingyi said, yes. She went to her afternoon training session and advanced the Lotus Step 3 more times in 2 hours. She submitted the advancement to her cultivation log as her own work, because he had described what he heard. She had heard the technique from there herself. Word reached Pei Xiaoyuan by evening. He did not think a servant could have anything useful to say about Bai Jingru's cultivation. He concluded she was covering for something. Using the servant as a convenient explanation for an advancement she'd had another source for. The investigation he demanded would clarify this. Chapter 8. The investigation concluded in 4 days. Insufficient evidence of unauthorized technique study. Advancement attributed to disciple Bai Jingru's personal cultivation efforts. Servant Tang Mingyi's archive activities found compliant with assigned maintenance duties. Pei Xiaoyuan was not satisfied. He was not wrong that something had happened. He was wrong about what it was and wrong about who had done something he should be concerned about. The distinction didn't matter for his satisfaction level. Tang Mingyi added the investigation outcome to his notes under a running section he was beginning to call documentation problem. Credit for cultivation outcomes is attributed to the person at the highest rank involved. Bai Jingru advanced the technique. The credit is hers. But the reason for the advancement was my observation. The sect's documentation does not have a category for this, for an advancement whose origin is in a description of technique voice rather than in a formal instruction session. If Bai Jingru had paid a cultivation master for an explanation that produced the same result, it would be credited as guidance from the cultivation master. My explanation is identical in function and invisible in the record. This is not a complaint. It is a structural problem. The documentation cannot describe what it doesn't have language for. He noted, the language needs to exist before the documentation can be accurate. He kept this private. He had one person who knew what he was doing. Wei Suifeng, who knew because she had spent 20 years working adjacent to what he could hear and had recognized it. And one person who was beginning to, which was Bai Jingru. Lu Renshi knew the outer shape of it and had chosen a waiting position. That was enough. He increased the time he spent in the practice courtyards. The cleaning assignments in the outer practice yard gave him mornings near the standard training rotations. He worked near enough to hear every technique clearly without making it obvious he was doing anything but moving cleaning materials from one place to another. He filed what he heard. The outer formation array was developing an irregularity. He noticed it on the third morning in the outer yard, a rhythm disturbance in the anchor point at the southwest corner of the practice area. The formation was still functional. By standard measurement, it would be within acceptable tolerance. But the intent layer that kept it calibrated had developed a wobble that would, in his assessment, destabilize under sustained high-tier use. There was a junior practitioner who ran high-intensity training in the southwest corner every morning. Tang Mingyi went to Wei Suifeng after his shift. The outer practice formation has an anchor irregularity, he said. He showed her his notes. She read them. I'll report it to the formation maintenance team under my name, she said, as an observation from a servant who noticed the array behavior during cleaning. The formation master came to inspect the next day, found the irregularity exactly where Tang Mingyi's notes placed it, confirmed it was within tolerance, but applied a preemptive correction. Thanked Wei Suifeng for the efficient reporting. Tang Mingyi watched this from across the yard. He wrote, the accurate outcome is what matters. The attribution is a separate problem for later. He also wrote, the formation master's correction took 20 minutes. If the irregularity had progressed to instability, the correction would have taken 3 days and affected the junior practitioner who uses that corner. The early report prevented harm that the record will not show was prevented. He thought about this. He kept thinking about it through the rest of the afternoon cleaning rotation until he heard footsteps on the garden path that had a particular quality, deliberate, careful, the walk of someone very old who had made a long consideration about whether to come. Chapter 9. Elder Shun Hongli was the oldest practitioner in the Verdant Needle sect. He appeared in the outer yard's garden path with a walking stick he didn't lean on and the particular quality of stillness that very experienced practitioners developed. Not stillness of the body but of the qi, as if the field around him had settled into its final configuration and wasn't going to be disturbed by anything short of significant effort. He stopped when he reached Tang Mingyi. He said nothing for a moment. Then, what does this sound like? He produced a small qi emission from his right hand. Not a technique, not a formation activation. Formless, unstructured. The kind of thing a practitioner did absently, the way a person might hum while thinking about something else. Tang Mingyi listened. He said, a practitioner who used to hear technique voices clearly and has largely lost that range. But they didn't lose the habit. The qi is still being produced with intent layered into it, even without a specific technique to encode. The intent encoding is reflexive. Long practice. He paused. 20 years at least. Elder Shin's expression did not change significantly. He was a man who controlled his expression the way very experienced practitioners controlled their qi, efficiently, habitually, without drama. 42, he said. He reached into his sleeve and produced a small package. Papers, the kind used for personal documentation, bound with a simple cord. He set it on the stone bench beside the path. For the one who hears, he said. He walked back down the garden path. Tang Mingi picked up the package. He did not open it until he was back in his room, door closed, the sect settling into its evening rhythms around him. He untied the cord. The papers were 62 pages of cramped, precise handwriting, a notation system that was 3/4 standard cultivation notation and 1/4 something he had never seen before. It took him an hour to realize that the unfamiliar portion was technique voice notation. Elder Shen had developed a way to write down what he heard, to put technique intent on paper with enough accuracy that another practitioner who could hear him might read the notation and understand what it described. Tang Mingi read until midnight. The last section was about a specific sound that Elder Shun described encountering 3 times in his 42 years of diminishing qi hearing. A background voice in the sect's deepest formation architecture, beneath the training array, beneath the maintenance arrays, beneath the archive storage formations. A voice that he could only sometimes hear, that had been getting fainter as his ability declined, that he believed was the original cultivation methodology of the sect's founders. A grammar below the technique voices, structuring everything they said. Tang Mingi had not heard this yet. He looked at the ceiling. He could not sleep. He stayed very still and listened to the sect around him, and, for the first time, thought he might hear something at the edge of his current range that was not a technique and not a formation, but something underneath both. He was not certain. He wrote, Elder Shin Hongli has been tracking the same perception for 42 years. He is nearly at the end of his range. He brought me his notes. The pattern of the handwriting suggests urgency, not emergency urgency, but the urgency of someone who knows they are running out of time to transmit something. He wrote, I will hear what he could no longer hear. That is what the notes are for. Chapter 10. 3 days later, Bai Jingru brought him a problem with the iron wall defensive technique, a standard sect offering, straightforward in form, but with a secondary application that her instructor insisted didn't exist, and that she kept almost achieving in practice without being able to stabilize. Tang Mingi listened to the technique for 30 seconds and said, the secondary application exists. Your instructor is probably working from a simplified teaching version that removed it because it requires a specific qi integration step that most practitioners don't develop until intent aligner tier. He described the integration step. The reason you keep almost achieving it is that your qi integration is higher than your formal rank indicates. You've been developing it informally through your general cultivation practice. Bai Jingru said, how do you know my qi integration level? From the sound of your cultivation signature, he said. It's not standard information. I couldn't prove it by any measurement the sect uses. She said, but you're sure? Yes. She was quiet for a moment. She said, there's a practitioner in the outer disciple rankings named Chao Fenglin who's been stuck at the same advancement point for 6 months. His instructor says it's a foundation problem and he'll need to rebuild his first 3 practice sequences. She paused. That would take a year. He's frustrated. I don't think his instructor is wrong, but I wonder if there's something faster. Tang Mingi said, bring him to the archive. Not for technique consultation, for maintenance work. I'll figure out what I can hear while we're working. She brought Chao Fenglin the following afternoon. He was a quiet practitioner who accepted the presence of a servant with a mild disorientation of someone who'd been told something unusual and was waiting to understand what it was. He helped Tang Mingi reorganize a section of the South Cabinet. Tang Mingi listened. He said, eventually, the foundation issue is real, but it's not what's blocking the advancement. You have a qi directional conflict in your second core sequence that's canceling the advancement trigger. The first 3 sequences are fine. If you adjust the directional flow in the second sequence, specifically in the 3rd and 7th movements, the advancement trigger should activate. Chao Fenglin looked at him. He said, that's it. Tang Mingi said, that's the piece I can hear. Whether it works depends on whether my interpretation is accurate. Chao Fenglin went to the practice yard. He advanced that same evening. He came back to the archive the next morning and stood in the doorway looking at Tang Mingi with the expression of someone who had done the calculation and didn't know what to do with the result. Tang Mingi was sorting scrolls. Chao Fenglin said, thank you. Tang Mingi said, you did the practice. I heard a sound. He meant this accurately. The hearing had been his. The practice had been Chao Fenglin's. The result had required both. He had heard a sound. Chao Fenglin had understood what to do with it. Neither one was a substitute for the other. He filed this interaction in his documentation practice under evidence for the collaboration model. The technique's voice had communicated the issue. His hearing had translated it. The practitioner had resolved it. 3 participants, 1 outcome. He wrote this down because it seemed like the kind of thing that would matter later. If you're finding Tang Mingyi's story compelling, subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. And if he can find what techniques are saying, you never know what he'll hear next. Like the video to keep this story coming. Chapter 11. The servant hall's waste handling happened twice a week. Discarded materials, spent formation components, damaged scroll casings, paper beyond use, went to a collection area in the northwest corner of the servant building to be removed by the waste disposal rotation. Tang Mingyi was on the disposal rotation every second week. On the Tuesday of his third rotation, he was transferring a crate of damaged scroll casings to the collection cart when he passed a pile of material that had been set aside for final disposal. Scrolls from the archive's deterioration review, marked as beyond recovery. One of them spoke, not clearly, at a distance, distorted by whatever damage had reduced it to disposal status. More like hearing a voice call from far down a corridor. Insistent, not urgent, the insistence of something that had been trying to be heard for a long time. He stopped walking. He stood next to the pile for 2 minutes, listening. The voice had the quality of a person rather than a technique. The difference between hearing someone speak and hearing someone else's words performed by an actor. Whatever was in the scroll, a practitioner had put themselves into it, their specific way of hearing and describing, in a notation system that was not standard. The notation system was 3/4 the same as Elder Shun Hongli's notes. He couldn't take it. It was marked for disposal, and he didn't have authorization to salvage it. But he stood next to it for 2 minutes, listening as carefully as he could, and wrote down everything he could hear from the outside. The impression he captured was fragmentary. Something about technique voices having more history than practitioners usually recognized. Something about a formation the writer was approaching. Something about being prevented from reaching it. He filed the notes. He went back to disposal work. He wrote to Wei Suifeng that evening asking if it was possible to salvage damaged scrolls for documentation purposes before disposal, to practice the archive's damage assessment notation with real examples. She approved it without comment, which told him she understood why he was asking. The next disposal day, the scroll with the voice was gone. Someone had taken it already. Not the disposal crew. They hadn't come yet. He searched the disposal pile carefully and didn't find it. He kept the notes he'd taken and filed them alongside Elder Shin's papers. The two notation systems were connected, same structural origin, different individual voice. Elder Shin had learned from someone who had learned this notation, or had developed it in parallel, or had found it in the same way Tang Mingyi had just lost the original. He wrote, "I heard something that has been waiting to be heard. I couldn't retrieve it. The impression I captured is partial. I will need to come back to this with more capacity to interpret what I heard." He added the notes to a file he was beginning to think of as long-term problems. He went back to work. The technique spoke. He listened. The archive's secondary collection, the deteriorated and non-functional section, was next on his cleaning rotation. He was looking forward to it. The deteriorated and non-functional collection was in the archive's East Annex, a separate room whose air had the quality of very old paper and very low chi circulation, which was why the scrolls there had deteriorated in the first place. Lu Renshi had assigned Tang Mingyi a full week to clean the annex and produce a current damage assessment for every item. Tang Mingyi spent the first afternoon in a state of sustained listening so intense he forgot to clean. The scrolls spoke through their damage, not clearly, the way a healthy technique scroll spoke, but with the particular quality of something straining to be heard through static. He worked through the room systematically, holding each scroll long enough to capture what he could. Most of what he heard was fragmentary, techniques whose intent had partially degraded, leaving gaps in the meaning. Some were recoverable in principle if the substrate encoding could be repaired. Some were not. 7 of them spoke with a quality that had nothing to do with degraded technique voice. They had historical voice, the echo of a practitioner's personal encoding layered over the technique's primary intent. Normal technique scrolls had this faintly, the residue of whoever had originally copied the technique into the scroll. These 7 had it strongly enough that he could hear specific individuals. Not their words, not their thoughts, but their approach, their particular way of relating to qi, the quality that made their cultivation personal rather than generic. All 7 had the same individual quality. One practitioner had handled all of these scrolls, probably when they were healthy, probably decades ago. He filed this in his notes and kept cleaning. The damage assessment took the full week and produced a 60-page document that Lu Renshi received with the expression of a man who had asked for a routine cleaning report and received a research paper. He read it in 2 sessions. On the 3rd day after Tang Mingyi submitted it, Lu Renshi called him into the office. "This notation system," he said. He was pointing to the section where Tang Mingyi had tried to describe historical voice impressions using Elder Shin's notation system as a partial model. Where did you develop this? I borrowed the structural approach from Elder Shun Hongli's personal notes, Tang Mingyi said. He left me a collection of his documentation. I adapted his notation for what I was hearing in the deteriorated scrolls. Elder Shun left you his notes. Yes. Lu Renqi was quiet for a moment. He knew Elder Shun, had known him for 20 years as the sect's oldest and most difficult-to-schedule elder, the one who was always either unavailable or available in ways that defied the calendar. He said, the deteriorated scrolls that share a historical voice impression. You believe the same practitioner handled all 7. I believe it strongly enough to document it. I could be wrong. I'm working from impressions rather than verified technique analysis. But you believe it. Yes. Lu Renqi filed the report in a separate section from the standard maintenance records. Continue the assessment as the annex work allows, he said. Document what you hear with this notation system. I'll file it in a way that makes it accessible to researchers who work with historical sect materials. He didn't say, I know who the practitioner might be. He didn't say, this connects to something. But he filed it separately, which meant he knew it was distinct. Tang Mingyi went back to the annex. By the end of the month, he had identified the 7 scrolls practitioner. A cultivation master from approximately 40 years ago, whose work in the archive had been substantial, but whose name appeared in the records only in a cross-reference, never as an entry. Someone who had been present without being documented. He filed this too. It connected, at the edges, to the voice in the disposal pile. Same general era. Different individual quality, a different practitioner, but working in the same tradition. He labeled the file, long-term problems. 2 instances. Chapter 12 The voice novice tier arrived on a Tuesday. He had been working toward it without formal instruction. Elder Shin's notes described the first cultivation advancement in resonance listening as a shift in perspective. The practitioner had been functioning as an ear, passively receiving technique voice. The advancement required a shift to functioning as a resonator, not just hearing the voice, but letting it move through the cultivation base and back out again as response. He had tried this 6 times in the past 3 weeks. The first 4 attempts had produced nothing. The 5th had produced a brief, disorienting sensation of hearing his own chi from outside. The 6th had been worse. The technique voices had briefly seemed to respond to him, which had felt so unusual that he had stopped and spent an hour verifying whether it was real before concluding it might have been wishful thinking. On Tuesday morning, cleaning the archive's first hall with the technique voices of 100 scrolls settling around him like familiar background, he stopped moving and simply listened. Not to any specific scroll, to the whole, the chord of all of them together. And then he made a sound. Not an audible sound, an intent sound, a deliberate chi emission that was not a technique, but had the quality Elder Shin's notes described. Chi produced with intent encoded, the way a practitioner reflexively made it after decades of practice. Tang Mingyi had never had decades, but he had been listening for 3 years, and he knew what the encoding felt like even if he couldn't produce it reliably. This time he produced it reliably. The scroll's voices shifted. Subtle. He would have missed it if he hadn't been listening for exactly this. The technique voices adjusted their angle slightly, the way sound in a room adjusts when a new sound source enters. Not a response in any conversational sense, but not ignorance, either. They had registered him. He set down his cleaning materials and sat on the floor. He spent the rest of the morning practicing the emission, refining what he was encoding into the chi, feeling the difference between a formed intent and a vague one. By early afternoon, the techniques in the hall spoke to him with slightly more clarity than they had before. The range was the same, but the resolution had improved. He wrote, Voice novice. The cultivation base has shifted from receiver to resonator. Practical result. Improved clarity within existing range. Initial ability to produce chi with encoded intent. No offensive or defensive applications at this stage. The techniques are now speaking to me rather than at me. He paused. Reconsidered that last line. He wrote, that is not accurate. They were speaking to the room. I am now part of the room in a way I wasn't before. The distinction matters. He went back to cleaning. Bai Jingru found him in the late afternoon with a technique question she had been saving for a week. He answered it. She looked at him afterward and said, You're different. He said, Advancement. She said, The testing arrays would still read 0. He said, Yes. She considered this for a moment and said, That seems like a significant documentation problem. He said, I have a section for that. Chapter 13 Pei Zhiyuan's formal complaint arrived at the Discipline Committee 3 weeks after the Formation Irregularity Report, which had nothing to do with him, but had produced visibility of Tang Mingyi in the sect's maintenance records that reminded him the situation was unresolved. The complaint cited archive security risk. A servant with unknown ability to perceive technique content represented a potential extraction vector for restricted materials. The committee should consider restricting Tang Mingyi's access to the secondary archive sections. Lu Renxi submitted the operational defense. Tang Mingyi's archive maintenance had improved efficiency in the first hall by 23%, identified 3 deteriorating scrolls that would have been lost in the next 6 months, and produced the most complete damage assessment of the East Annex in the archive's recorded history. The maintenance record showed 0 compliance violations in 6 weeks. Elder Huang Xianxia reviewed both submissions from his position on the committee oversight. He did not argue for restriction. He argued for continued access with enhanced monitoring. Pei Zhaoyuan, receiving this outcome, tried to parse why an elder would protect a servant's archive access. He arrived at the conclusion that Elder Huang Xianxia was positioning himself to claim credit for any useful discoveries Tang Mingyi produced. This explanation satisfied him because it fit his model of how senior practitioners operated. It was not the right explanation. Tang Mingyi added the committee outcome to his notes. He wrote, Elder Huang Xianxia voted to continue my access. I don't have a complete model of why. He asked Lu Renxi for a report on my abilities on my first week, which suggests interest rather than indifference. His interest predates Pei Zhaoyuan's complaint, which means it's not a response to the complaint. His protection of my access is consistent with wanting continued proximity to whatever I'm producing, which is consistent with Lu Renxi's behavior, but in a different key. He wrote, File under. Actors whose motivations are not yet clear. He went back to the annex. That afternoon, Bai Jingru brought a second practitioner to the archive under the cover of research consultation. A junior inner disciple named Guo Liqian, who had been struggling with a technique stabilization problem for 2 years. Tang Mingyi spent 20 minutes listening while they sorted through a section of the scroll collection. He identified the stabilization problem, a habit in Guo Liqian's breathing pattern during technique activation that was creating a qi interference cycle. He described it to Bai Jingru after Guo Liqian left. She said, breathing pattern. Her instructor never caught that. He said, it's in the intent layer, not the form layer. The form is fine. The breathing pattern is pre-conscious. It's a habit from before she started cultivation that affects the intent encoding of every technique she uses. Bai Jingru said, can she fix it? He said, it will take deliberate practice. Habits that precede cultivation are harder to adjust than cultivation habits. She said, but it can be fixed. He said, yes. 3 months if she works on it deliberately. She delivered this information to Guo Liqian as her own research finding, which it was by the time she translated it into language a disciple would accept from another disciple. Tang Mingyi added Guo Liqian to his running list. He had now informally assisted 11 practitioners. Each had advanced. Each advancement was documented in the sect's cultivation records as the practitioner's own work. This was accurate. The cause of the advancement was not in the record. He wrote, documentation problem is growing. 11 cases with no path to accurate attribution. The methodology exists. The language to describe it does not exist in the sect's formal record. He wrote, this requires a formal terminology that doesn't exist yet. I will need to create it. He added this to the long-term problems file. Chapter 14 Elder Shun Hongli asked Tang Mingyi to come to his practice room on the last day of the month. The practice room was at the sect's north end, a comfortable space for a senior elder, with a formation array that had been calibrated specifically for him over 40 years, which meant it spoke with a quality that was entirely unlike the main hall formation's secondary narrowing. Where the main hall calibrated toward the sect's technique family, Elder Shin's array calibrated toward nothing in particular. It simply held still and let the practitioner do what they were doing. Tang Mingyi sat across from the elder and described what he'd been hearing. Elder Shin listened without comment until he'd finished the description of voice novice. He said, you advanced in 6 weeks. Tang Mingyi said, is that fast? The only other practitioner I know who advanced this ability had been working at it for 3 years before the first shift. He was looking at the formation array rather than at Tang Mingyi. She reached pattern reader in the 4th year. I reached voice novice in the 5th and never advanced past it. He paused. You will advance past it quickly. I want to ask you something while the early tiers are still fresh in your memory. Tang Mingyi waited. Why do you ask questions when people insult you? Elder Shin said. Pei Zhaoyuan's report. The committee. Lu Renxi's initial testing. Every confrontational situation, you respond by asking the other person to clarify what they meant. Why? Tang Mingyi had not thought about this consciously. He said, after a moment, if someone says something that's wrong, and I respond to what they said, I'm arguing with their words. If I ask them what they meant, I'm asking them to expose the assumption behind the words. The assumption is usually what needs to be addressed. He paused. And sometimes the assumption turns out to be something I hadn't considered, and they're right about something even if the framing was hostile. Elder Shin said, the listening is not just a cultivation method. Tang Mingi said, I don't think there's a sharp border between them. Elder Shin looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, the practitioner whose notes you found in the disposal pile. I've been waiting to ask you about them. Tang Mingi said, you know about those. I knew the practitioner. 40 years ago. He was quiet for a moment. She had this ability at a high level. She came here looking for something and was prevented from finding it. Her notes, if what you heard is what I think it is, were her documentation of what she was approaching when she was stopped. He did not say stopped by whom. Tang Mingi filed this gap. He said, the notes were in the same structural notation as yours. I learned from her. Elder Shin said simply. What she taught me before she was stopped. He rose, which cost him more visible effort than it had 6 weeks ago. I am running out of capacity, he said. It was not a complaint. Just a fact, stated with the precision of a practitioner who had been accurate about things for 50 years. The notes I gave you are as complete as I could make them. There is documentation in my private archive that I will leave to you. The material that was too specific to include in the general notes. He moved toward the door. Come see me every week while I can still speak clearly. There are things that require conversation to transmit accurately. Tang Mingi said, I'll come. Chao Wuchi was waiting outside the practice room when Tang Mingi emerged. He had found out about the elder meetings 2 weeks ago and had decided, in his straightforward way, to ask directly about them. Is he teaching you? Chao Wuchi said. Tang Mingi considered how to answer this. He said, he's telling me what he remembers. I'm fitting it to what I hear. Chao Wuchi said, that sounds like teaching. Tang Mingi said, maybe. It's different from how techniques are normally transmitted. More like having a long conversation with someone who knows what they're doing. Yes. Chao Wuchi thought about this. He said, I want to advance my second form sequence. I've been stuck on it for a month. My instructor says my form is correct. Tang Mingi said, let me hear it tomorrow. Chapter 15 The Deep Archive Formation was in the sect's basement level, a space below the main archive that was used for the most stable long-term storage, where the qi circulation was deliberately slowed to preserve old materials. Lu Renshi had mentioned it twice in passing as somewhere Tang Mingi would eventually need to service. He got there 6 weeks into his archive assignment, under a scheduled maintenance review with Lu Renshi present. The formation announced itself from the stairway. He had learned to calibrate his listening, to hold technique voices and formation voices at background level when the foreground required his attention. What the deep formation produced was not background. It came through the floor, the walls, the quality of air in the stairwell, not loud, but wide. The scope was different from any formation he'd encountered. The training array above it was a room-scale formation. This felt like it was embedded in the building's structural substrate, older than the building, possibly older than the sect. He stood in the stairwell for a moment. Lu Renshi said, something to note? Tang Mingi said, it's louder than I expected. I'll need to focus carefully to work down here. Lu Renshi said, take your time. They went down. The lower archive was the standard arrangement. Shelves, scrolls, and sealed containers, a formation lamp on each wall set to minimal illumination. Unremarkable. The formation underneath it was not unremarkable. Tang Mingi spent the morning cleaning with half his attention on the maintenance work and the other half listening to the deep formation's voice. It was complex in the way that very old things were complex, not complicated as a result of design, but layered as a result of time, multiple hands having touched it and left faint impressions in the substrate. Under all of those layers, the original intent was still clear. Very clear. He didn't understand what it was saying. He could hear it. He could identify that it was a structured, intentional formation rather than a natural qi concentration. He could hear that it had a purpose, a specific, goal-directed purpose, not just ambient qi regulation. But the grammar of the purpose was at a level he hadn't developed yet. Like hearing a foreign language clearly without knowing the vocabulary. He wrote down the impressions in the notation he'd been developing. Then, near the end of the morning, he heard something else. A different voice within the formation's substrate. Newer, recent enough that he could feel it as separate from the formation's own age. An addition, layered over the original with careful deliberateness, using an encoding style that he hadn't encountered in the archive's historical collection. He had heard this style before. He had heard it in the main hall training formation's secondary layer. He stood very still and listened to it carefully, memorizing the specific quality. He wrote, a modification exists in the deep formation that was not placed by the original builders. The encoding style is distinctive. I have encountered it before. Cross-reference. Main hall formation secondary function. He wrote, same source. He closed his notes and finished the cleaning maintenance. Lu Renshi asked, on the way up, if there was anything to report for the service record. Tang Mingyi said, formation shows standard substrate stability. No deterioration concerns at current maintenance interval. All of this was accurate. Chapter 16 The advancement to Resonance Apprentice happened in the deep formation room on his third maintenance visit. He had been returning every 2 weeks on the extended maintenance schedule, each time spending the full morning and developing his sense of the formation's grammar. The vocabulary was beginning to resolve, not completely, but the way a practitioner recognized words in a foreign language after enough exposure even before formal instruction. He could hear what the formation was doing in broad terms. Large-scale qi regulation, specifically calibrated to a type of practitioner or a type of cultivation approach that wasn't the verdant needle sect's standard curriculum. On the third visit, he listened to the formation for 2 hours straight without stopping. At the end of 2 hours, he heard his own cultivation signature from outside himself. Not dimly, the way voice novice had worked, where the outer hearing was a faint new perspective overlapping the inner. This was clean separation. He was listening to the formation and simultaneously hearing his own qi as one sound among the formation's complex structure. Distinct, specific, the same note every time he produced it. The formation heard him. He held very still and made a deliberate qi emission, encoding intent into it with the technique he'd been developing. The formation's response was minimal. It didn't shift the way the archive scrolls had shifted at voice novice, but there was a recognition, a register. He wrote, Resonance Apprentice. The cultivation base has separated outer and inner hearing cleanly. The deep formation perceives my qi signature. This is new. He also wrote, the structural voice is theoretically accessible from this tier. I will need more work to reach it, but the direction is clear. Formation logic is the next layer to become legible. He kept both notes private. On his way out of the lower archive, he passed Elder Huang Xianxia in the corridor. They had not spoken directly before. Tang Mingyi had observed the elder at sect events and during Lu Rinxi's reporting sessions, which Tang Mingyi had been carefully positioned to hear from the next room. What he heard in Elder Huang Xianxia's qi signature was complex, a cultivation base at significant tier, a long practice history, and underneath that, the same encoding style as the formation modifications. He said, Elder Huang. Appropriate acknowledgement. Servants acknowledged senior practitioners. Nothing unusual. Elder Huang Xianxia looked at him with the expression he used for everything. Neutral, specific, designed to communicate nothing. He said, archive maintenance going well? Tang Mingyi said, the lower archive formation shows normal substrate stability. Elder Huang Xianxia nodded and walked past. Tang Mingyi wrote in his notes that evening. His qi encoding style is the same as the modification layers in both formations. The modification didn't come from someone who visited the formations. It came from someone who works with them regularly. Someone whose signature is embedded in the sect's infrastructure. He wrote, cross-reference to long-term problems file. He didn't sleep well that night. Not from fear, from the particular alertness of having confirmed a pattern. He had been hearing evidence for 6 weeks. He now had a direction. He had no standing to act on it. He added a third category to his documentation file, evidence gathering required. Chapter 17 3 days of careful listening to the formation modifications. He worked the lower archive on a voluntary extended cleaning rotation. He submitted the request to Lu Rinxi as an opportunity to complete the damage assessment of the sealed cabinet section, which was accurate. He spent 4 to 6 hours daily in the deep formation room, listening. The modification's intent began to resolve into meaning. It was a monitoring formation, layered into the deep archive substrate, designed to detect specific types of technique access, not general archive use, but access to specific categories, and to route copies of the access techniques somewhere external. Somewhere outside the sect's network. He sat with this. The routing destination was encoded in the modification, but it was at the edge of his current tier's resolution. He could hear that there was a destination, could hear the general direction of it, but couldn't decode the specific address. He needed structural voice for the full picture. He wrote the partial interpretation with precision. What he could confirm, what he could infer, what remained unclear. He did not speculate beyond what he heard. He also wrote, I have found something. I don't yet have the standing to use it, and I don't yet have the complete picture. Premature disclosure is inaccurate disclosure. I will document and continue. This was the same reasoning Elder Shun Hongli had used for 40 years. The patience required was significant. He thought about what kind of patience it was. It was not passive. The documentation practice was active and continuous. Each day added evidence. Each week refined the picture. Each tier advancement expanded what he could hear. The patience was not waiting for something to happen. The patience was accepting that the work required a specific duration, that the duration could not be shortened without reducing the quality of the result, and that this was not a problem, but simply the nature of the work. He wrote, "The purpose of documentation is not to produce a moment of disclosure. The purpose of documentation is to produce an accurate record. The disclosure is secondary. The record is the thing." He had understood this intellectually since he was 15 and had begun keeping notes on everything he heard. He was understanding it differently now, in the lower archive, in the 6th week of evidence he couldn't yet use. The record had value independent of whether anyone ever read it. A documented activation log of a formation modification, kept by the one practitioner in the building who could hear what the formation was doing, that had existed now, in those notebooks, regardless of what happened next. The fact of accurate documentation was irreversible. This was, he thought, the thing the deep formation was also doing. It had been recording its own function for 2 centuries, in a grammar no one had been able to read. It had not needed anyone to read it to continue. The record persisted. He kept working. On the 3rd day, he heard something new in the modification layer. A recent activation, within the past week. The monitoring had triggered on something, had captured something, had routed it to the external destination. He checked the access log for the lower archive. Only 2 entries, his own maintenance visits, and 1 entry from 3 weeks prior. Elder Huang Xianxia, listed as a routine inspection. He filed this. That evening, Bai Jingru came to the archive with Chao Wuqi and 3 other junior practitioners, all of whom were stuck at different advancement points. Tang Mingyi listened while they discussed their cultivation problems in theoretical terms, nominally a study session for a standard curriculum review. He identified all 5 issues in 40 minutes. After they left, Bai Jingru stayed. She said, "You heard it in the lower archive." He looked at her. She said, "You've been in the lower archive for 3 days of extended maintenance. That's not normal for the damage assessment schedule. Whatever you heard, you're documenting it." He said, "You're perceptive." She said, "I pay attention. Different mechanism, similar outcome." She was direct in a way that didn't require her to be unkind. "I'm not asking you to tell me what you found. I'm telling you that if you found something significant enough to spend 3 days documenting, you should know that I'm available to help move information to the right people if you need an official channel." He considered her. He said, "An inner disciple who is known for treating the servant quarter as a research post and who authenticated my bureau correspondence before I could file it officially." She said, "Yes." He said, "I'll tell you when I have enough to be accurate." She said, "Good." Chapter 18. Elder Shun Hongli told Tang Mingyi about the deep formation on the 4th weekly meeting. He had been building toward it. Each meeting had covered a piece of the archive's history, the sect's history, and his own 40 years of diminishing hearing. This meeting he sat down and said, "I need to tell you what I know about the lower formation while I can still say it clearly." Tang Mingyi sat. Elder Shun said, "The formation was built before the sect. The sect was built around it. Or more precisely, the founding practitioners chose this site because the formation was here, and the archive was placed above it to give practitioners access to the substrate layer." He said, "Access to the substrate layer. The formation is a teaching tool, or was designed as one. It speaks in a grammar that is, underneath the technique level, deeper than technique intent, the foundational level of how Qi interacts with practitioners at all." He was speaking with the precision of someone who had been organizing these sentences for a long time. "I could hear it, faintly, when I was at peak capacity. I could hear that it was structured and purposeful. I could not hear what it was saying." Tang Mingyi said, "I heard it. I'm still building the vocabulary for it." Elder Shin looked at him with an expression that was not quite surprise, more like the confirmation of something he had hoped. He said, "The modification." Tang Mingyi said, "You know about the modification. I suspected it for 20 years. I could hear a second voice in the substrate, different from the formation's original. I couldn't identify the source." He paused. "I now believe the modification was placed by someone who understood that the formation represented a capability and wanted to monitor who was developing it." Tang Mingyi said, "And potentially prevent them." "Yes." Elder Shun was quiet for a moment. "I didn't have the evidence to move on it. I have a private archive with 40 years of documentation. It needs to reach the Bureau of Cultivation Regulation." He looked at Tang Mingyi steadily. "Not through the sect. The sect's administrative structure includes people who would intercept it." Tang Mingyi said, "Bai Jingru has a bureau correspondence channel. I know who she is." Elder Shin said, "Send a request under my name. The archive will go to whoever receives the request." He paused. "I won't be available for much longer to send it myself." Tang Mingyi said, "How long?" Elder Shin said, "The suppression technique has been running for a long time. The effects accumulate." He said it with the same flat precision he brought to everything. "Months." Tang Mingyi said, "I'll send the request." He said, Correct. Now, I want to spend the rest of today's session on the structural voice tier. Not teaching it. Describing what I heard when I was there. You'll need the description to know what you're approaching. He described. Tang Mingyi listened with his full attention, writing nothing, because the formation of listening came first and the documentation came after. He had learned this from 40 years of Elder Shin's notes and 42 years of Elder Shin's accumulated approach to the world. Outside, the sect's junior practitioners were in the practice yard running their afternoon forms. Their technique voices spoke through the walls, the familiar chord of 40 techniques running simultaneously, each with its intent, its stress points, its corrections waiting to be heard. Tang Mingyi listened to Elder Shun. Chapter 19. The junior disciple appeared in the archive on the following Thursday. His name was Xiao Peiwen. He was 17, had been assigned to the inner disciple cohort 6 months ago, and had the quality of careful attention that suggested he had been given a task and was trying to do it properly. He requested a standard technique reference, which Lu Rinxi processed, and then, while Tang Mingyi was sorting in the adjacent row, began asking questions about the archive's organizational system. Careful questions, not the casual curiosity of a disciple who found themselves near a servant and was making conversation. He was gathering information about Tang Mingyi's access patterns. Tang Mingyi noted this within 30 seconds and continued sorting without changing his pace or his expression. He answered the questions accurately. His archive access was straightforward: maintenance duties, damage assessment, scroll handling. Nothing unusual to report. Xiao Peiwen stayed for 2 hours, working through his reference scroll slowly and asking occasional questions. He left when his time became conspicuous. Tang Mingyi wrote that evening, "I've been assigned an observer." The quality of his questions suggests he was given specific topics to investigate: my access patterns, my routine, who I interact with. Not hostile, he was polite and thorough. This is a monitoring assignment rather than a challenge. He wrote, "The timing is consistent with Elder Huang Zanshu wanting more specific information about what I've been doing in the lower archive." He wrote, "The monitoring is ineffective because it's looking for the wrong type of evidence. My archive work looks exactly like archive work. The evidence I'm building is in notes he cannot see." He wrote, "The monitoring is also incomplete. Xiao Peiwen is looking at what I do in the archive, not what I hear in the archive. Those are different things. He can watch me clean shelves. He cannot see the notation I write after hours. He cannot hear the lower formations activation log I've been keeping for 3 weeks." He had developed, over the past 5 months, the habit of working in 2 registers simultaneously. The first register was visible: scroll maintenance, damage assessment, organizational upkeep, everything the archive required him to do, and that could be verified by any observer at any time. Every entry in this register was accurate and complete. There was nothing wrong with his archive work. There had never been anything wrong with his archive work. The second register was invisible to anyone who didn't share his perception. The things he heard while doing the visible work. The formation activations, timestamped. The technique intent patterns, categorized. The modifications in the deep formation, described with increasing precision as his cultivation tier developed and the foundational grammar became more legible. The senior elder's movement through the archive and his specific interest in certain scroll categories. All of it written in the evenings, after duties, in the notebooks he kept in the lining of his maintenance bag. The 2 registers had to be kept clean. If the visible work was ever careless, a misfiled scroll, a missed maintenance log entry, an incorrectly handled item, it would give Elder Huang Zanshu grounds to raise questions about Tang Mingyi's competence that could affect his archive access. The visible work was not a cover for the invisible work. It was its own thing, done correctly, because correct work was the correct thing to do. He wrote this down explicitly. The documentation practice is not a disguise for legitimate work. It is legitimate work alongside other legitimate work. One does not protect the other. Both are simply what is being done. He filed this with the activation logs. He sent a careful, formal correspondence request to the Bureau of Cultivation Regulation through by Jingru's authentication channel, signed with Elder Shun Hongli's practitioner registration number. The request described the private archive and requested a Bureau assessment officer conduct a standards review visit, framed as a cultivation documentation preservation matter. He told Elder Shun what he'd sent. Elder Shun said, "Good timing." He said, "Are you getting worse faster?" "The suppression technique has a specific pattern in the final stage," Elder Shun said. He was describing it the way he described everything, accurately, without drama. "I recognize the pattern from the notes I've kept. I have perhaps 6 weeks at current clarity." Tang Mingyi said, "What happens after that?" "I can still function. Clarity degrades. I won't be able to transmit complex information reliably." He paused. "The documentation is complete. The notes are correct. The archive is organized. I have been preparing for this for a long time. Tang Mingyi said nothing. Elder Shin said, "You will hear what I couldn't. That is enough." Chapter 20. The fourth week brought three things at once. Xiao Peiwen's monitoring intensified. Elder Shin Hongli's condition deteriorated visibly, and the formation in the lower archive activated. Tang Mingyi was not in the lower archive when it activated. He was in the first hall, cleaning. He felt it through the building's substrate. The modification layer running, capturing something, routing the copy outward. He wrote the timestamp and the activation signature from what he heard through the floor. He checked the access log. Lu Rinqi's entry, 40 minutes prior. A standard reference retrieval that had been processed normally. Lu Rinqi had accessed a technique that the modification was monitoring. He went to Lu Rinqi. He said, "I need to tell you something." Lu Rinqi looked up from his desk. Tang Mingyi told him about the modification. Not everything. Not the full source identification, but the monitoring function and the routing and the activation he'd just heard. He said, "You accessed something 40 minutes ago that triggered it. I don't know what they captured. I know something was sent out." Lu Rinqi's expression changed. He was quiet for a long time. He said, "I retrieved the founding documentation for the archive's original collection. Elder Huang Canshu asked me to verify a historical reference for him. A standard request." He paused. He needed me to access it. He understood. Tang Mingyi said, he needed a second party to access it so the routing wouldn't be attributed to him. Lu Rinqi said, "I should have seen that." Tang Mingyi said, "You didn't have the information to see it." Lu Rinqi said, "What do you need from me?" Tang Mingyi said, "I need you to report nothing until the Bureau Assessment Officer arrives. I have a correspondence request in motion. When the officer arrives, we will have the evidence package ready." Lu Rinqi said, "How long?" Tang Mingyi said, "I don't know. The request was filed 3 days ago." He returned to his cleaning duties. He visited Elder Shun Hongli that evening. The elder was sitting in his practice room with the formation array's low, steady voice surrounding him, and he looked the way a practitioner looked at the end of a long, clear day. Present, but also slightly above the immediate. He said, "The Bureau request was received." He had his own correspondence channels, his own awareness of what had reached the Bureau. "A response is pending." He also said, "My private archive is in the case on the east shelf. You know the notation. You know the organization. When I am no longer able to manage it myself, it transfers to you." Tang Mingyi said, "When is that?" Elder Shin said, "Earlier than I planned." He died 9 days later. The suppression technique's accumulated effect reached its final stage during the night. Without crisis, he did not suffer, as far as Tang Mingyi could determine from the formation signatures in the building the morning he was found. He simply stopped. The private archive was on the east shelf. Tang Mingyi moved it to his room. Elder Huang Canshu began dismantling Elder Shen Hongli's practice room the same afternoon, which was unusually prompt. The sect customarily waited a month before repurposing a senior elder's space. He had a team of practitioners there within hours. Tang Mingyi passed the practice room on his way to the archive and watched them work. He thought about 40 years of documentation and what it had been waiting for. He had the archive. He was a servant with no standing to present it. He went to Bai Jingru. He said, "The Bureau request. How do we accelerate it?" She said, "I add a disciple-level authentication escalation. I've done it once before." He said, "Do it." She sent the escalation that afternoon. 3 days later, Bureau Senior Assessor Mei Daisho arrived at the Verdant Needle sect for what she described in her travel authorization as a routine cultivation standards review. She was not looking at the standards. She was looking at a servant in the archive who had sent an unusual request under an elder's name 3 days before that elder's death, and who, when she arrived and identified herself quietly to Bai Jingru at the sect gate, was described as follows: quiet, methodical, has been documenting something for 6 weeks, has been waiting for you. Chapter 21. The formal correspondence request went through the sect's standard channel. This was Tang Mingyi's only option. Servants didn't have private correspondence accounts. All outgoing mail from the servant cohort was logged through the sect's central processing desk, which meant Elder Huang Canshu would see the entry within 48 hours. Which meant the 48 hours after filing were the window to have something in motion before the response came. He had Bai Jingru's authentication already in place. The escalation had been filed. There was nothing more to do except continue working and document carefully. What he had not anticipated was Elder Huang Canshu moving first. 3 days after the request was filed, a servant from the administrative office found Tang Mingyi in the archive with a formal summons. Elder Huang Canshu requested his presence. Not a disciplinary summons. A request, framed as a professional conversation. Tang Mingyi went. Elder Huang Canshu's office was orderly in a way that suggested long habits rather than recent preparation. He had a desk, a cultivation library behind it organized by system rather than sect, and a formation lamp that produced a Qi-quality Tang Mingi could hear as actively neutral, designed not to interfere with any specific practice type or any specific kind of perception. He had thought about Tang Mingi's ability when he designed his office. Tang Mingi sat in the indicated chair. Elder Huang Xianxia said, "I've been watching your archive work for 2 months." He said this the way he said most things, evenly, with the particular warmth of someone who had decided warmth was useful in this context. "It's impressive. The damage assessment alone would have taken our standard archivists a year. Your approach to the deteriorated collection is the most complete methodology we've had." Tang Mingi waited. "I want to offer you a formal position," Elder Huang Xianxia said. "Disciple status. Archive specialist. Working directly under my supervision, with access to the full restricted collection and formal compensation." He paused. "Your testing result prevents standard disciple entry, but I have the authority to make exceptions for demonstrated capability." Tang Mingi said, "What would the terms be?" Elder Huang Xianxia smiled slightly. "That's the right question. Standard disciple benefits, private quarters, cultivation support. Archive work would continue under the same methodology you've developed, expanded to cover the full collection." Tang Mingi said, "Working directly under your supervision. What would that involve?" "Regular reporting. Consultation on items of particular interest." He was watching Tang Mingi with an expression that was warm and careful at the same time. "I'd want your observations on specific items as the need arises." His voice said, "Beneficial arrangement." His intent said, "Monitoring access." Tang Mingi said, "I'd like to review the terms in writing before I respond." "Of course. I'll have a document prepared." Elder Huang Xianxia rose slightly from his chair, the natural conclusion gesture. "The position is yours when you're ready." Tang Mingi said, "Thank you, Elder." He walked back to the archive. He wrote that evening, "The offer is designed to reposition me as a beneficiary of Elder Huang's patronage. The terms will be vague on specifics, specific on the reporting requirement. I cannot accept it. Accepting would make me formally accountable to the person I'm documenting." He wrote, "The offer's existence confirms he considers me a manageable variable rather than a significant threat. This is accurate. At this moment, I am not yet a significant threat." He wrote, "The timing tells me he's seen the correspondence request. He's moving to secure me before the Bureau responds." He wrote, "The Bureau response needs to come quickly." Chapter 22. 4 days later, Assessor Mei Daixio arrived. Tang Mingi heard about it from Bai Jingru before he saw her. A bureau officer had come through the gate with a standards review authorization at second bell, had been hosted by the sect's administrative elder, and had been given a standard tour of the cultivation halls and practice yard. She hadn't asked for the archive yet. She had asked for the servant responsible for the recent archive maintenance reports. Wei Zuifeng came to find Tang Mingi in the first hall and said, with the neutrality of someone who was very carefully not expressing an opinion, "There's a bureau officer asking for you." He said, "Tell her I'll finish this section and come directly." He finished the section. Assessor Mei Daixio was in the north reading room, the same room whereby Jingru had tested him on the lotus step. She was a senior assessor, 40 years or so, with the carrying nothing quality of a practitioner who had traveled extensively and had long since stopped acquiring anything they didn't need. She looked at Tang Mingi when he came in with the straightforward assessment of someone who had read a file and was checking it against the actual subject. She said, "You sent the request under Elder Shun Hongli's registration number." He said, "He authorized me to. He died 9 days ago." She said, "I know." The registration flag on the request updated when his death was filed. She had papers in front of her, but wasn't consulting them. "Describe the private archive." He described it. She listened with the same quality of attention Bai Jingru had, the attention of someone who processed information laterally rather than sequentially. When he finished, she said, "And the formation modification." He described it. She said, "You can hear a modification in the deep formation and identify its encoding source. At the current tier, the source identification is partial. I can confirm the encoding style matches another modification in the main training hall. I can hear that the modification has a routing function. I cannot decode the routing destination with current capability." She said, "What would you need to decode the destination?" "Structural voice. The next cultivation tier." She said, "When will you reach it?" He said, "I don't know. I'm working on it." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I am going to describe this visit in my official travel record as a routine cultivation standards review." "That is accurate. I do have standards review documentation to complete while I'm here." She looked at him steadily. "Separately, I am registering you as a witness in an investigation into formation irregularity and possible unauthorized technique acquisition." Witness status grants you protected standing against sect disciplinary proceedings while the investigation is open. She put a single form on the table. She said, "You can decline." Tang Mingyi read the form. He signed it. Assessor Mei Daixio put the form away with the particular economy of motion of someone who had done this before and knew what came next. She said, "Tell me what you haven't told the archive committee." He told her. He told her about the night activation. The formation's routing mechanism had engaged twice in the past 3 weeks, once at the second hour and once near dawn, in patterns that were not consistent with normal formation maintenance. He told her about the specific technique categories he'd heard the formation process during each activation. He told her about Elder Shun Hongli's final week, the 62 pages of notation, the list of 17 activation events spanning 40 years. He told her about Elder Shun Hongli's line, "The builder. I believe this is the builder." She listened without writing. When he finished, she said, "You've been keeping a documentation practice." He said, "Since my 3rd week." She said, "Show me." He produced the notebooks he had been filling since arriving, the systematic record of everything he had heard in the formation, organized by date and category, cross-referenced with archive events and formation maintenance logs. She went through them. Not quickly. She turned pages carefully, reading the notation system he had developed, checking her understanding. After 20 minutes, she said, "Who taught you this notation?" He said, "Elder Shun Hongli's methodology. I adapted it." She said, "He was documenting the same thing without knowing what it was." He said, "Yes." She said, "And you know what it is?" He said, "I know more of what it is than he did. I still have significant gaps." She looked at the last notebook for another minute. She said, "Gaps or not, this is the clearest formation communication documentation I have seen. It's better than most registered formation scholars produce." He said, "Elder Shun had 60 years of practice. I've had 8 months. But he gave me the methodology." She closed the notebook. She said, "Keep going." He said, "Yes." She said, "I'm going to complete the standards review documentation this week. I'll need to spend time in the cultivation halls and with the sect's administrative records." "Nothing unusual." He said, "Is there anything specific you want me to do during that time?" She said, "Continue what you've been doing. Document the activations. Note anything that changes." She stood. "And do not mention this conversation to Elder Huang Xianxia." Tang Mingyi said, "I would not." She said, "I know." She had the quality of someone who had already made that assessment. "I'll be in touch." She left the north reading room. Tang Mingyi sat for a moment with the notebooks in front of him. He had been working toward this conversation for 8 months. Now that it had happened, what he felt was not relief, but a specific kind of focus. The documentation that had been private was now part of a formal investigation. It needed to be even better. He went back to the archive and worked. Chapter 23. Elder Huang Xianxia found out about the witness registration within 24 hours. The Bureau's witness registration system was not confidential at the institutional level. The sect's administrative elder would have received notification as a matter of procedure, and the administrative elder reported to Elder Huang Xianxia's oversight committee. By the following morning, the elder's warm professional interest in Tang Mingyi had been withdrawn from the room entirely. He did not contact Tang Mingyi directly. He contacted the archive committee. Lu Renshi received a formal memo. Given the Bureau investigation, the archive's interaction with Tang Mingyi should be formally documented going forward. All consultations should go through official channels. Lu Renshi filed this memo in the same place he filed things he disagreed with and didn't intend to act on. Pei Zhao Yuan's formal complaint was administratively paused pending investigation conclusion. Tang Mingyi continued his archive work. In the margins of normalcy, cleaning, scroll handling, damage assessment. He was building the evidence package with Assessor Mei Daixio. She visited the archive 3 times in the first week under the standards review authorization. Each visit produced documentation. His observations about the formation modifications, Elder Shun Hongli's private archive, the activation logs he'd been keeping for 6 weeks, Lu Renshi's account of the technique retrieval Elder Huang Xianxia had directed him to perform. Lu Renshi had decided to cooperate without being asked. He came to Tang Mingyi the morning after Assessor Mei Daixio arrived and said, "What do you need me to document?" Tang Mingyi said, "Exactly what happened. The request for the founding documentation. The timing. Your role in the retrieval." Lu Renshi said, "I reported your abilities to Elder Huang Xianxia on your first week." Tang Mingyi said, "I know." Lu Renshi said, "I should have thought about what he would do with that." Tang Mingyi said, "Your report was accurate. You reported what was true. The context wasn't available to you at the time." Lu Renshi looked at him for a moment. He said, "You're remarkably unconcerned about being reported on." Tang Mingyi said, "I was going to be visible eventually. The question was whether the evidence accumulated faster than the response. It did. He meant it genuinely. The report had accelerated Elder Huang Xianxia's interest, which had produced the protective vote, which had kept his archive access intact while he built the documentation. Everything had moved in the direction of sufficient evidence. Assessor Mei Daixio, reviewing the package at the end of the week, said, "This is more complete documentation than I've received from cases 4 times the size of this one." Tang Mingyi said, "The archive maintenance gave me sustained access. The formation speaks clearly once you know how to listen." She said, "The formation speaks. You mean you perceive," he said. "I hear what it's doing. The intent layer is as legible to me as the text layer would be to a standard practitioner." She considered this. She said, "The investigation will need to establish that your perception is reliable. Not for legal standing. The corroborating documentation establishes that independently, but for the fuller picture of what the modification was doing." He said, "I'll document my methodology. You can evaluate the accuracy." She said, "Do that." He spent the next 2 evenings writing the methodology documentation, the most complete description of resonance listening he had put on paper so far. What he heard, how he heard it, what the tiers meant in practice, where the limits were. He submitted it to Assessor Mei Daixio and a copy to the archive. He kept a 3rd copy. Chapter 24. Assessor Mei Daixio asked him about the deep formation on the 9th day of her visit. She had been to it twice already, with Bai Jingru as a formation analysis assistant. She could work with formation substrates at a standard level, enough to verify the existence of modification layers and their approximate age. She had confirmed that the modifications existed and were post-construction additions. She could not read their intent. She asked Tang Mingyi to come to the lower archive with her and describe what he heard while she documented the substrate characteristics. He sat in the center of the formation room for 40 minutes. He described the primary function, the original voice, the formation that predated the sect, the grammar he was developing slowly and couldn't yet fully interpret. He described the modification, the monitoring layer, the routing mechanism, the activation he'd heard 6 weeks ago, and every subsequent activation, all of which he had time-stamped in his notes. He described the most recent activation, which had happened 2 days prior. Middle of the night. A single technique category accessed. He described the category. Assessor Mei Daixio was writing quickly. He said, "There's one thing I can't confirm without the next tier. The routing destination. I can hear that there's one. I can hear the general direction. I cannot decode the specific address." She said, "Can you estimate when you'll reach the tier?" He said, "Weeks. Possibly a month. I've been pushing the structural voice capability as much as my schedule allows." She said, "We may not need to wait for that. Elder Shun Hongli's archive, does it contain anything about a routing network?" He thought about the 62 pages of careful notation. He said, cross-referencing it tonight. He found 2 relevant sections. The first described a formation network Elder Shun had suspected existed, a collection of monitoring points in multiple sects, all routed to a single recipient. He had documented the suspicion with the frustration of someone who could almost hear the full picture and couldn't quite get there. The second section was a list. A careful, annotated list of 17 items with timestamps over 40 years. Each item was a technique category. Each item was followed by a date and a quality description of what Elder Shun had heard from the main hall formation on that date. The modification layer's activation log, kept by someone who didn't know what he was hearing, who documented the sounds anyway, because sounds were what he had. Tang Mingyi brought both sections to Assessor Mei Daixio the next morning. She read them. She was quiet for a long time. She said, 40 years. He said, he knew something was wrong. He couldn't prove what. She said, this confirms the monitoring has been operational for at least 40 years and is still active. She set the papers down. The routing destination will require a formation standard analysis to trace. It's not a documentation problem. It's a technical problem. I can request the Bureau's technical division. He said, how long? She said, 2 weeks, possibly 3. They have to identify the destination from the substrate without triggering the routing mechanism. She paused. He stopped. You're not angry. Tang Mingyi said. I documented the complaints. I understood the reasoning. You were working from the available information. He paused. The available information was incomplete. Pei Xiaoyuan left without saying anything else. 2 days later, when Assessor Mei Daixio asked the archive's senior practitioners for a formal accounting of Tang Mingyi's access history, Pei Xiaoyuan submitted a written statement that described the complaints and their basis. He did not omit anything. He wrote, in retrospect, the complaints were filed on incomplete information and did not accurately characterize the subject's activities. Tang Mingyi read this statement when Lu Rinqi showed it to him. He said, he documented his own error accurately. Xianxia said. That's rare. Tang Mingyi said. It's the correct thing to do. He went back to work. Chapter 26. The external routing destination took the Bureau's technical division 18 days to trace. Tang Mingyi spent those 18 days doing what he could do, documenting, advancing, listening. The structural voice tier was close. He could feel the formation logic beginning to resolve, the way the first tier's technique intent had resolved from noise to distinct voices. He spent every hour in the lower archive that his schedule allowed, working at the formation's grammar. On the 14th day, the structural voice tier opened. He was standing in the center of the formation room, hands slightly away from his sides, listening to the modification layer's routing mechanism. He had been at it for 2 hours. The routing address was structured in a grammar he could hear but not yet speak, like being able to hear a word's rhythm without knowing its meaning. And then he could hear the meaning. Not suddenly, the way a locked door opened, with a click and a release. More like when light changed and a shape you'd been staring at resolved from ambiguity to clarity. The routing address was encoded in formation language, and formation language had become legible. He read the address. He wrote it down. He left the lower archive, went directly to Assessor Mei Daixio's temporary office, and put the notation on her desk. She read it. She said, a formation address in the Southern Territories. He said, it's been routing there for at least 40 years. The address is registered. She said, I'll have our technical team verify this independently. She was looking at the notation with the expression of someone who had been working on a problem for 3 weeks and had just found the piece that made the rest of the picture clear. This is a private estate. He said, registered to a name? She said, I'll find out. She looked up. How long have you been at Structural Voice? He said, 3 hours. She said, 3 hours. He said, the lower formation's grammar was the catalyst. I've been approaching the tier for 6 weeks. She was quiet for a moment. Then she wrote something in her assessment notes and said, this changes the case significantly. We're no longer looking at a formation irregularity. We're looking at a 40-year systematic archive extraction operation. The estate at the routing destination is going to have materials taken from multiple sections. He said, from multiple sects with the same family network connection. She stopped writing. She said, you said family network. He said, Elder Huang Xianxia's encoding style is distinctive. It's present in the main hall modification and the lower archive modification. But the encoding style has the particular quality of a trained manner. Something passed down, not something developed independently. He paused. Elder Shen Hongli documented similar modifications in 2 other sects he visited during the same 40-year window. The quality in his notes matches what I'm hearing. She wrote for 2 minutes without speaking. She said, I need to escalate. This is beyond a standards review. He said, I expected that. She said, you built this documentation knowing it would escalate. He said, I built it to be accurate. What it required for response was the investigation's problem to assess. She sent an escalation to the Bureau's Central Division that afternoon. Tang Mingyi went back to the archive and handled scrolls and clean shelves and listened to the formations speaking in their new, more legible grammar. Chapter 27. The escalation brought Director-level investigator Shui Longquan to the sect 5 days later. He was a large man in his late 50s who had the specific quality of someone who had been investigating cases for long enough that his default setting was skepticism about everyone, including himself. He reviewed the complete documentation package in a single day. Elder Shen Hongli's archive, Tang Mingyi's 6 weeks of formation observation notes, Xianxia's account, Pei Zheyuan's statement, Assessor Mei Daixio's formal findings. At the end of the day, he asked to meet Tang Mingyi. Tang Mingyi came to the assessment office. Director Shui said, walk me through your methodology. Tang Mingyi walked him through it. He described resonance listening from first principles, what it was, how it worked, what the tiers meant in practice, where the limits were. He described how he had heard the formation modifications and what he had been able to determine at each tier. Director Shui listened without expression. When Tang Mingyi finished, he said, the routing address you provided was verified by our technical team independently from your observation. It matches. Tang Mingyi said, good. Director Shui said, the evidence from your perception alone would be inadmissible in a formal proceeding. The corroborating documentation you built makes it usable. Tang Mingyi said, I knew my perception couldn't be the sole evidence. I built for corroboration. Director Shui said, you knew you needed corroboration. Tang Mingyi said, standard documentation methodology. The claim requires evidence that can be independently verified. I provided both the claim and the verification pathway. Director Shui looked at him for a moment. He said, you're a servant in a technique archive. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, The last 5 cases I worked were reported by senior practitioners with institutional standing and full formal training. None of them produced documentation as methodologically sound as what you built in 6 weeks. Tang Mingyi said, I had sustained archive access and sufficient time. Most practitioners reporting formation irregularities don't. Director Xue said, I suppose that's one way to look at it. He stood. The investigation expands from standards review to formal corruption case. Your witness status continues. Don't go anywhere. Tang Mingyi said, I have archive maintenance scheduled through the end of the month. Director Xue said, Good. Continue it. He left. Tang Mingyi went back to work. The archive in the afternoon was quiet. It was a practice day, most disciples in the courtyards. He moved through the first hall with the cleaning materials and the scrolls' voices and the particular quality of stillness that had come to feel like a natural state. Working, listening, building the record. He thought about the practitioner whose notes he had heard in the disposal pile. The one who had documented what she found before she was stopped. He thought about Elder Shun Hongli's 40 years. He wrote that evening, The investigation is moving. I have sufficient standing now to deliver information to people who can act on it. The years of documentation that preceded me, Elder Shun's archive, the practitioner in the disposal pile, needed this point in time to be actionable. The documentation was not wasted. It was waiting. He wrote, I am the person the documentation was waiting for. He sat with this for a while. He wrote, that is a significant thing to be. I should be careful not to treat it as more than what it is, which is the next step in a long sequence. Chapter 28 by Jingru found him in the archive on the 14th day of Director Xue's investigation. She had been careful throughout, supporting without inserting herself, available without being present in ways that would draw attention to her involvement before it was useful. She came to the archive on a legitimate research visit and, when they were alone, said, 6 practitioners have come to me in the past week asking about this servant in the archive who helped their cultivation advancement. Tang Mingyi looked up from his sorting. She said, I've been saying I don't know what they're talking about. He said, that's accurate. She said, it's becoming less accurate. Guo Liqian mentioned her breathing pattern adjustment to her instructor, and her instructor said she must have had outside help, and she said it came from a study session, and 2 other practitioners were at that study session. She sat down across from him. Your informal assistance network is visible enough to be discussed. Tang Mingyi considered this. He said, is it a problem? She said, it's not a problem. It's an opportunity and a complication. She paused. The investigation is going to change your standing here. When Elder Huang Zangshu is formally charged, the dynamics shift. What you've been doing informally, you could do formally. He said, I don't have formal standing to consult on cultivation technique. She said, you could have. The Bureau can grant formal recognition to practitioners with demonstrated capability outside standard testing parameters. The investigation provides the documentation. He thought about the documentation problem notes he'd been accumulating for months. The credits attributed to rank rather than source. The advancement records that contained accurate outcomes and invisible causes. He said, a formal framework would mean the consultations were in the record. She said, yes. And it would mean the practitioners who came to you would have an accurate record of their advancement pathway. He said, I'll raise it with Assessor Mei Daixio. She said, I already did. She says the Bureau has precedent for this type of recognition, but it requires a formal evaluation. She's included it in the investigation recommendations. Tang Mingyi said, you planned this. Bai Jingru said, I've been watching you build documentation that nobody could see and thinking about how to make it visible for 3 months. She was matter-of-fact about it. The investigation creates the context. I just prepared the groundwork. He said, thank you. She said, don't thank me. Tell me what you've been hearing in the lower archive that you haven't told anyone yet. He told her. She listened. At the end she said, so the formation that the sect was built around is a teaching tool that no one can read. He said, I'm reading it. Slowly. It's a foundational grammar, underneath technique level. I don't have the vocabulary for the full content yet. She said, what does it feel like to hear it? He thought about this. He said, like hearing a language you've never studied and knowing from the sound alone that what's being said is important. She said, that's actually how I feel about cultivation theory sometimes. He said, then you understand the experience. She said, I understand the frustration of it, anyway. She stood. Keep going. When you can read it fully, I want to be in the room. He said, you'll be in the room. Chapter 29 Director Xue called an informal session in the investigation office on the 16th day. Present, Tang Mingyi, Assessor Mei Daixio, Lu Rinxi, and, unexpectedly, Pei Zhaoyuan, who had been invited on the grounds that he had filed formal complaints that were part of the case record and deserved to understand how the investigation had developed. Director Xue said, "The routing destination has been confirmed as an estate in the Southern Territories registered to a private cultivation collective. Bureau records identify the collective as the Resonance Silence Academy. It has operated for approximately 80 years. He set the estate documentation on the table. The Academy has been collecting technique intent documentation from multiple sects for decades, he continued. Not the techniques themselves, the intent layer. The chi substrate encoding. The component that, he looked at Tang Mingyi, you describe as the voice. Tang Mingyi said, yes. They've been collecting voice documentation. We don't yet know why. He looked at the documents. The investigation expands to the Academy. I'm requesting a formal access order for the Southern Estate. He paused. You should know this means the investigation is now significantly larger than this sect. Lu Renshi said, does the sect need to do anything differently? Director Xue said, continue normal operations. The investigation's next phase takes place at the Academy site. Pei Xiaoyuan had been silent throughout. He said, now, the Resonance Silence Academy. The name suggests they know about. He looked at Tang Mingyi. What he does? Director Xue said, that's an inference we're currently investigating. Pei Xiaoyuan looked at Tang Mingyi. He said, they've been collecting the thing you can hear. For 80 years. Tang Mingyi said, that's what the routing documentation indicates. Pei Xiaoyuan said, that seems relevant to your safety. Tang Mingyi said, I've thought about that. He had thought about it. He had documented the thought. With the specific quality of precision he brought to things that were uncomfortable. The Resonance Silence Academy had been collecting intent voice documentation, which suggested they either wanted the capability or wanted to understand it. Both possibilities had specific implications for a practitioner who had the capability. He had filed these implications carefully and continued working. The investigation was his best available protection. A witness in an active bureau investigation was harder to act against than a servant in an archive. He had said this to Assessor Mei Daisho 2 weeks ago. She had said, that's why we moved quickly. He had said, I know. The session concluded. Tang Mingyi returned to the archive. He had the evening free of maintenance duties and spent it in the lower formation room, working at the deep formations vocabulary. The structural voice tier had opened the formation grammar to him. The vocabulary within that grammar expanded daily with sustained practice. He heard, that evening, one new word in the foundational layer. He wrote it down with careful notation. He said it aloud, quietly, in the empty room. The formation's response was minimal, but different from the previous day's response. Recognition, slightly more specific. He was learning the language. Chapter 30 Lu Renshi came to him on the 18th day with an apology. Formal, unprompted, specific. Not an apology for the initial report to Elder Huang Xianxia. Tang Mingyi had already addressed that, and Lu Renshi had understood the response. This was a different apology. He said, I have the technique withdrawal records from the last 20 years. I've been going through them since the investigation expanded. He set a stack of papers on the work table. Every technique that was accessed through the lower archives routing activation, cross-referenced with what I know about the Academy's collection. Tang Mingyi looked at the papers. Lu Renshi said, 47 techniques over 20 years, in the categories I had access to verify. All of them went to the Academy. Some of them are techniques that haven't been in active sect use for 15 years. He paused. I approved some of those removal from active use decisions. He was not saying, I was manipulated. He was saying, I made decisions that had effects I didn't know about, and now I know. Tang Mingyi said, you're documenting this for the investigation. Lu Renshi said, it's in the formal record. He looked at the papers. 20 years. I maintain these archives. I knew every scroll in this collection. I didn't know what was being taken because I didn't know what to listen for. Tang Mingyi said, the methodology for hearing it wasn't documented. Lu Renshi said, no. He paused. I want to learn it. Tang Mingyi said, I don't know how to teach it directly. I can describe what I hear. Whether you can develop the perception from the description depends on whether you have the underlying capacity. Lu Renshi said, Elder Shun Hongli told me once, 20 years ago, that I would never hear the technique speak. He said it as a statement of fact, not a judgment. He paused. I've been wondering, since I read your methodology documentation, whether he was right. Tang Mingyi said, I can tell you in about 3 hours. Lu Renshi said, tomorrow morning? Tang Mingyi said, tomorrow morning. The session produced no immediate result. Lu Renshi's perception was conventional, without the specific chi sensitivity that resonance listening required at its base level. But there was something in the way he held the scroll, in the careful deliberateness of his attention, that reminded Tang Mingyi of Bai Jingru 3 months ago. Not the same thing. but the orientation toward listening as a practice rather than a skill. He told Lu Renshi, "You won't hear what I hear." But the methodology has an application for practitioners who can't hear directly. The habit of asking what a technique is trying to do before executing it. That's available to anyone. Lu Renshi said, "What does it produce?" Tang Mingyi said, "More careful practice. More accurate assessment of what's working and why." He paused. "It produces the kind of practitioner who would have caught what was happening in this archive before it ran for 20 years. Lu Renshi was quiet. He said, "I want to implement that methodology in the archive's research consultation protocols." Tang Mingyi said, "I can help design it." They worked on it together for 3 evenings that week. The consultation protocol that emerged was not a formal teaching of resonance listening. It was a documentation standard. Every technique consultation had to include an attempt to describe what the technique was trying to do, in plain terms, before any discussion of form or execution. It was the beginning of the language that didn't exist before. Tang Mingyi added it to his running notes. He wrote, "Documentation problem, partial solution." The language to describe technique intent exists in the consultation protocol. This is the first formal institutional recognition that technique voice is a category of information worth documenting. He wrote, "This is what Elder Shen Hongli spent 40 years trying to build. It took the investigation to create the space for it." He wrote, "The investigation created the space. The space was always what was needed." Chapter 31, The Old Collection. Lu Renshi unlocked the East Annex's restricted section with Director Shue's formal access order and Tang Mingyi's archive consultant certification. The formal recognition assessor Mei Daishio had pushed through, which gave him the standing to access materials that had previously required a disciple-level authorization. The restricted section held the archive's oldest materials. Scrolls that predated the current sect building, the current classification system, the current technique families. Some of them had been formally designated non-functional, the same designation as the deteriorated Annex collection, but applied to these scrolls 200 years ago without the review that had produced Tang Mingyi's damage assessment methodology. He worked through the section methodically. 26 of the non-functional scrolls were non-functional in the obvious sense. Their text was too degraded to read. Their chi substrate had lost coherence. They produced no intent voice, even at close range. He documented these accurately. 3 of the scrolls were not non-functional. Their text had faded past legibility. But their chi substrate encoding was intact. They had been high-quality scrolls, produced by practitioners who encoded intent deeply enough that 2 centuries of deterioration hadn't reached the substrate layer. Tang Mingyi held each of them and listened. All 3 had the same quality he'd found in the 7 historical voice scrolls in the deteriorated Annex. A strong, individual impression. A practitioner whose approach to chi was distinct and careful and old. Different practitioner from the 7 in the Annex. But speaking, unmistakably, in the same tradition. He wrote, 3 additional scrolls in the restricted section carry the same historical voice tradition as the 7 in the East Annex, but from a different individual. Different era, approximately 200 years ago rather than 40 years ago. The tradition extends backward at least 200 years. Cross-reference. Elder Shen Hongli's notes about a practitioner he learned from who was part of a longer lineage. He wrote, "Resonance listening has a documented lineage in this sect's archive. It predates the current sect structure. It may be older than the current archive classification system." He sat with this. The formation in the basement had been built before the sect. The sect had been built around it. The archive had been placed above it to give access to the substrate layer. Access to the substrate layer for whom? He went back to the 3 scrolls and listened more carefully. The techniques they contained were, the word for it was pre-curriculum. Before the sect's technique family had been standardized, before the training methods had been categorized. The intent in these 3 techniques was broader, more exploratory, the voice of a practitioner who was still developing the framework rather than working within one. One of the 3 had a note encoded in the substrate, not the technique intent, but a practitioner's personal message, layered beneath. The kind of thing practitioners wrote when they weren't sure if anyone would read it. Tang Mingyi read it. It said, "The formation speaks. If you are hearing this, you have the capacity to hear it. Come find the lower level. What it is trying to say is worth understanding." He sat for a long time. He wrote, "The archive was designed as a breadcrumb trail. The deteriorated scrolls with historical voice, the restricted section scrolls, the lower formation, they are a sequence placed deliberately by practitioners who had this ability and wanted the next practitioner who had it to find the path." He wrote, "Elder Shen Hongli had been walking this path for 40 years and running out of capacity to continue it." He wrote, "He brought me into it at the right time." He went to Director Shue's office and described the finding. Director Shue said, 100 years of breadcrumbs." Tang Mingyi said, At minimum 200. Director Shui said. And the academy was collecting the techniques from this collection. Tang Mingyi said, yes. The routing logs show activation when the restricted section was accessed. Someone was monitoring whether practitioners were finding the breadcrumbs. Director Shui said, the academy knew the breadcrumb trail was here. Tang Mingyi said, they've been watching it for at least 40 years. They wanted to know if someone was following it. Director Shui said, were they trying to stop them or find them? Tang Mingyi said, that's what the Southern Estate investigation will tell us. Chapter 32 Elder Huang Xianxia's formal cooperation with the investigation lasted 4 days before he stopped cooperating. He had answered Director Shui's initial questions with the same practiced warmth he brought to everything, providing general context about the archive's history and his tenure as supervising elder. He had not provided specific context about the formation modifications. On the 5th day, he said, I think I should have formal representation before continuing. Director Shui said, that's your right. Elder Huang Xianxia requested a specific legal advocate, a practitioner based in the Southern Territories, which Tang Mingyi noted. The advocate had 4 days to arrive, during which the formal questioning paused. During those 4 days, something happened in the lower archive. Tang Mingyi was in the first hall, early morning, when he heard the lower formation's activation. Not the modification layer, the original formation. It had activated in a way it hadn't during any of his previous visits. A specific signal, encoded in the foundation grammar he'd been developing vocabulary for. He went downstairs. The formation room was empty. No one had been in it. The access log showed no entry since his own last visit. But the formation had activated independently, in response to something. He listened. The signal was still in the substrate, not fading, but present, like an echo that hadn't finished resolving. He listened carefully and translated it with the vocabulary he'd accumulated over 3 months. It was a response to the external routing shutdown. The modification layer had stopped routing. Either the academy had shut it down voluntarily, or Director Shui's investigation had disrupted it. And the original formation, in the absence of the modification's interference, had produced a signal. Tang Mingyi translated what he could. The signal was a confirmation of presence, in the formation grammar, directed outward. As if the formation had been waiting for the interference to stop and had immediately sent a message. To whom? He wrote this up carefully and brought it to Director Shui. Director Shui said, the formation sent a signal when the academy's routing stopped. Tang Mingyi said, in the foundational grammar. I can partially translate it. It's a presence confirmation, a still here signal, addressed to a destination I can't decode yet. Director Shui said, a different destination from the academy routing. Tang Mingyi said, yes. The formation has its own communication network, completely separate from the academy's modification layer. Director Shui looked at him for a long moment. He said, this sect's archive basement is talking to something. Tang Mingyi said, has been talking to something for potentially 200 years, independently of the academy's surveillance. Director Shui said, and the academy knew about it and was monitoring it. Tang Mingyi said, the academy was monitoring who was accessing the breadcrumb trail. Whether they knew about the formation's independent communication, I can't say from what I have. Director Shui rubbed his face. He said, go back to the lower formation and keep listening. Tang Mingyi went back. He spent 4 hours in the lower formation room that afternoon, and 3 more the following morning. The signal was still in the substrate, not fading. That was the first thing he confirmed. Standard qi transmissions dispersed within hours. This was different, anchored in the foundational layer in a way that suggested the medium itself was retaining the impression, as if the formation had spoken into stone rather than air. He listened to it with everything he had. The signal was not a simple presence confirmation. He had translated it as such on the first pass, because that was the most legible layer. But beneath the surface statement, still here, there was structure, encoded in the same foundational grammar as the deep formation's primary voice, but denser, more specific. He worked at the vocabulary he'd been accumulating for 3 months. By the end of the first afternoon, he had 3 fragments. The first was what he'd identified before, a presence confirmation. The second was a capability assessment, a question embedded in the signal's encoding that was asking, in the formation's grammar, something like, who is listening? The third was harder to translate. It felt like a directive or an instruction. The grammar structure said, when someone hears this, they should know, and then the content of what they should know was in vocabulary he didn't have yet. He wrote all of this in his notebook with the care of someone translating an ancient text without a reference guide. He wrote, the signal is more complex than I initially translated. It is not only confirming presence. It is assessing the listener. It contains information it is trying to transmit to whoever hears clearly enough. He wrote, The formation has been waiting for someone capable of receiving the full transmission. It sent this signal when the routing interference stopped, not because the interference had been the only problem. The interference had been preventing the formation from assessing whether anyone was listening. When the interference stopped, the first thing the formation did was test. He brought this to Director Xue. Director Xue read the notation. He said, "The formation is testing you." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes, and I'm not yet capable of receiving the full transmission. The third fragment is in vocabulary I haven't developed. I'll need more time." Director Xue said, "How much time?" Tang Mingyi said, "I don't know. The vocabulary expands with practice. I've been at structural voice for 3 weeks. Each week brings new terms." Director Xue said, "Keep going." He kept going. Chapter 33 by Jingru had a theory. She presented it the following evening, in the lower formation room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, while Tang Mingyi listened to the substrate signals, and she worked through the formation analysis she'd been developing in parallel. She said, "The breadcrumb trail was placed by practitioners with resonance listening ability. The formation was built before the sect. The sect was built around it. The formation has its own communication network." He said, "Yes." She said, "What if the formation wasn't just a teaching tool? What if it's a communication relay, something the original practitioners built to maintain contact with other sites that have the same foundation formation?" Tang Mingyi held still. He said, "Other sites with the same foundation formation." She said, "If the original cultivation world had practitioners who could hear the foundational grammar, they might have built formations at multiple locations that could communicate with each other through the substrate. The equivalent of a correspondence network, but in Qi architecture rather than written letters." He said, "The Academy's estate is in the Southern Territories." She said, "Yes." He said, "And the Academy has been collecting intent voice documentation from multiple sects over 80 years. She said, "Yes." He said, "They're collecting the breadcrumbs, not to stop people from following the trail, to build their own map of where the formations are." Bai Jingru said, "That's my theory." Tang Mingyi listened to the formation's substrate. He said, "The signal the formation sent when the routing stopped. It wasn't a presence confirmation. It was a query. He had been translating for 2 days. In the foundational grammar, it was asking, in the vocabulary I can partially translate, whether the receiving formation was still active." She said, "Whether another site was still there." He said, "Yes." She said, "Did you hear a response?" He said, "Not yet." She said, "If there is one, it might take time. The substrate communication doesn't work on our timescale." He said, "How do you know that?" She said, "The formation was built before the sect, which means before most of our cultivated formation protocols. Early formation communication worked through substrate resonance propagation rather than Qi transmission. It's slow." She paused. "Days, possibly weeks." He said, "I'll keep listening." She said, "I know." She looked at him across the formation room. "This is the largest thing you found, larger than the investigation." He said, "The investigation is what made it accessible." She said, "I know." She paused. "I'm glad you're the one who found it." He said, "I had the right tools and the right position." She said, "Tang Mingyi, you're allowed to say you're glad too." He thought about this. He said, "I am glad." He said it without elaboration, the way he said things that were true and didn't require performance. She seemed satisfied with that. They sat in the formation room for a moment longer. Bai Jingru said, "When do you think the network was built?" Tang Mingyi said, "Before the sect. The formation predates the construction records by at least 80 years, possibly more. The foundational grammar has characteristics elder Shin associated with pre-standardization cultivation, the early period before the major sect lineages formalized their methods." She said, 200 years ago. He said, "More. The formation syntax has features I haven't encountered in any documented technique library. The grammar may predate written cultivation records entirely." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "Practitioners who built a communication network across multiple sites, in a grammar so old we don't have the reference materials for it. And then what happened to them?" He said, "The documentation is gone. That's the gap I can't fill. The formation grammar exists. The formations exist. The practitioners who built them are not in any lineage record I've found." She said, "They weren't sect practitioners." He said, "The grammar doesn't match any known sect methodology. The formations predate the sect system as it currently exists." He paused. "I think they were a different kind of practitioner entirely. The cultivation tradition the breadcrumb trail preserves, what Elder Shun called the historical lineage, isn't a sect tradition. It's older than the sections." She said, "And the sects built their archives on top of the foundation sites." He said, "Some sections. Not all of them." the ones where the formation substrate was strong enough to make the location naturally favorable for cultivation practice. He had been thinking about this for weeks. The practitioners who chose the verdant needle sect site knew what they were building on. The formation was already there. The sect came after, Bai Jingru said. Then the formation wasn't built to teach cultivation to sect practitioners. It was built before sect cultivation existed. He said, the breadcrumbs in the restricted collection, the techniques that lead toward resonance listening, were placed by someone who had resonance listening ability and wanted to preserve it for whoever came after. But the formation that the breadcrumbs teach you to hear is much older than the person who placed the breadcrumbs. She said, someone found the formation, understood what it was, and tried to make sure the next generation could find it too. He said, yes. Multiple someones, probably, over multiple generations. The breadcrumb trail was added to, refined. The notation in Elder Shin's restricted collection has several distinct hands. She was quiet. She said, that's a long time to keep something alive without knowing who would find it. He said, it's a very careful kind of hope. She said, is that what you're doing too? When you write everything down? He thought about it seriously. He said, I'm documenting what I've found, so that whoever comes after me has the record. Yes, the same kind of hope. She didn't say anything else for a while. Chapter 34. Elder Huang Xianxia's advocate arrived from the Southern Territories, and the formal questioning resumed. The advocate was a thin practitioner named Kai Wenma who had the bearing of someone who dealt in precise distinctions and was comfortable with precision. He reviewed the evidence package in a day and then walked his client through a specific position. Elder Huang Xianxia said, in the resumed questioning, that he had indeed placed formation modifications in the lower archive and the main training hall. He acknowledged this directly. He said the modifications served a specific purpose, monitoring for practitioners who were developing the cultivation ability that the restricted scrolls documented, the historical voice lineage, the resonance listening tradition. He said, the ability is real. I've known about it since my grandfather's documentation of its effects 3 generations ago. The ability is also destabilizing to a sect's operational structure. Director Shui said, destabilizing. Elder Huang Xianxiu said, a practitioner who can hear what techniques are trying to do, at sufficient tier, can identify the difference between a technique's stated purpose and its actual intent. In a cultivation world where significant power is vested in the accuracy of technique documentation, that creates significant asymmetry. He said it without drama. It was a real argument. Tang Mingyi, listening, wrote, his intent is genuinely mixed. The monitoring was not purely self-serving. He believes the asymmetry is a genuine problem. He addressed it through surveillance and control, which was wrong, but the problem he identified may be real. He wrote this in his notes during the questioning and shared it with Director Shui after. Director Shui read it. He said, you're documenting that your main antagonist has a point. Tang Mingyi said, he has a point and wrong methods. Those are separate things. Both should be in the record. Director Shui said, most witnesses don't argue for nuance in a case that's going to produce charges against them. Tang Mingyi said, inaccurate documentation of Elder Huang Xianxiu's motivation doesn't serve the record. His motivation is relevant to understanding what he did and why, and to understanding the broader question that his actions were a response to. Director Shui looked at him. He said, you're thinking about the broader question. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, write it up. He wrote it up. A clear documentation of Elder Huang Xianxiu's stated position. The asymmetry problem. The argument that resonance listening ability created a practitioner who could see through the technique documentation that everyone else took at face value, and the argument that this was destabilizing. He presented it without endorsing or refuting it. Both the argument and its problems deserved accurate record. He sent it to the investigation file and a copy to Bai Jingru. She read it that evening and said, he's right that it's an asymmetry. He said, yes. She said, he's wrong that the answer is suppression. He said, yes. She said, so what's the right answer? He said, documentation. Clear methodology for what technique intent means and how to read it. Make the asymmetry available to anyone who wants to develop the capacity. She said, can anyone develop it? He said, I don't know yet. That's the next documentation problem. Chapter 35. The Resonance Silence Academy's estate access order came through on the 22nd day. Director Shui organized a travel team. Himself, Assessor Mei Daixio, Tang Mingyi, Bai Jingru, and a bureau formation specialist. They would be at the estate within 10 days. Elder Huang Xianxiu was placed under formal bureau oversight, not detained, but required to remain at the sect and report daily. His advocate filed a preliminary challenge to the charges, which Director Shui acknowledged and forwarded to the formal proceeding queue. The investigation had moved past the sect. Tang Mingyi spent his last 3 days before departure in the lower formation room. The formation had sent its query signal 4 days ago. He had been listening continuously, in every available hour, for a response. On the 3rd day before departure, at the 3rd hour of the morning, the response came. It was faint, propagated through the substrate over days, attenuated by distance, but legible now that he had enough vocabulary. He sat with it for 2 hours, translating carefully. The responding formation was present. The responding formation was active. The responding formation confirmed. One practitioner in current residence who can hear this frequency. Tang Mingyi translated the second part 3 times to confirm he was reading it correctly. The Resonance Silence Academy's estate had a formation of the same type as the Verdant Needle sect's lower archive, and there was a practitioner there who could hear it. He wrote this immediately. He went to Director Shui's temporary office at first light and put the notation on his desk. Director Shui read it. He said, "The Academy's estate has the same formation." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Director Shui said, "And a practitioner with your ability is at that estate." Tang Mingyi said, "A practitioner who can hear the formation's communication frequency. Whether they have resonance listening ability in the full sense, or something narrower, I can't tell from this." Director Shui said, "The Academy has been collecting intent voice documentation for 80 years. They found a practitioner who could hear the formation." Tang Mingyi said, "Or the practitioner found the Academy because of the formation." Director Shui said, "The third option, the Academy built around the formation the same way this sect did." Tang Mingyi said, "That's possible." Director Shui said, "If there are 2 of these formations, built by the same original practitioners, at different sites, there are probably more than 2. Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Director Shui said, "We're traveling to a site that has a formation that's been trying to talk to this one, with a practitioner present who can hear it, who is part of an organization that's been collecting technique voice documentation from multiple sections." He looked at the notation. "The investigation is significantly larger than I thought 2 weeks ago." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Director Shui said, "Are you ready for that?" Tang Mingyi said, "I have a complete documentation package for everything we know so far. I have a methodology for continuing to document what we find. I have the lower formations vocabulary up to my current tier." He paused. "I don't know what we'll find at the estate. I can't prepare for the specific content. I can prepare to document accurately." Director Shui said, "That's sufficient." He said it the way an experienced practitioner said something true. Tang Mingyi said, "Thank you." He went back to the archive for his last morning of maintenance duties before the journey. The scrolls spoke. The formation spoke. The basement formation was quiet, its query acknowledged, waiting with the patience of very old things for whatever came next. He listened. Chapter 36. The journey south took 9 days. Tang Mingyi spent them listening to the countryside. He had been confined to the sect for 6 months. The cultivation world's ambient qi had a quality he hadn't had time to develop perception for while archive maintenance and formation listening consumed his attention. Now, moving through open landscape for the first time since his arrival at the Verdant Needle sect, he discovered that the environmental reader tier was beginning to develop. Not fully, but the periphery was there, the way the edge of a vision expanded when you stopped looking directly at it. The qi here was different from the northern sect territories. Not better or worse. Different in character, a different emphasis in the elemental distribution, a different mood in the ambient spiritual energies behavior. He wrote 12 pages of observation notes in 9 days. Bai Jingru, who had been watching him write with the expression of someone who was getting used to being around a practitioner who documented everything, asked, "What does the qi here sound like?" He said, "Less cultivation influenced. Most of the northern territory has been shaped by centuries of sect practice. The ambient qi has absorbed the intentions of practitioners who've worked in it for generations. Here it's more," he searched for the word, "original, closer to what the formation's foundational grammar describes." She said, "Does that tell you anything?" He said, "It tells me the Academy's estate was probably chosen for the same reason the Verdant Needle sect site was chosen. The original practitioners placed their formations in areas where the ambient qi was still close to foundational quality." She said, "A network of sites where the ambient qi made it easier to hear the foundational grammar." He said, "Or where the formations would communicate most clearly with each other." She said, "Both, probably." He said, "Yes, both." The formation specialist, Huang Che, had been listening to this conversation. He was a methodical practitioner in his late 30s who worked in substrate analysis for the Bureau's technical division and had the quality of someone very good at a specific thing who was encountering evidence that the specific thing was larger than he'd thought. He said, "You said the foundations communicate through substrate resonance propagation." Tang Mingyi said, "That's by Jingru's analysis. I've confirmed it from the listening side." Huang Che said, "If there's a network of these sites, the substrate communication between them would be extensive. Multi-century propagation through the cultivation world's foundational layer." He paused. "That's not a formation network. That's an infrastructure." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Huang Che said nothing for a moment. He said, "I've been doing substrate analysis for 12 years. I've never seen anything at that scale." Tang Mingyi said, "Neither had I until 6 months ago." Huang Che was quiet for a moment, watching the landscape pass. He said, "You hear the formation at the verdant needle sect. Do you hear the route we're traveling on? Can you hear whether the substrate between sites carries the communication?" Tang Mingyi said, "I'm beginning to. The peripheral range of the environmental reader tier, it's not fully developed. But since we left the Northern Territory, I've been hearing something in the substrate that doesn't feel like ambient qi. It feels like residue, like a channel that's been used often enough to leave a shaped impression." Huang Che said, "Like a path through a forest." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes, exactly that." Huang Che said, "In substrate analysis, what you're describing is called formation drift. When a transmission channel is used repeatedly, it develops a preferential resonance in the substrate layer. The channel becomes easier to use because the substrate has adapted to it." He paused. "I've seen formation drift in practitioner roads and trade route formations, artificial channels built for commerce. I've never seen it in a channel nobody was deliberately maintaining." Tang Mingyi said, "The communication between formations happens slowly. Over decades, centuries. Each transmission deepens the channel slightly." Huang Che said, "A path nobody walked, but the footprints are still there." Tang Mingyi said, "They walked it. They walked it very slowly." Bai Jingru, from the other side of the traveling compartment, said, "If we can detect the substrate channels between sites, we could map the network without going to each site individually." Huang Che looked at her. He said, "That's theoretically possible. Substrate drift analysis at the channel level. It would require specialized instrumentation and someone who could hear the channels simultaneously." He looked at Tang Mingyi. Tang Mingyi said, "The environmental reader tier develops regional perception. If I'm near enough to a channel and the channel is pronounced enough, I might be able to trace it in both directions." Bai Jingru said, "So once we confirm the academy site, we could map outward from there." Huang Che said, "The Bureau's technical division doesn't have anyone who can do the listening component. I've never worked with a resonance listener before this assignment." Tang Mingyi said, "I know what I can currently do. At the next tier, more should be accessible. I'll document the current capability accurately so we know what's available." Huang Che wrote something in his own notebook. He said, "I've been doing substrate analysis for 12 years, and I have learned more about formations in the past 3 days than in the previous 3 years. I want to note that for the official record." Tang Mingyi said, "I'll note it." He wrote it down in his documentation. The specialist's assessment of the collaboration, the 3-day information transfer, the specific parameters of what Huang Che's technical analysis had confirmed and what Tang Mingyi's perception had provided. He dated it. He noted the route they were traveling, the chi character of the landscape, the faint impression of a channel that ran beneath it like an old road through a young forest. The formation network was real. He was traveling along it. Chapter 37. The estate was visible from a distance. Not physically remarkable. A large compound in the southern style, walled, with gardens that had the particular chi quality of a cultivation environment that had been maintained for decades. The formation specialist, Huang Che, could detect the substrate signatures from half a li away and confirmed what Tang Mingyi had been hearing since they'd cleared the last ridge. A deep formation, same foundational character as the verdant needle sect's lower archive formation, significantly older than the estate buildings above it. Director Xue presented the access order at the gate. They were met by 3 practitioners, the estate's administrative staff, courteous and careful in the way of people who had received bureau investigators before. They did not resist the access order. They showed the team to a formal reception room and sent a message to the estate's director. While they waited, Tang Mingyi listened. The compound was larger than it appeared from outside. 7 or 8 buildings, based on the chi signatures. The main building at the center had the quality of a research institution. Multiple practitioners working at different tiers, technique voices overlapping in the ways they did when people were working on related problems rather than independent ones. Somewhere in the compound's eastern building, There was a practitioner whose chi signature had the same quality as Tang Mingyi's own, not identical, not precisely the same method, but working in the same direction, hearing in the same way. A resonance listener. The same practitioner who had received the formation's response signal. He wrote, "The practitioner is in the eastern building. I can hear their cultivation signature clearly from the reception room. They know we're here. Their chi signature has the quality of someone listening with focused attention. They are hearing us the way I am hearing them." He showed this to Bai Jingru. She read it. She said quietly, "Are they hostile?" He said, "I can't determine that from the cultivation signature alone." Director Shui entered the reception room, and then the estate director came in. Her name was Duan Ruoshi. She was in her mid-50s, and she moved with the slight careful precision of someone who had been suppressed once and had learned to monitor their own chi state continuously. She sat across from Director Shui and said, "I was told you had a formation specialist and a witness with unusual perception capability." Director Shui said, "Correct." She said, "The practitioner in the eastern building. His name is Wen Changqing. He told me you'd arrive before your message reached us." She looked at Tang Mingyi. "He says you know." Tang Mingyi said, "I heard his signature when we came through the gate." Duan Ruoshi said, "You're at structural listener." He said, "Yes." She said, "Wen Changqing is at historical echo." She used the tier names from the same system Tang Mingyi had developed from Elder Shun Hongli's notes. "He has been with us for 11 years. We found him the way we find most of the practitioners who come here. His testing array produced a 0 rating. He didn't know why. We did." Director Shui said, "You've been collecting practitioners with this ability." Duan Ruoshi said, "Finding them. Offering them context for what they can do." She looked at Tang Mingyi directly. "The way no one offered you context." Tang Mingyi said, "You know about me." She said, "The formation system has been registering you since you arrived at the Verdant Needle sect. A new resonance listener in a formation site we've been monitoring for 40 years. She paused. "We didn't suppress you." When Changqing argued against it. "I would have argued against it. The suppression methodology was wrong. We've known that for 8 years. Director Shui said, "Then why were you collecting technique documentation from multiple sects?" Duan Ruoshi said, "Because 40 years ago, before we knew it was wrong, the previous leadership collected it. The collection exists. We've been trying to figure out what to do with it." She was direct without being defensive. "The honest answer is that we haven't resolved it, and the Bureau's investigation may be the resolution." Chapter 38. When Changqing was 32 and had been at the estate for 11 years. He came to the main building's conference room with the quality of someone who had been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Not rehearsed, but settled. The way practitioners were settled when they'd processed something until it was simply part of their baseline. He sat across from Tang Mingyi. He said, "You heard my signature from the gate." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." When Changqing said, "What does it sound like?" Tang Mingyi said, "Similar structural approach to mine. Different individual voice. The way two practitioners using the same technique, family, sound distinct in practice. You learned from someone or developed it alongside documentation." I developed it mostly from Elder Shun Hongli's notes and the archive's breadcrumb trail. When Changqing said, "Elder Shun, I've heard of him. He tried to reach us twice and couldn't. The connection was never stable enough for readable communication." Tang Mingyi said, "He spent 40 years documenting sounds he couldn't fully interpret." When Changqing said, "I know." He was quiet for a moment. "We should have found him sooner. We had formation signatures from his site. We knew someone was there. But we weren't equipped to make contact until 8 years ago when I was able to send a response signal, and by then he was declining." He paused. "He died before the response came." Tang Mingyi said, "He died before a lot of things." When Changqing said, "Yes." The conversation that followed was the most technically complex Tang Mingyi had been part of. Two resonance listeners comparing methodology, tier vocabulary, interpretation approaches. The disagreements were specific. When Changqing called the third tier pattern recognition, Tang Mingyi called it pattern reader. The distinction, when they unpacked it, was real. When Changqing had developed the tier as a primarily analytical function, recognizing structural patterns in technique intent, Tang Mingyi had developed it as a listening function, receiving the patterns before categorizing them. The different framings had produced different capabilities at the same tier level. One Changqing said, "Your approach produces more accurate identification of intent layer deception, where a technique's stated function and actual function diverge." Tang Mingyi said, "Your approach produces more systematic mapping of a technique family's grammar. You can classify relationships between techniques I would hear as similar and not fully analyze." One Changqing said, "The estate's formation grammar puts more emphasis on structural classification. That's what shaped my development." Tang Mingyi said, The verdant needle sect's formation puts more emphasis on intent voice presence. The breadcrumb trail was placed by someone who wanted practitioners to develop the listening function first. When Xianxia was quiet for a moment, he said, "The two formations have different pedagogical emphases." Tang Mingyi said, "The network was built to teach. The sites may have been designed to develop different aspects of the ability and complement." When Xianxia said, "So that practitioners from different sites would each bring a different capacity to the collaboration." Tang Mingyi said, "That's a hypothesis. The evidence fits it." The things they agreed on. The foundational grammar was a single coherent language, not two different formation systems that happened to resemble each other. The same grammar, with the same underlying logic, expressed through different local emphases. The way two dialects were still the same language. The tier architecture was the same. The names differed. The developmental stages matched within a margin that suggested they were describing the same phenomenon from different angles. The formation network's communication system worked through substrate resonance propagation at the foundational level, not qi transmission. This meant it was slow, permanent, and independent of whatever any practitioner was doing. The formations had been communicating without anyone's involvement for 200 years. The tier above structural voice, what Tang Mingyi called historical echo, and when Xianxia called formation memory, gave practitioners the ability to read the substrate's record of past communication. Everything the formations had ever said to each other was preserved in the substrate. When Xianxia said, "I reached formation memory 8 months ago. The estate's 200 years of communication record took me 4 months to work through." Tang Mingyi said, "What did you find?" One Xianxia said, "The formation network is teaching documentation. The original practitioners built a curriculum, a complete course of cultivation instruction embedded in the formation grammar. All the formations in the network hold pieces of it. No single formation holds the whole." Tang Mingyi said, "The breadcrumbs." When Xianxia said, "They're not breadcrumbs. They're curriculum materials. The restricted scrolls at your sect, the restricted scrolls at other sites, they're all excerpts from the same original document." Director Shui watched this conversation with the expression of someone making decisions about what to write down. At the end, when Xianxia said, "The collection, what the previous leadership gathered, 47 years of technique intent documentation from 11 sects, as far as we've cataloged. I want to know how to return it." Tang Mingyi said, "How to return the routing record, what was taken and from where?" When Xianxia said, "We have the full record. What I don't know is what a legitimate return process looks like." He looked at Director Shui. Director Shui said, "That is exactly the kind of question my division handles." Chapter 39. The estate investigation produced 3 days of formal document review, formation substrate analysis, and interviews. Huang Che's substrate analysis confirmed the estate's formation was the same foundational type as the verdant needle sect's lower archive formation, built in the same construction period, with the same communication protocol embedded. The two formations had been in communication, intermittently, for 200 years. The records of that communication were preserved in the substrate. Tang Mingyi spent 1 day in the estate's formation room, listening. The 200 years of substrate communication produced the closest thing to a complete conversation he'd encountered at the foundational level. It was slow, partial, encoded in the grammar he was still developing, but the record was there. He translated what he could. What the two formations had been saying to each other, over 2 centuries, presence confirmations, capability assessments, a formal notation that felt like a question. When will someone be there to hear clearly? The answer, as of the past 6 months, was now. He wrote 12 pages of translation and presented them to Director Shui. Director Shui read them. He said, "The formations have been maintaining a correspondence." Tang Mingyi said, "A record of communication in a language that hasn't had a speaker in this century until now." Director Shui said, "And now we have 2 speakers." Tang Mingyi said, "We have 2. The network probably has more sites. If each site has a formation, and if any of those formations have practitioners near them," Director Shui said, "How many formations are we talking about?" Tang Mingyi said, "I don't know yet. The substrate communication between the 2 formations, I've heard references other participants. At least 4, possibly more." Director Shui said, "A network of formation sites built by the original practitioners, distributed across the cultivation world, that have been slowly communicating for 2 centuries while the practitioners who could hear them were being suppressed." Tang Mingyi said, "That's an accurate summary." Director Shui said, "And the Academy was collecting technique documentation from multiple sects to find the formations." Tang Mingyi said, "To find who was near them and capable of hearing them." Director Shui said, "Why didn't they just look?" Tang Mingyi said, The formations are only detectable to practitioners with formation substrate analysis at a specific depth. The Academy found the verdant needle sect's formation site because Elder Huang Xianxia's family had historical documentation of the site. The other sites required the technique voice monitoring to identify practitioners who were developing the hearing ability near a formation. Director Shui said, they were mapping by proxy. Tang Mingyi said, yes, and doing it badly, because they were using the old leadership's suppression-adjacent methodology and arguing internally about whether it was right. He paused. They found Wen Changqing in the way. They found someone with the ability, and he was at an existing site, and he had enough traction in the organization to shift the methodology away from suppression. Director Shui said, so they're flawed and improving. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, that makes the jurisdiction question complicated. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Chapter 40 The Return from the Southern Estate produced an agreement and a complication. The agreement. The Academy would cooperate with the Bureau's formal process for returning the technique documentation collection to its originating sections. This was Director Shui's jurisdiction, and Duan Ruoshi had meant it when she said she wanted a legitimate resolution. The complication, Liang Wuxing. He appeared on the final morning of the investigation visit. He was the Academy's head researcher, a practitioner in his 40s, thin, with the quality of someone who worked with qi in a specific and highly controlled way. He had not participated in the 3 days of formal documentation review. He appeared at the breakfast table on the final morning and looked at Tang Mingyi with the assessment of someone encountering a known category of problem. He said, you're at structural listener. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Liang Wuxing said, I'm at historical echo, same as Wen Changqing. Different orientation. His hearing is broad, mine is narrow. I specialize in suppression. He said it the way practitioners said things that were factually true and morally unresolved for them. I have silenced 3 practitioners in my career. I believed I was protecting something. I no longer believe that. But I know how to do it, and I've been arguing internally for 8 years about whether that knowledge should still be applied. Tang Mingyi said, you said you know how to silence a practitioner. Liang Wuxing said, yes. Tang Mingyi said, you said it in the way someone says something to produce a specific response. Liang Wuxing said, I said it because I want you to know, in advance of whatever interaction we're about to have, that I have this capability. I'm not threatening you. I'm disclosing it because I am in the habit of not disclosing it, and the habit has produced harm. Tang Mingyi wrote this down. Liang Wuxing looked at the notebook. He said, you're documenting this. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Liang Wuxing said, good. He poured tea and drank it. The Hollow Doctrine has been in contact with the Academy for 6 months. They want us to facilitate the suppression of practitioners who are developing resonance listening ability in the sects we've been monitoring. They believe the ability is destabilizing. They have arguments. He paused. He said, their arguments are not wrong about the destabilization. Their conclusion is wrong about what to do about it. Tang Mingyi said, you're telling me the Hollow Doctrine exists. Liang Wuxing said, I'm telling you because you are the practitioner who is most likely to encounter them before anyone else does, and because they know about you specifically. They have been monitoring the verdant needle sect formation site for longer than the Academy has. Director Shui, who had come in during the conversation, said, how much longer? Liang Wuxing said, their documentation says 60 years. He set a folder on the table. He said, I've been preparing this for 2 days. The folder contained the Hollow Doctrine's contact documentation with the Academy, the 60 years of monitoring records, and Liang Wuxing's own case files on the 3 practitioners he had silenced. Complete. Documented. The way a practitioner wrote things down when they had decided the record was more important than self-protection. Tang Mingyi picked up the folder. He said, thank you. Liang Wuxing said, don't thank me. Use it. The journey back north began that afternoon. Tang Mingyi spent the 9 days listening to the countryside and writing documentation and thinking about what came after the investigation closed. The investigation had opened more than it closed. The formations were speaking. The network was larger than anyone had known. The Hollow Doctrine was ahead of them by decades and had reasons Tang Mingyi was beginning to understand. He wrote, the investigation was not the work. The investigation was how the work became possible. He wrote, the work is larger. Chapter 41 The Return to the Verdant Needle Sect produced a changed landscape. Elder Huang Xianxia had retained his advocate and was preparing a formal defense. The sect's acting administration had been restructured under Elder Ma Rinshan, who had managed the internal investigation's disruption with competent efficiency. The main training hall had been temporarily suspended while the Bureau completed its assessment of the formation modification's effects on practitioners who had trained under it. 43 current disciples had spent between 3 and 12 years in the formation's calibrated field. Tang Mingyi went to the archive on his first morning back and found Lu Rinxi waiting with a stack of practitioner advancement records. Lu Rinxi said, "I pulled the developmental data for everyone who trained here in the past 15 years. If the formation was narrowing their range," Tang Mingyi said, "it was." Lu Rinxi said, "Then their advancement records are incomplete. They advanced in the direction the formation pushed them. The capacity they didn't develop, that's missing from the record." He said, "Yes." Lu Rinxi said, "Can that be assessed? Can we document what they should have developed?" Tang Mingyi sat down with the first record. He listened to what he knew of each practitioner's current signature, the ones he'd assisted over the past months, the ones he'd observed in the courtyards, the ones he'd encountered during the investigation. For each practitioner he'd heard directly, he could estimate the gap. Not precisely. He was working from 6 months of observation, not formal assessment. But he could describe the category of capacity that the formation's narrowing had likely suppressed and the direction it had pushed them instead. He spent the morning writing descriptions. Lu Rinxi read them as they came and said, halfway through, "This is going to require a formal remediation program." Tang Mingyi said, "The Bureau's assessment division should run it. I can provide the documentation, but the remediation needs formal standing." Lu Rinxi said, "I'll request it." He did. The request went to Director Xue, who was still managing the case's institutional aftermath. He approved the remediation documentation request the following day and asked Tang Mingyi to serve as the technical consultant for the assessment. Pei Xiaoyuan was one of the 43. He came to the assessment session with his record and the particular quality of a person who had decided to approach uncomfortable information with the same directness he'd brought to his formal complaint. He said, "Tell me what the formation suppressed." Tang Mingyi listened to his cultivation signature carefully. He said, "You have a natural broad-spectrum sensitivity. Your qi reception is wide-range, which would have made you unusually good at multi-element technique work. The formation pushed that toward the sect's primary technique family, which is single-element dominance. Your current advancement reflects single-element strength and below-average multi-element integration." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "That's why the fire techniques came easily and everything else was harder than it should have been." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Pei Xiaoyuan was quiet. He said, 12 years. Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." He said, "Is it recoverable?" Tang Mingyi said, "The wide-spectrum sensitivity is still there. The formation didn't remove it. It narrowed the expression. With targeted practice in multi-element integration, you'd likely recover function in 8 to 18 months." Pei Xiaoyuan said, 8 to 18 months to recover what should have been developing for 12 years. Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Pei Xiaoyuan absorbed this. He said, "I spent 5 months trying to stop your archive access." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "If you'd gotten here sooner, you could have caught it sooner." Tang Mingyi said, "I got here when I got here. The timeline wasn't in my control." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "No." He looked at his record. "I would have been worse about this 6 months ago." Tang Mingyi said, "Probably." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "I'll start the multi-element work this week." Tang Mingyi said, "Lu Rinxi is building a remediation curriculum with the Bureau's assessment division. It will be better than working from my informal description alone." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "I'll wait for the curriculum." He stood. Tang Mingyi. He paused. "Thank you." Tang Mingyi said, "You're welcome." Chapter 42 The Hollow Doctrine's contact with the sect happened faster than expected. Tang Mingyi had been back for 4 days when a formal cultivation theory envoy arrived from an organization called the Standardized Cultivation Institute, which was, based on the encoding quality Tang Mingyi heard in the envoy's qi signature, affiliated with the Hollow Doctrine. The envoy's name was Hua Mingji. She was young, late 20s, and had the particular quality of someone who genuinely believed what she was saying. She said she was there to offer the Verdant Needle sect a curriculum consultation service, a complete standardized technique library, replacing the current curriculum with methods that had been formally reviewed, documented, and standardized for consistent application. Free of charge, as part of the Institute's sect outreach program. Elder Ma Rinshan met with her in the formal reception room, and, because the Bureau investigation was still active, asked Director Xue to be present. Tang Mingyi was asked to attend as a technical resource. Hua Mingji presented the Institute's documentation. The techniques were genuine, functional, carefully formatted, clearly described. The standardization they used was rigorous. The techniques had been reviewed by multiple practitioners, and their form was consistent and reliable. Tang Mingyi listened to all of them while she talked. The techniques had voices. All techniques did. But the voices in the Institute's standardized library were quieter than they should be. Not corrupted. Not modified. The intent was present, but it had been encoded in a way that minimized variation, minimized the individual quality that made each technique's voice distinct. Like printing a text instead of handwriting it. The information was there, but the person wasn't. He wrote, "The Institute's techniques are functional. The intent encoding has been deliberately normalized. The individual voice of whoever developed or transmitted each technique has been removed in favor of a standard encoding style. A practitioner using these techniques would receive accurate form information and minimal intent information." He showed this to Director Shui during a break. Director Shui read it. He said, "Minimal intent information." Tang Mingyi said, "Minimal, not none. But the variation that makes techniques distinguishable by voice, the quality that a resonance listener hears, has been systematically reduced." Director Shui said, "The Hollow Doctrine is offering to replace the sect's technique library with a version that a practitioner with your ability can't read." Tang Mingyi said, "Can read. Less clearly." Director Shui said, "Making it harder for you." Tang Mingyi said, "Making it harder for anyone developing the ability." Director Shui said, "That's the intent." Tang Mingyi said, "Based on what I hear, yes." He returned to the meeting. After it concluded, Hua Mingji approached Tang Mingyi directly. She had been watching him the way someone watched a variable they'd been briefed on. She said, "You heard the difference." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." She said, "I expected you would. I said as much to the Institute's directorate before coming." She was matter-of-fact about it, which he found more interesting than hostility would have been. The standardization reduces noise. It makes techniques more consistent for practitioners who can't hear the intent layer. Tang Mingyi said, "It reduces information for practitioners who can." She said, "The Institute's position is that the information in the intent layer is not consistently reliable. Different practitioners' encoding techniques introduces inconsistency. Standardization produces reliability." Tang Mingyi said, "You said intent encoding introduces inconsistency. What do you mean by inconsistency?" She said, "The same technique encoded by 10 different practitioners produces 10 slightly different versions. A practitioner who learns from one version and encounters another may experience confusion, incorrect technique assumptions." He said, "That's accurate." She said, "So you agree?" He said, "I agree that the problem exists. I disagree that standardization is the solution." He paused. The inconsistency contains information. Different encoders reflect their own cultivation history, their own relationship to the technique's intent. That variation tells a practitioner something about the technique's range of application. He paused. Removing variation removes reliable information alongside unreliable information. She said, "That's the argument I've been making internally for 6 months." He said, "You said you've been making it internally." She said, "I'm in a formal consulting position with the Institute. I believe their concern about technique inconsistency is legitimate. I don't believe standardization is the only answer." She was direct in a way that told him she was choosing the direct path after having considered alternatives. "I read your archive consultant documentation when it was filed with the Bureau. You've developed a methodology for intent documentation that preserves individual encoding while making its source and character explicit." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." She said, "That methodology addresses the inconsistency problem without removing the information." He said, "That's what it's for." She said, "I'd like to bring it to the Institute's internal discussion." He said, "I'll send you the documentation." He paused. "Who are you beyond the Institute affiliation?" She said, "Someone who's been in the wrong organization for 6 months and is trying to find out if there's a better path." He said, "Document what happens at the Institute when you bring them the methodology." She said, "I will." She paused. "Will you warn Director Shui about the Institute?" He said, "I already have." She said, "Then we're past the part where I was the threat." He said, "You came to this sect to reduce the technique library's voice. You're leaving with the methodology documentation. Those are different outcomes." She said, "Yes." She left the following morning. Tang Mingyi documented the entire interaction and filed it with the investigation record. He wrote in his personal notes, "Hua Mingji is the most useful person I have encountered in the Institute's network, for the reason that she is honest about her own doubts. The practitioners who are certain they are right are navigable. Their position is clear and their evidence structure is visible. The practitioners who are uncertain and looking for a better path are more complicated, because the uncertainty can go in any direction." He wrote, "I sent her the methodology documentation because her stated reasoning is sound. The consistency problem is real, and the documentation methodology addresses it without information loss. But I cannot know how the Institute's internal discussion will use the methodology." He wrote, "The documentation is accurate regardless of what they do with it. I have provided the accurate record. What happens to it is their work. Director Xue found him in the archive that evening. He said, "She came here to reduce the technique library. She's leaving with your documentation." Tang Mingyi said, "She came to represent the institute's position. She disagreed with it internally. She used the opportunity to look for an alternative." Director Xue said, "You think she's genuine?" Tang Mingyi said, "She's documented her own disagreements with the institute's standardization approach for 6 months. If she wanted to stay with the institute's program, she would have done it without telling me about her internal dissent." Director Xue said, "That's reasonable." Tang Mingyi said, "I have also sent the documentation to Jiang Wuxin flagging that the institute has affiliated practitioners who have significant knowledge of the formation modification program. Hua Mingji may be one of them. If she is, the enforcement division should know she has been in contact." Director Xue said, "You told me she was useful, and then you reported her." Tang Mingyi said, "I told you she was genuinely looking for a better path and gave her the documentation that could help her. I also told the enforcement division that someone connected to the institute had been here, in case they needed the record." Director Xue said, "Those two things are not in conflict." Tang Mingyi said, "No. Accurate documentation covers both possibilities." Director Xue was quiet. He said, "You are going to be an uncomfortable colleague for the rest of your career." Tang Mingyi said, "I've been told." Chapter 43 The sect's technique remediation assessment produced a complication no one had anticipated. 8 of the 43 practitioners showed not just narrowing from the formation's calibration, but a secondary effect that Tang Mingyi had not heard before. Their technique voices were partially silent. Not in the way corrupted techniques were silent, not the dead silence of severed intent. More like hearing someone speak from behind very thick glass. The voice was present, the intent was encoded, but there was a buffer between the technique and the practitioner's actual cultivation base that shouldn't be there. He described this to Director Xue's formation specialist, Huang Che. Huang Che ran substrate analysis on 3 of the 8 practitioners. He came back 2 days later with an expression that suggested he had confirmed something he wished he hadn't. He said, "The buffer is not from the formation modification. It's older than the formation modification. At least 30 years. Tang Mingyi said, 30 years ago the modification was already in place. Huang Che said, "The modification added the external monitoring layer. This buffer is in the individual practitioner's cultivation bases, in their personal qi substrate." He said, "Someone modified their cultivation base directly." Huang Che said, "Someone placed a specific technique in their training at a point where it became embedded. The technique is designed to create this buffer, to reduce the practitioner's sensitivity to intent encoding in techniques they use, making them less capable of developing the perception naturally." Tang Mingyi said, "A suppression technique, embedded in standard training rather than applied directly." Huang Che said, "Technically elegant. Completely wrong." He put the analysis on the table. "I found the technique in the curriculum records. It was added 28 years ago, approved as a foundation stability enhancement." He said, "Who approved it?" Huang Che looked at his notes. He said, "Elder Huang, Zangshu's predecessor. His mentor." The family network's reach extended to the practitioners themselves, not just the formations and the technique archive. The practitioners who had been trained here carried the suppression in their own cultivation. Tang Mingyi went to the archive and sat with this for a long time. He wrote, "The suppression program was more comprehensive than I thought. The formation modification narrowed the qi channel range. The embedded suppression technique reduced individual sensitivity to intent encoding. Together, they were designed to prevent resonance listening development in anyone who trained at this sect. They were not preventing something that had happened. They were preventing something they were worried would happen." He wrote, "They knew the ability was possible. They were afraid it would emerge." He wrote, "The fear preceded the capability." He sat in the archive with the 8 practitioners' assessment records in front of him. 8 practitioners at this sect who had been in the field of the embedded suppression technique for anywhere from 3 to 26 years, depending on when in their training the technique had been applied. All of them had been developing with a buffer in their own cultivation base. A suppression they hadn't known was there, that had been shaped to look like a natural stability feature. He had heard 3 of them in the remediation assessment sessions. Looking back at those assessments with this new information, Pei Zhaoyuan. He had noted the gap between Pei Zhaoyuan's current single-element performance and his probable multi-element capacity. He had attributed the gap entirely to the formation modification. He needed to revise the assessment. Part of the gap was the embedded suppression, which had been reducing his sensitivity to multi-element technique intent for as long as it had been applied. He wrote formal revision notes for each of the 8. He thought about what this meant for the remediation program. The formation modification was external. Its effects could be addressed by working in the restored formation, which now ran without the calibration. The embedded suppression technique was internal. It was in each practitioner's own cultivation. Treating it required different methodology. Not formation work, but personal practice. Techniques specifically designed to dissolve the buffer and restore the full sensitivity range. He had never encountered the embedded suppression technique before this case. He did not have a treatment methodology for it. He wrote to the Bureau's remediation specialist who was running the formal assessment program. I have identified a secondary suppression layer in 8 of the 43 practitioners that requires different treatment than the formation modification remediation. The buffer is in each practitioner's personal cultivation, not in the external formation environment. I am documenting the finding. I do not have a treatment methodology. Do you? The specialist wrote back 2 days later. I have not encountered this exactly, but I have encountered adjacent approaches in cases from the Southern Territory 15 years ago. I'll send you the documentation. We will develop a treatment methodology together. He wrote, thank you. He wrote, we will need to tell the 8 practitioners what we found. The specialist wrote, I know. That part is not going to be easy. Tang Mingyi wrote, no. But the accurate record matters more than easy. Chapter 44. When Xianxia arrived from the Southern Estate 3 weeks after the Bureau investigation formally closed the primary case. He came with Duan Ruoshi's authorization and Director Shui's formal invitation. The investigation had produced an agreement that the Academy's practitioners with resonance listening ability would consult with the Bureau on the broader formation network question, and Wen Xianxia was the Academy's most capable current practitioner. He came to the Verdant Needle sect specifically because Tang Mingyi was here. They spent 5 days in the lower formation room. It was the first time Tang Mingyi had worked alongside another resonance listener, and the experience was significantly different from working alone, where his listening had been single perspective, one practitioner, one interpretation of the formation's grammar. Working with Wen Xianxia produced a kind of triangulation. 2 separate interpretations of the same signals, compared and reconciled. The vocabulary expanded faster in 5 days than it had in the previous 3 months. They also disagreed. When Xianxia said, on the 2nd day, the formation's query signal, the one you interpreted as, when will someone be here to hear clearly, I hear it differently. It's not a question. It's a statement. Tang Mingyi said, what statement? Wen Xianxia said, in the grammar I've been developing. It sounds like, the time is approaching. Tang Mingyi considered this. He said, the formation is not asking. It's informing. When Xianxia said, I think so. He said, informing whom? When Xianxia said, anyone who can hear it. Tang Mingyi said, a scheduled communication, not a query, a broadcast. They sat with this. When Xianxia said, the time for what? Tang Mingyi said, that's the vocabulary I don't have yet. When Xianxia said, we need more speakers. Tang Mingyi said, the other formation sites. When Xianxia said, yes. Whatever the formation is trying to say, it's not addressed to one site. It's a network broadcast. All the sites would need to receive it to complete the meaning. They looked at each other. The formation spoke in its slow substrate grammar, the 200-year record of intermittent communication that neither of them had enough vocabulary to read in full. Tang Mingyi wrote, the formation is broadcasting, not querying. The content of the broadcast is a scheduled communication. The schedule is related to something the original practitioners expected to happen at a specific time. Whatever that time is, they believed resonance listeners would be present to hear it. He wrote, the original practitioners planned for us. Chapter 45. The historical voice tier was accessible from his current cultivation base. He had been approaching it since the structural listener tier unlocked, the same gradual resolution of a new layer becoming legible. When Xianxia's presence had accelerated the development, having another practitioner's interpretation to check against sharpened his own perception. On the 4th day of Wen Xianxia's visit, Tang Mingyi heard, for the first time, the echo of a practitioner's personal voice in a formation structure. Not a technique scroll, not a modified layer. The lower formation itself. The original builders had put themselves into it. He sat completely still for 2 hours. The historical voice echo in the formation was not a message. It was a practitioner's approach, the way they worked, the way they moved through qi, the way they had built the formation. The formation's structure contained, at the historical echo layer, the trace of its maker. The same way a building contained its architect in the choices of proportion and material, if you knew how to see. He could hear the maker. He wrote, the formation's builder was a resonance listener. The formation was built from inside the foundational grammar, not as an external construction imposed on the substrate, but as an expression of a practitioner's relationship with the substrate. The formation doesn't just communicate in the foundational grammar. It was built in it. He wrote, The maker was at foundational voice tier or above. He wrote, "The formation is not a teaching tool. It's a practitioner's work. A foundational voice practitioner built something that would last until the next foundational voice practitioner found it." Wen Changqing, reading this over Tang Mingyi's shoulder, said, "They built it to be found." Tang Mingyi said, "They built it to be used. The finding was the prerequisite." Wen Changqing said, "How many sites do you think there are?" Tang Mingyi said, "For confirmed from the formation's communication records. Probably more. The communication records are fragmentary. The other sites may have been communicating through different intervals." When Changqing said, "We need to find them." Tang Mingyi said, "We need to find practitioners at them." When Changqing said, "The test array 0 rating produces the same kind of profile for all of us." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." When Changqing said, "If there are practitioners at other formation sites with 0 ratings and no context for what they can do," Tang Mingyi said, "They're where I was 7 months ago." When Changqing said, "We need to find them," Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." He looked at the formation room's walls. "The investigation gave me this archive and this site. The methodology documentation is a start. The Bureau has jurisdiction. What we need is a way to reach practitioners at the other formation sites without waiting for them to find their own path." Wen Changqing said, "The Academy has been trying to do that for 40 years. Tang Mingyi said, "The Academy was collecting technique documentation. I mean something more direct." He paused. "A formal record. Published. Available to any practitioner who has a 0 rating and wants to know what it means." When Changqing said, "A manual." Tang Mingyi said, "The beginning of one." He wrote in his notes, "First edition. 1 practitioner's account. Distribution pending." He closed the notes. He opened a new document. He wrote, Chapter 1. The testing array was a Bureau-certified model. Chapter 46. The Bureau investigation's formal findings arrived 6 weeks after the primary case closed. Tang Mingyi read the document in the archive's consultation room. It was 41 pages, dense with technical language and institutional framing, and it confirmed what the investigation had established through a process that would hold informal review. Elder Huang Xianxia had modified the main hall formation to narrow the Qi channel development range of practitioners training in it. He had also maintained a suppression technique embedded in the sect's standard foundational curriculum, a technique originating with his own mentor 30 years before he became elder, which he had preserved and continued to transmit without modification. The formal findings assessed him as having knowingly maintained both systems. His defense, prepared by an advocate, argued that the formation modification was a calibration adjustment with documented cultivation benefits for the techniques the sect primarily taught. This argument was factually sustainable in isolation. The Bureau had countered it with the embedded suppression technique, which served no function that could be described as calibration. The two systems together demonstrated a pattern that the calibration argument could not account for. He was removed from his elder position. The formal disciplinary outcome included mandatory technique archive review, permanent prohibition from formation modification work, and a probationary period under Bureau oversight. No criminal designation. The standard for that threshold required evidence of intent to harm, and the findings assessed the intent as suppressive rather than harmful in the criminal sense. Tang Mingyi read the distinction carefully. He thought, the findings are technically accurate, and they are missing something. The suppression of an ability that a practitioner might develop is different from suppression of an ability that a practitioner is currently using. Elder Huang Xianxia's systems were not responsive to individual practitioners. They were structural. The suppression was applied to everyone regardless of whether the ability was present, which meant the intent was not to harm specific practitioners. It was to prevent a category of practitioner from existing. He wrote this in his notes and filed it in the archive's working record. It was not relevant to the formal findings. It was relevant to the understanding. Director Shui came to the archive on the 3rd day after the formal findings arrived. He brought a secondary technical document, a subsidiary investigation his team had been running alongside the main case, which was now complete. He set it on the table. He said, 47. Tang Mingyi said, the tracking count. Director Shui said, we found 47 techniques in the sect's active library that contained a monitoring element alongside the standard intent encoding. Not in the Elder collection, in the active teaching collection, the ones currently in use. Tang Mingyi had known the tracking element existed since his early months at the sect. He had identified it first in Pei Zhiyuan's fire technique and confirmed it in several others. The full scope had required the Bureau's formal analysis capacity to map. He said, what does the monitoring element track? Director Shui said, practitioner development data. Specifically, whether a practitioner using the technique shows any indicators of resonance listening development. The monitoring data was routed. Tang Mingyi said. To where? Director Shui said. That's what we're still working on. He put the document down. The routing address is not inside the sect. It's an external destination. The signal is low amplitude, not something you detect without looking for it specifically. The sect's formation monitoring layer was built to obscure it. Tang Mingyi said. 47 techniques monitoring all practitioners for signs of resonance listening development. The monitoring routed externally. Director Shui said. The system has been running for an estimated 22 years. Tang Mingyi sat with this. He said, the Hollow Doctrine has been watching this sect for 22 years. Director Shui said, the routing destination isn't confirmed as Hollow Doctrine, but the pattern is consistent. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, I need someone who can identify the routing destination by the signal's characteristics. You can hear the encoding style. Tang Mingyi said, I've been hearing it since my 3rd month here. He looked at the formation document. I know one person who's been in contact with Hollow Doctrine recently and who's been working to find an exit from that contact. He might be able to confirm the destination faster than signal analysis alone. Director Shui said, Liang Wuxing. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Chapter 47 by Jingru's objection was formal and specific. She said, Liang Wuxing made contact with Tang Mingyi on behalf of the Hollow Doctrine. He disclosed information about them, but disclosure is not defection. We don't have documentation that he's actually separated from their network. What we have is his word. Tang Mingyi said, that's accurate. She said, using him as a technical assistant in an active bureau investigation gives him access to the investigation's findings. If he's still in contact with the Hollow Doctrine, we're handing them our documentation. Tang Mingyi said, also accurate. She said, then why are you recommending it? Tang Mingyi said, because he told me the Hollow Doctrine had been monitoring this sect for 60 years and knew about me specifically before I arrived. That information was accurate. Director Shui's investigation confirmed the tracking system. He gave me a verifiable disclosure. Bai Jingru said, a partial disclosure. He may have given you the information he calculated we could verify and withheld what we couldn't. Tang Mingyi said, yes, probably. He paused. He's in a position where full cooperation is his best path to formal separation from the Doctrine's network. If he withholds material information and we discover it later, his cooperation value disappears. He's rational enough to understand that. Bai Jingru said, you're trusting his rationality. Tang Mingyi said, I'm trusting the incentive structure. She said, what if he's not trying to separate from them? What if the disclosure was designed to position him as a cooperative source precisely so we'd give him access? Tang Mingyi said, then we'd be giving a Hollow Doctrine contact access to the investigation, which is a genuine risk. He paused. I'd like to hear his voice when he's working on this. Not his stated positions. His actual response when he's looking at the routing signal. Bai Jingru said, you mean you'd be evaluating him while he's working? Tang Mingyi said, the technique monitoring system tracks resonance listening development. He'd be looking at a system built to surveil our ability. If he's still affiliated, I should be able to hear it. Bai Jingru was quiet for a moment. She said, you're using yourself as a detection instrument. Tang Mingyi said, I'm using what I can do. He paused. He can also say no. If he declines to consult on the routing destination analysis, that tells us something. Bai Jingru said, and if he agrees? Tang Mingyi said, then we learn more either way. She considered this. She said, Lu Renshi runs a parallel documentation of everything he provides. We compare it against the independent signal analysis after. Tang Mingyi said, agreed. She said, I'm noting my objection formally. Tang Mingyi said, noted. Liang Wuxing agreed to consult. He came to the archive the following morning with the quality of someone who had been waiting for this specific request and was careful not to show how much. Tang Mingyi listened to him while they worked through the routing signal together. The intent encoding in Liang Wuxing's cultivation signature had a particular quality. Not the Hollow Doctrine's normalized, voice-reduced encoding that Tang Mingyi had heard in Hua Mingji's techniques. Something older and more layered. The encoding of someone who had learned the Doctrine's methods formally and then spent years developing his own relationship to them. When Liang Wuxing looked at the routing signal, he went still. Tang Mingyi noted the quality of that stillness. Liang Wuxing said, I know where this routes. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Liang Wuxing said, there's a secondary bureau installation in the eastern district of the capital, not the main bureau building. A secondary one that handles what they call coordination analysis. He paused, and his voice had the quality of someone making a decision out loud or letting someone hear them make it. The installation reports to a directorate that isn't part of the standard bureau hierarchy. It's been operating as a parallel channel inside the bureau for approximately 20 years. Tang Mingyi said, the routing goes inside the bureau. Liang Wuxing said. To a part of the bureau the official investigation doesn't have access to. Tang Mingyi wrote this down. He listened to Liang Wuxing's voice while he did. The intent was present, and what it encoded was, I know exactly how dangerous this disclosure is for me, and I am making it anyway. Tang Mingyi said. Thank you. Liang Wuxing said. Tell Director Xue I want formal documentation of this consultation for the separation record. Tang Mingyi said. I'll tell him. Chapter 48 Director Xue's reaction to the Bureau installation disclosure was careful in a way that told Tang Mingyi the director was calibrating something. He did not say, impossible. He did not say, that's not how the Bureau works. He said, after a moment, the Eastern Coordination Office. That's been a standing installation for 18 years. I've never had direct oversight of it. Tang Mingyi said. Liang Wuxing says it reports to a parallel directorate. Director Xue said. A parallel directorate would require someone with authority to establish it. A formal position, not a field agent. Tang Mingyi said, Senior Bureau. Active for 20 years. Director Xue looked at the routing documentation Lu Renxi had compiled alongside Liang Wuxing's consultation. He said, I need to verify this independently before I move on it. If the routing destination is inside the Bureau, moving through standard channels puts the investigation in contact with the target. Tang Mingyi said, Yes. Director Xue said, I have 3 people in the Bureau I trust without institutional reservation. I'm going to give this to one of them. He paused. The verification will take time. It may take weeks. Tang Mingyi said, the tracking system has been running for 22 years. A few more weeks won't change the structure. Director Xue said, it might change something else. He looked at Tang Mingyi directly. If the Hollow Doctrine is receiving practitioner development data from this sect through a Bureau installation, they know the investigation is active. They've known since the first formal filing. Tang Mingyi said, the investigation's reach has been managed from inside. Director Xue said, something has been managed. I don't know the full scope yet. He picked up the documentation. How confident are you in Liang Wuxing's routing identification? Tang Mingyi said. He knew the answer before I asked. He'd been sitting with whether to tell someone for long enough that it felt like relief when he said it out loud. Director Xue said, and you can assess that from, Tang Mingyi said, from his voice. Yes. Director Xue said, I find that more useful than most formal testimony. He set the documents in order. I'm going to tell you a name, and I want to know what you've heard from this person's cultivation signature. Tang Mingyi said, I may not have encountered it. Director Xue said, Gao Fenglai. He serves as Deputy Director of the Bureau's Regional Coordination Division. He was one of the founding officers of the Eastern Coordination Office. Tang Mingyi had encountered Gao Fenglai once, during the formal investigation intake, when the Deputy Director had been present for an administrative review. Tang Mingyi had been in the room for 40 minutes. He said, his cultivation signature has the Hollow Doctrine's normalized intent encoding. The same encoding quality I heard in Hua Mingji's techniques. Voice reduced, variation systematically minimized. Director Xue's expression remained controlled. He said, you're certain? Tang Mingyi said, I'm describing what I heard. The encoding quality I associate with Hollow Doctrine methods. Yes. Director Xue said, you heard this in one encounter. Tang Mingyi said, the encoding quality was consistent. I've had enough reference points for Hollow Doctrine encoding that I can recognize it. Director Xue was quiet for a moment. He said, Gao Fenglai has been Deputy Director for 16 years. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Xue said, I'm going to need the documentation of how you assess encoding quality to be as precise as possible before I bring this anywhere. Tang Mingyi said, I'll write it. He did. Chapter 49 The 20-year audit took 3 weeks. Director Xue's independent contact, a senior officer named Xianxia who worked in the Bureau's Historical Records Division and had no connection to the Eastern Coordination Office, conducted a review of every formal decision Gao Fenglai had made in his 16 years as Deputy Director. The review produced a document that was not dramatic. It was, instead, a record of ordinary decisions that produced a specific pattern when examined in sequence. Tang Mingyi read it carefully. The pattern was, every formal investigation that had reached the Eastern Coordination Office in the past 20 years had been assessed and had its jurisdiction narrowed in a specific direction. Investigations touching on cultivation ability suppression, the formal category under which the Verdant Needle sect case was classified, had been consistently routed to regional resolution rather than capital investigation. Not blocked, not terminated, delayed and localized. 17 investigations over 20 years, all following the same routing pattern. 12 of them had resolved without formal findings. 4 had resolved with findings that were technically correct but incomplete. The same thing Tang Mingyi had noted about the verdant needle sect's formal findings, the accuracy that was missing something. One was still active, the current investigation. Xianxia's review included a note. I am not finding formal malfeasance in these files. What I am finding is a pattern of discretionary decisions that are individually defensible and collectively unidirectional. Tang Mingyi wrote, Gao Fenglai has been running the Bureau's ability suppression investigation process in the same way Elder Huang Xianxia ran the sect's technique library. Not through direct interference. Through calibration. He wrote, calibration is only visible as interference when someone measures what should have developed instead. Director Shui read this. He said, the 4 incomplete findings cases. If we look at what's missing from those findings, Tang Mingyi said, the missing material would be the suppression documentation, the part that connects the individual formation modifications to a coordinated program. Director Shui said, Gao Fenglai was ensuring no investigation developed enough scope to identify the coordination. Tang Mingyi said, ensuring the formation network stayed invisible. Yes. Director Shui said, for 20 years. Tang Mingyi said, for as long as he's been in position to do it. He paused. How far does his authority reach? Director Shui said, Deputy Director of Regional Coordination means he has formal review authority over any investigation filed in the capital's 4 regional bureaus. That includes my office. Tang Mingyi said, he's been reviewing your investigation. Director Shui said, I've been filing with standard bureau procedure. He's had access to every formal document I've submitted. Tang Mingyi said, he knows the scope. Director Shui said, he knows the scope. They sat with this. Tang Mingyi said, the current investigation is active because you moved faster than the routing pattern expected. The verdant needle sect case was filed as a routine standards review. It escalated before Gao Fenglai could recategorize it. Director Shui said, Assessor Mei Daixio filed her preliminary findings directly to the main bureau, not through regional coordination. I was assigned before the standard review cycle. Tang Mingyi said, a procedural accident. Director Shui said, a procedural accident that produced the only investigation in 20 years that reached this point. He paused. We're going to move on Gao Fenglai carefully. I need the encoding quality documentation you prepared to be part of the formal record. Tang Mingyi said, it's ready. Director Shui said, we may be the only people who can hear what the investigation missed. Tang Mingyi said, yes. He thought about the formation network, the 200-year broadcast, the practitioner who had built something to be found by someone who could hear it. Someone has been running this suppression long enough that it's a structure. Structures are hard to see when you're inside them. Director Shui said, what do you hear when you're outside one? Tang Mingyi said, the voice the structure was trying to silence. Chapter 50 The Hollow Doctrine's formal identification came through 2 parallel channels that converged in the same week. The first was Xianxia's audit of Gao Fenglai's case history, which had identified a recurring external contact pattern, authorized consultation requests from a legal theory organization that had submitted formal amicus documentation to the Bureau for 6 years. The organization's name was the Cultivation Standards Preservation Society. The second was Liang Wuxing's secondary disclosure, made after Tang Mingyi informed him that the routing destination had been independently confirmed. The Cultivation Standards Preservation Society was a hollow doctrine front organization. It had been operating as their formal institutional face for 14 years. Director Shui produced the formal identification order. Liang Wuxing signed the supporting disclosure affidavit. He said, looking at the document, I've known about the society for 8 years. I've attended 4 of their formal consultations. He paused. The doctrine they teach is that resonance listening is a destabilizing ability, that practitioners who develop it are more likely to misuse advanced formation access because they perceive things others can't verify. The justification for suppression is epistemic. Tang Mingyi said, the ability itself is the argument against the ability. Liang Wuxing said, the hollow doctrine's position is that a practitioner who hears things others can't hear is, by definition, operating outside verifiable consensus. Their evidence base is contaminated by their perception. Tang Mingyi said, so the only practitioners who could refute the doctrine's argument are the ones the doctrine says can't be trusted. Liang Wuxing said, yes. He was quiet. It's a coherent position if you accept the first premise. Tang Mingyi said, what changed for you? Liang Wuxing said, I met a practitioner at the Eastern Coordination Office who had the ability. Gao Fenglai had been using him as an internal listener, someone to hear things before formal assessment, off the record. The practitioner was allowed to use his ability as long as it served the Coordination Office's purposes. When he tried to document what he heard in an investigation the doctrine didn't want documented, he was transferred to a provincial posting. Tang Mingyi said, the ability was acceptable when it was unrecorded and controlled. Liang Wuxing said, yes. He signed the affidavit. The doctrine's problem isn't with the ability. It's with the documentation. Tang Mingyi wrote this in his notes. He filed the notes with the formal case record. The formal case record now contained the verdant needle sect's formation modification history, the 47 tracking techniques, and their routing destination, the 20-year audit of Gao Fenglai's case management, the encoding quality documentation for Gao Fenglai and Hua Mingji's cultivation signatures, Liang Wuxing's 2 disclosures, and the formal identification of the Hollow Doctrine and its relationship to the Cultivation Standards Preservation Society. Xianxia, reviewing the complete record, said, this is enough to proceed. Director Xue said, almost. There's one more piece. He produced a document Tang Mingyi had not seen. He said, when we audited the Cultivation Standards Preservation Society's formal bureau submissions, we found an internal annotation in one of their 6-year-old amicus filings. It hadn't been removed when the document was submitted, clerical failure on their end. He opened the document to the annotated page. The annotation, in a different hand from the formal text, read, VN sect formation site active. Handler monitoring. New servant registration this year. Tang Mingyi, 0 test rating, oscillation pattern consistent with early stage development. Do not engage. Observe. Tang Mingyi read this. He said, they knew before I arrived. Director Xue said, the oscillation pattern in your test rating was in the Bureau's registry. The doctrine had access to the registry through the coordination office. They identified you from the test data alone. Tang Mingyi said, before I walked into the sect. Director Xue said, before you knew what you were. Tang Mingyi sat with this for a moment. He wrote in his notes, the Hollow Doctrine identified me as a potential resonance listener from my test rating oscillation before I had a name for the ability. Their surveillance of the verdant needle sect formation site was already running. They watched me develop. He wrote, they chose not to suppress me directly. They observed. He wrote, I was more useful to them developing than absent. A resonance listener who reached maturity in a controlled environment, one whose technique access was limited to what the sect's modified library contained, would develop the ability in a narrow context. He would hear what the formation let him hear. He would not develop the full grammar. He wrote, the formation modifications weren't just suppressing the ability in other practitioners. They were shaping the specific character of the ability in me. The Hollow Doctrine was cultivating a specific kind of resonance listener. He stopped writing. He thought about this for a long time. Then he wrote, what they were cultivating is not what developed. He wrote, the archive existed. The deep formation existed. Elder Shin existed. When Chongqing exists, the formation network exists. None of that was in their plan. He wrote, the plan was to control the context. The context was larger than the plan. He put down his notes. He went back to the manual. He wrote, Chapter 1. The testing array was a bureau-certified model. The score it produced was 0, which the examiner recorded and the system filed. The 0 was accurate. It was also incomplete. This is a common problem with measurement. The account that follows is an attempt to describe what the measurement missed. Chapter 51. The formal case against Gao Fenglai moved to the Bureau's Central Investigation Division. Director Xue Longquan recused himself from the primary proceedings. His own investigation files had been subject to Gao Fenglai's review authority, and the conflict had to be managed with visible clarity. Investigator Jiang Wuxin, transferred from the Southern Territories case, took the lead. She came to the Verdant Needle Sect's archive consultation room with a summary of what the Central Division had found in Gao Fenglai's documentation. She said, 20 years. 17 suppressed investigations. For incomplete findings. Coordination correspondence with the Cultivation Standards Preservation Society going back to the first year of his appointment. She put the summary down. He didn't suppress the investigations from personal gain. He believed the same thing the Hollow Doctrine believes. That practitioners who can hear technique intent represent a category risk, and that reducing that capability was a legitimate cultivation administration function. Tang Mingyi said, protective suppression. She said, protective suppression. Yes. She paused. It's the same argument Elder Huang Xianxia gave you. The same argument in 3 different people across 3 different roles. I don't think they coordinated on the specific phrasing. I think they arrived at it independently. Tang Mingyi said, the argument is coherent within a certain framework. She said, the framework that resonance listening is inherently destabilizing. Tang Mingyi said, yes. If you accept that premise, suppression follows logically. The problem is the premise. She said, what's the problem with it? Tang Mingyi said, the formation network has been broadcasting for 200 years. The original practitioners who built it expected resonance listeners to exist. They designed the formations to communicate with them. The hollow doctrine's premise, that resonance listening is destabilizing, is being actively contradicted by a 200-year-old planned communication system whose only recipients are resonance listeners. He paused. He said, "Someone built something important and left it for us to find. The hollow doctrine has been preventing us from finding it and describing the prevention as safety." Zhang Wuxin wrote this down. She said, "I'm going to need that in the formal record." He said, "I'll write it." The manual continued in the evenings. Tang Mingyi had found the right structure through working on it for 3 weeks. It was not a technique guide, and it was not a cultivation theory text. It was a practitioner's account, one person's record of what the ability was, what it had asked of him, and what it had made possible. The first chapter described the testing array. The second chapter described what he heard when he first entered the archive. The third chapter described the cost, not the formal cost listed in cultivation texts, but the specific cost he had experienced. The days after extended high-focus listening, when everything went quiet, when the techniques around him were still present, but their voices were flat, and he moved through the archive unable to hear anything clearly. The cost was real, and it was recoverable. He documented both. He wrote, "Extended chi-focused listening for more than 8 continuous hours produces a temporary suppression of the intent layer. This is not injury. It is the same as the physical fatigue that follows extended physical exertion. Rest is sufficient. The temporary suppression lasts between 1 and 3 days, depending on the intensity of the session. Practitioners who have not encountered this effect before may interpret it as permanent damage. It is not permanent. Document the duration and return to normal function." He wrote, "I am writing this because I was afraid during the first occurrence, and would have been less afraid if I had known it was documented." He wrote, "The purpose of this account is to reduce the unnecessary fear." He closed the chapter. Chapter 52. Hua Mingji's communication arrived 6 weeks after she had left the Verdant Needle sect. It was encoded with the methodology documentation's encoding style, the individual voice notation Tang Mingyi had developed, which she had learned well enough to use as a cipher. The message was addressed to Tang Mingyi through the Bureau's secure correspondence channel, which Assessor Mei Daixio forwarded. The message read, "The methodology documentation was presented to the Institute's directorate. Initial response, formal interest. Subsequent response, over 6 days of internal review, rejection." The rejection rationale was documented as follows. The methodology preserves individual voice variation, which is precisely what standardization is designed to eliminate. A documentation system that makes the individual encoding visible does not resolve the problem of inconsistency. It institutionalizes it. I argue that visible inconsistency is different from invisible inconsistency. Visible inconsistency can be understood and navigated. Invisible inconsistency is confusion mistaken for clarity. The directorate did not accept this distinction. Secondary response. The Institute accelerated its standardization timeline. The first round of standardized technique packages will be distributed to participating sects within 4 months. 16 sects have agreed to preliminary adoption. I am no longer in my consulting position. I resigned after the directorate's final decision. I am documenting this transition for the separation record Liang Wuxing mentioned. I will note that 3 junior institute members, who had read the methodology documentation before the rejection, contacted me afterward to say they found the distinction useful and were preserving copies of the documentation in their personal research archives. The fight is not over inside the institute. It is simply not mine anymore. Tang Mingyi read this twice. He wrote a response. "Thank you for the documentation. The 3 juniors who preserved copies, if they want to correspond about the methodology directly, I can be reached through the Bureau's archive consultation record." He filed the correspondence exchange in the investigation record. He also filed it in the manual's appendix as an example of what happened when methodology documentation encountered institutional resistance. He wrote, "The documentation survived the rejection. This is what documentation is for." Zhang Wuxin visited the archive 2 days later. She said, "The Institute's standardization program." For months. Tang Mingyi said, "Hua Mingji's timeline." She said, "If 16 sects adopt the standardized technique packages, the intent encoding voice will be removed from their technique libraries. New practitioners developing resonance listening in those sects will train with techniques that have nothing to hear." Tang Mingyi said, "They would develop the ability without a curriculum that uses it. It would be like developing acute hearing in a room where everyone speaks below a whisper." She said, "Can it be blocked? The standardization distribution?" Tang Mingyi said, "On what grounds? The techniques are functional. The standardization is a design choice. The Bureau has authority to intervene in technique modification programs that cause practitioner harm, but this is a new technique library, not a modification of existing training. She said, we would need to document harm. Tang Mingyi said, we would need to document harm from a program that hasn't produced harm yet. He paused. The harm it would produce is suppression of an ability that can't be measured by standard testing arrays. The case would be, this standardization program will prevent a category of practitioner development that we can't currently quantify. She said, that's a hard case. Tang Mingyi said, yes, but it's the accurate one. He looked at the manual's current chapter count. The best intervention I have is the documentation. If there are practitioners in those 16 sects who develop resonance listening and want to know what it means, the manual will reach them. What the standardization prevents is the standard technique library, making the ability easier to develop. The ability itself is in the practitioner's perceptual structure. It exists before the technique curriculum. She said, you're saying they can't standardize the ability away. Tang Mingyi said, they can make it harder to recognize and apply. They cannot prevent it from existing. Chapter 53. The Bureau's Central Investigation Division made its first formal move against the Cultivation Standards Preservation Society in the third week of its review. The Society's offices were subject to documentation preservation orders. No records could be removed or destroyed pending the investigation. The Society's current directorate, which consisted of 7 practitioners, was required to submit formal testimony. 3 submitted testimony. 4 did not appear. Jiang Wuxin reported this to Tang Mingyi as a practical matter. The 4 absent directorate members were beyond the Bureau's immediate jurisdiction, which meant they had connections that made disappearing easier than testifying. She said, one of the 4 is a retired senior Bureau official who held a position equivalent to Director Xue's 3 administrations ago. We're building a picture of how deep this goes. Tang Mingyi said, is there a name at the top? She said, we have a name, but not enough documentation yet to act on it. She paused. The name is Yin Tianqing. He is not a hollow doctrine operative. He is the hollow doctrine. He founded the cultivation standardization philosophy 40 years ago, and every institutional expression of it, the Standardized Cultivation Institute, the Cultivation Standards Preservation Society, the Bureau elements, flows from his network. Tang Mingyi said, 40 years. She said, the formal philosophy predates the institutional infrastructure by a decade. He wrote the theory first, and then built the organizations to implement it. She looked at her documentation. He is 78 years old. He is in the second stage of foundational cultivation. He has never formally engaged with the Bureau. Tang Mingyi said, has he ever met a resonance listener? She said, not that we've documented. Tang Mingyi said, the philosophy was developed without encounter. He built a 40-year suppression program based on what resonance listening theoretically represented, without ever actually hearing what it is. Jiang Wuxin said, does that matter? Tang Mingyi said, it means the premise of the suppression is based on a theory about what we can do, not on what we actually do. He paused. The fear preceded the capability. It may have preceded it by decades. She said, will that help in court? Tang Mingyi said, it will help in the documentation. The formation network sent another signal that week. Tang Mingyi was in the lower formation room when it came. The slow substrate grammar, the 200-year cadence of intermittent transmission. He had been developing the vocabulary with Xianxia's notations to compare against his own, and this signal was clearer than any previous one. He listened for 2 hours. He wrote, new transmission. Content partially legible. The formation's grammar at this signal's depth is using a vocabulary that corresponds, in my developing notation, to concepts of time, preparation, gathering, and something I cannot yet accurately render, a concept that combines threshold and complete, in a way that implies both have the same meaning in this context. He wrote, threshold equals complete. When the threshold is reached, it will be complete. When it is complete, the threshold will have been reached. The formation is describing a state, not a sequence. He wrote, the original practitioners who built this network were describing a moment of readiness, not a countdown to something external, a readiness internal to the practitioners who would receive the message. He looked at what he had written. He wrote, they were describing us. The communication was not scheduled for a date. It was scheduled for a level of development. He wrote, the formation has been waiting for practitioners who could hear it. That is the schedule. Chapter 54. The formation network's other sites began responding. Director Xue, back in an advisory capacity after his recusal from the Gao Fenglai case, had been working with the Bureau's Geographic Survey Division to map the known formation sites. Tang Mingyi had identified 4 from the routing signals. The Survey Division, with access to historical formation registries, had identified 7. One of the 7 was at a sect called the Stone Tablet Academy in the Eastern Territories, where a practitioner named Xianxia had been submitting unusual formation assessment reports for 3 years. The reports described anomalous readings in the Academy's oldest practice hall that the Bureau's standard analysis had classified as instrument drift. Xianxia's reports were forwarded to Tang Mingyi. He read them and then read them again. He wrote to Director Shui, "These are not instrument drift. This practitioner is describing formation communication in accurate technical language without knowing what it is. She has been observing the same grammar I've been developing for 3 years. Her notation is different, but the underlying observations match." He wrote, "She has resonance listening ability. She has been developing it without a name for it." Director Shui wrote back, "Do you want to make contact?" Tang Mingyi wrote, "Yes, but not through official Bureau channels. A formal contact from an active Bureau investigation would frame the correspondence as institutional, and she would respond to the institution. I need to write to her as a practitioner." Director Shui wrote, "That can be arranged." Tang Mingyi spent 2 days writing the letter. He was not, by habit, someone who spent 2 days on correspondence. The delay was because he was not sure what the letter needed to accomplish, and until he understood that, he couldn't write it effectively. He thought about how Elder Shun Hongli had contacted him. A package left at the servant quarters, a collection of personal notes, a label that read, "For the one who hears." No explanation. An offering. He thought about what he would have needed 7 months into the Verdant Needle sect to feel less alone in the practice. He wrote, "My name is Tang Mingyi. I am a practitioner at the Verdant Needle sect with an ability I have been developing for approximately 8 months. The ability is the perception of technique intent as sound, a quality of hearing that allows me to understand what techniques are designed to do, and what the formations they're built into are communicating. The reports you filed with the Bureau on the Stone Tablet Academy's formation anomalies describe the same phenomena I was observing 8 months ago, using different notation. I believe you have the same ability I do. There is no formal name for it in any cultivation text I have found. I have been calling it resonance listening, which is accurate to my experience of it. Others may call it something different. The name is less important than the recognition. I am writing because when I was developing this ability, I had no documentation to compare against. I am trying to ensure that practitioners who develop it after me have some. I am writing a practitioner's account, one person's record of the ability's progression and cost and application. I would like to know if your experience maps to mine, and where it diverges. If you do not recognize what I am describing, I apologize for the intrusion. If you do, you are not the only one." He sent the letter. He went back to the manual and wrote the section he had been postponing, the chapter about what it felt like to develop the ability without knowing it existed. Chapter 55. Xianxia's response arrived in 11 days. She had written it in the careful, dense style of someone who had been holding a great deal of information in reserve for a long time and was not entirely certain the container it was being poured into was adequate. The letter was 14 pages. Tang Mingyi read it twice, taking notes. She had been developing the ability for 4 years. She had no Elder Shun in her history, no predecessor who had been watching for her, no packet of notes, no context. She had developed the vocabulary for what she heard from first principles. Working alone in the Stone Tablet Academy's oldest practice hall, convinced for the first 2 years that she was experiencing a cultivation irregularity and would eventually need medical assessment. She had not sought medical assessment because she was afraid of what the assessment might recommend. Tang Mingyi read this and wrote in his notes, "She was more afraid of losing the ability than of having it." That's a data point. The ability, once present, does not feel like a problem to the practitioner experiencing it. It feels like clarity. She had described the formation communication differently than he had, where he heard it as a grammar, a structured system with intent, vocabulary, and syntax. She experienced it as a quality of presence. The formation's transmissions came to her as the sense of someone in the room who was paying attention to her. He wrote, "Same phenomenon, different perceptual encoding. She experiences intent as presence. I experience it as voice. The underlying ability is the same. The subjective quality differs between practitioners." She had also advanced differently. Where his development had followed a rough sequence, broader perception, then structural understanding, then historical traces, hers had developed laterally. She had immediately perceived deep structural grammar without going through the surface voice tier that his development had required. The first thing she heard was the formation's foundational communication, not technique scrolls. She had been working backward, learning the simpler perceptual layers from the complex one. He wrote, "Different development paths for the same ability. This is important for the manual. I assumed the progression was linear. It is not necessarily linear." He wrote back to her that evening. A shorter letter, 8 pages, which he recognized was his version of controlled. He described his development path in parallel with hers, showed where they mapped and where they diverged, and asked 4 specific questions about the Stone Tablet Academy's formation structure. He also sent her the manual's first 3 completed chapters. He said, "These are in progress. They document my experience. They may be wrong in places. I am still learning what is universal and what is specific to my development. Please mark where they don't match yours." She wrote back in 9 days with the manual chapters annotated. 47 marginal notes. 32 were confirming observations. 12 were divergences. 3 were expansions, places where her experience added something he had not encountered. He added her marginal notes to the manual as a second voice. He wrote in the introduction, "This account incorporates observations from a second practitioner whose development path differed from mine. Where our experiences converge, the observation is likely broadly applicable. Where they diverge, both observations are documented. The divergences may represent individual variation. They may represent the ability's full range. Further accounts from additional practitioners will clarify which." He wrote, "If you are a practitioner who recognizes the description in this account and your experience differs from both voices documented here, write to the Bureau's archive consultation record. Your divergence is not an error. It is more data." The formation network sent its clearest signal, yet on the evening Tang Mingyi completed the manual's introduction. He was in the lower formation room when it came. He had come to think of the formation room the way he thought of the archive, a place where the accumulated intention of past practitioners was accessible to anyone with the right kind of attention. The signal was different in quality from the previous ones. Not louder. The formation's substrate communications were never loud, but more fully formed. The grammar was legible at depth that had previously been partial. He listened for 3 hours. He wrote, "The formation is describing practitioners, not abstract cultivation concepts. Practitioners specifically. The vocabulary includes those who hear, those who will come, those who carry it forward. The foundational grammar at this depth has tense, past, present, anticipated. The original builders were addressing the future directly." He wrote, "The message, as I can read it at my current tier, is approximately, we learned what the foundation is. We built places where it could be heard. We could not stay to teach. We left what we built. When you hear this, you are far enough." He wrote, "The formation network is a preserved lesson from practitioners who reached foundational voice and could not find anyone to teach directly. They built the infrastructure and encoded the lesson in the substrate and trusted that the right practitioners would eventually develop the hearing to find it." He wrote, "They were right." He closed his notebook. He sat with the formation's voice for a while longer. Then he went to the manual and added a chapter he had not planned. The chapter about what the original practitioners had left and why it was worth finding and what it meant to be far enough. He did not know, yet, exactly what far enough meant, but he was writing toward it. He wrote, "When I first arrived at this sect, I placed my hand on the testing array and it rated my cultivation capacity as 0. That rating has been the most accurate description of my starting point and the most misleading description of my potential in the same breath. The array was measuring what I had. It had no notation for what I was going to learn to hear." He wrote, "Every measurement has this problem. Measurement captures what is. The practitioner is what they are becoming." He wrote, "This is a practitioner's account. It is necessarily incomplete. The next chapter of it has not happened yet." Chapter 56 Wei Tsuifeng's restoration treatment concluded in the 6th week. The Bureau's medical division sent a brief clinical report, and then, separately, Wei Tsuifeng herself sent a letter. She had not written to Tang Mingyi since the investigation had transferred the primary work to the capital. The letter was shorter than Qin Lianyi's first communication, but carried a different weight. She wrote, "The restoration took the full course. I now have approximately 40% of what I understand was my original qi hearing capacity. The medical division says this is the expected outcome for long-duration suppression exposure. Full restoration is unlikely, but functional hearing is possible with continued treatment." The first thing I heard clearly, when the intent layer came back, was the verdant needle sect's main hall formation. I was not there. I was in the Bureau's medical facility. I heard it through the restored pathway, from distance. It does not sound like what I remembered. When I was losing the ability, over 20 years, the narrowing was gradual enough that I adjusted. I remembered the formation as something that felt like home, because it was what I had by the time I stopped being able to hear well. What I heard in the restoration was that I had been hearing a narrowed version for so long that I forgot the narrowed version was narrowed. This is what I wanted to tell you. I spent 20 years thinking I remembered what it used to sound like. I was wrong. You cannot remember the full version from inside the narrowing. The memory adjusts. I'm telling you this because the manual you're writing will need to include this. There are practitioners in those 43 who trained under the formation their entire careers. They are not going to know they've been hearing less. They will think the remediation is giving them something extra. It isn't. It's giving them back the part that was taken. That's a different kind of grief. Tang Mingyi read this, and then sat for a long time. He wrote to her, I am glad you wrote this. You're right. I'll add it to the remediation documentation and to the manual. What you experienced has a name I've been working on. Suppression calibrated perception. The person who's been narrowed long enough doesn't know they're narrow. The narrowing feels like their baseline. He wrote, I'm glad you can hear again. Even partially. He wrote, come back to the sect when you're ready. The archive needs someone who knows both how to hear it and how to lose that and survive. She wrote back 3 days later, I'll return in the spring. He added a chapter to the manual on what cannot be recovered. He wrote it carefully, without softening the content. The chapter was honest about the fact that the embedded suppression technique in 8 practitioners' cultivation bases could not be fully reversed. The partial successes were real, but complete restoration was beyond what he knew how to do, and possibly beyond what anyone could currently do. He documented each case's outcome without editorial. The ones who improved, the one who chose not to attempt further restoration, the scale of the gap that remained. He also wrote what Wei Tsuifeng had described, suppression-calibrated perception. The chapter described what it meant to train under narrowed conditions long enough that the narrowing felt normal. This was not unique to formation suppression, he noted. It was a general principle of any environment that limited perception gradually. The practitioner adjusted. The adjusted perception felt like their original. He wrote, the most significant damage suppression causes is not to the ability itself. It is to the practitioner's ability to know what they are missing. A practitioner who has been narrowed knows they are weak where they should be strong. A practitioner who has been narrowed long enough thinks they are just not talented in that area. He wrote, the purpose of this chapter is to say, if you trained in a suppressed environment and something in this account sounds like capability you thought you simply didn't have, you may be wrong about where the limitation is. He wrote, the limitation may not be yours. Chapter 57 Yin Tianxing sent a communication to the Bureau's formal record. It was addressed to the investigation case file, not to any individual. A precise piece of positioning that marked it as a legal rather than personal document. It was 43 pages. Tang Mingyi read it over 2 days. The document was not a defense. It was a formal philosophical position, submitted voluntarily to the investigation record, which argued that the Hollow Doctrines program of cultivation standardization represented the correct approach to a genuine and documented problem in the cultivation world's development trajectory. The argument was careful and sourced. It cited 52 historical cases where cultivation techniques with strong individual intent encoding had been weaponized by practitioners who could hear and manipulate that encoding. It argued that technique intent was not, as Tang Mingyi's methodology proposed, a neutral feature that documented purpose. It was a power gradient, an asymmetry between practitioners who could hear it and practitioners who couldn't. Yin Tianxing wrote, the practitioner who can hear technique intent has access to information that the technique's practitioner cannot access. This information asymmetry is not merely technical. It produces a power differential that accumulates over time. A cultivation world in which some practitioners hear the intent layer of every technique they encounter and others cannot hear it at all is not a cultivation world in equilibrium. It is a cultivation world with a hidden hierarchy. He wrote, standardization does not reduce capability. It reduces asymmetry. Tang Mingyi read this section 3 times. He sat with it for a long time. He wrote his formal response to the investigation record over 4 days, which was longer than he had spent on any single document since Elder Shun Hongli's archive. The formal response was 18 pages. He began, Yin Tianxing's argument deserves careful engagement rather than dismissal. He has identified a real problem. The information asymmetry between practitioners who can hear technique intent and those who cannot is real, and the potential for that asymmetry to produce unequal outcomes is real. I am not disputing the existence of the problem. He wrote, I am disputing the proposed solution, and I am disputing it on the grounds that it makes the problem worse rather than better. He spent 12 pages demonstrating this. The argument was, suppressing or standardizing the intent layer did not eliminate the information asymmetry. It hid it. A practitioner who could hear intent in a standardized technique library would hear, clearly, that the intent had been removed. The absence was audible. The information asymmetry would persist. Now with the additional asymmetry that only the people who could hear it would know the standardization had occurred. The practitioners who could not hear it would train with techniques they believed were complete, unaware they were training with techniques that had been deliberately altered. He wrote, the asymmetry Yin Tianxing describes is real. His solution deepens it under a name that sounds like equity. He wrote, "The solution to information asymmetry is not to remove the information. The solution is to document what the information is and make the documentation available." A cultivation world in which the intent layer of techniques is publicly documented does not have hidden hierarchy. It has known information, available to any practitioner who can learn to work with it. That is a starting point for equity, not a departure from it. He wrote, "I understand that I am arguing from a position of having the ability Yin Tianqing considers dangerous. I note this limitation on my perspective and ask that the record hold both his documentation and mine." He sent the response to the investigation record and filed a copy in the manual. Chapter 58. The Bureau's Central Investigation Division scheduled a formal regulatory hearing. Jiang Wuxin reported the dates to Tang Mingyi with the quality of someone who was not surprised that it had been scheduled but had not known when. She said, "They are going to want Yin Tianqing's testimony. And yours. The hearing will determine the formal cultivation regulation position on two things. 1. Whether the Hollow Doctrine's suppression activities constitute actionable cultivation rights violations. And 2. Whether resonance listening is a formally recognized cultivation ability with associated practice protections." Tang Mingyi said, "The hearing is about whether we exist." She said, "The hearing is about whether you exist in a form the Bureau can protect." He said, "The documentation exists regardless of the hearing." She said, "Yes, but the protection requires the formal recognition." He thought about Elder Shin Hongli, who had spent 40 years documenting what he heard without formal recognition, and who had died in a suppression technique because his documentation had no standing. He said, "I'll testify." She said, "Qin Liani has also agreed to testify." He said, "Good. 2 development paths documented. 2 voices." She said, "There may be more by the time the hearing date arrives. Your letter to the Bureau's archive consultation record. We've had 11 inquiries since you added the public contact note to the manual's introduction." Tang Mingyi said, 11. She said, "In 3 weeks. Practitioners from 8 different sections. Most of them are asking the same question, whether what they're experiencing is what you described." He said, "Are they?" She said, "I don't have the ability to assess that, but their descriptions match yours." He wrote in his notes that evening, 11 practitioners in 3 weeks describing the same experience across 8 sections. The ability is not rare. It is underdiagnosed. The testing arrays are not designed to detect it. They produce a 0 or an anomalous reading and no follow-up protocol. The practitioners develop without knowing what they're developing. He wrote, "The manual is reaching them. That is what it was for." Chapter 59. The formal regulatory hearing was 18 days away when Yin Tianqing agreed to a direct meeting. The agreement came through the Bureau's formal correspondence record. Unexpected, because the hearing would have given him a formal platform that was more institutionally powerful than a private meeting. Tang Mingyi filed the agreement with Jiang Wuxin, who advised against it. He went anyway. They met in a bureau-neutral room in the capital's coordination district. Director Xue, back in a consulting capacity, was present as an observer. Liang Wuxing attended because Yin Tianqing had requested it. Liang Wuxing was, technically, the only resonance silencer documented in the cultivation world, and Yin Tianqing had apparently wanted both sides of the ability spectrum present. Yin Tianqing was 78 years old and moved carefully. He was not physically weakened. His cultivation base was substantial, the kind that came from decades of accumulated work. He moved carefully because he had learned too, which was different. He sat across the table from Tang Mingyi and said, "You are younger than I expected." Tang Mingyi said, "You built this program before I was born." Yin Tianqing said, "Before your parents were born, in some parts of it." He was matter-of-fact about this. "I have spent 40 years arguing that the intent layer of cultivation techniques should be standardized for the benefit of practitioners who cannot hear it. You have spent, by the documentation, approximately 10 months demonstrating that the intent layer should be preserved for the benefit of practitioners who can." Tang Mingyi said, "The documentation covers more than that. The benefit extends beyond the practitioners who can hear it. A practitioner who works with someone who can hear it also benefits from what the listener reports." Yin Tianqing said, "The asymmetry again." Tang Mingyi said, "The asymmetry is real. I'm not disputing it." Yin Tianqing looked at him. He said, "You read my document carefully." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." He said, "Most people who disagree with my work do not engage with the specific arguments." Tang Mingyi said, "You've been building a suppression program for 40 years based on a theory you developed without meeting a resonance listener. I wanted to know what the theory actually said." Yin Tianqing was quiet. He said, "What did you find?" Tang Mingyi said, "The theory identifies a real problem. The proposed solution makes the problem worse while appearing to address it. And, he paused. I think you've known that for some time. Yin Tianqing looked at his hands. He said, I have had, for 20 years, a private practitioner's account that I did not make public. A resonance listener I had contact with. Not a practitioner I suppressed, a practitioner who agreed to document their experience for my research. Wrote 80 pages describing what the intent layer sounded like. What it told them. What it gave them access to. He paused. The account was persuasive in a way I did not want it to be. Tang Mingyi said, what did you do with it? Yin Tianqing said, I kept it in my private archive and continued building the standardization program. The room was quiet. Tang Mingyi said, you should submit that account to the hearing record. Yin Tianqing said, it is evidence against my own position. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Submit it anyway. Yin Tianqing looked at him for a long moment. He said, you sound very certain that accurate documentation is worth having even when it damages your opposition. Tang Mingyi said, if your position is wrong, the accurate documentation of it will show that. If my position is wrong, the accurate documentation of it will also show that. The goal is the accurate record. Yin Tianqing said, and you believe the accurate record will vindicate your position. Tang Mingyi said, I believe the accurate record will describe what is real. If what I've documented is accurate, if the intent layer is what I say it is, and the suppression program has done what I say it's done, then yes, the accurate record will reflect that. A pause. He said, the only way it doesn't is if I'm wrong. Yin Tianqing submitted the private account to the hearing record the following day. Chapter 60. The regulatory hearing convened at the Bureau's capital chamber. It ran 4 days. On the first day, Tang Mingyi testified for 6 hours. He presented the documentation chronologically, the testing array, the archive, the formation modification, the embedded suppression technique, the tracking system, the cultivation standards preservation society, Gaofengli's 20-year case management record, and the formation network's 200-year substrate communication. He presented it in the same voice he used for everything, specific, sourced, and with all ambiguities and limitations explicitly acknowledged. Where he was not certain, he said so. Where his interpretation was contested, he noted the contest. He also presented the 80-page private account Yin Tianqing had submitted, not as evidence against Yin Tianqing, but as documentation of another practitioner's resonance listening experience, which expanded the testimony beyond his own. Qin Liani testified on the second day. Her 4 years of formation observations, filed as instrument drift, produced a different kind of documentation from Tang Mingyi's. She had developed from the deep substrate inward, and her account of the formation communication was more experiential and less technical than his. The hearing panel found her testimony clarifying in ways that his documentation, for all its precision, had not been. Liang Wuxing testified on the third day about the suppression mechanics. He described, technically and without evasion, how the silencing technique worked, how many practitioners he had applied it to, and his own evolution on the question of whether it was justified. He said, I was wrong. I believed I was preventing harm. I was causing it. I document this accurately because the record should say that I understand it. Yin Tianqing testified on the fourth day. He presented his full 40-year position and did not soften it. He also presented his private account of the resonance listener who had agreed to document for him, with the practitioner's name, Shenring, whom the Bureau's records confirmed had died 12 years ago, and whose account had never been circulated. He said, I kept this account because it was inconvenient to my position. That was a documentation failure. I am correcting it now. The hearing panel deliberated for 2 days. The formal finding, resonance listening was recognized as a documented cultivation ability protected under cultivation rights regulations. Practitioners with the ability were entitled to formal Bureau support and protection against suppression. The Hollow Doctrine's suppression activities were declared actionable cultivation rights violations under the new framework, with formal enforcement proceedings to follow against identified participants. Yin Tianqing's cooperation during the hearing was noted as a mitigating factor. Gaofengli's case was referred to the Bureau's Internal Conduct Division. The technique tracking system embedded in the 47 verdant needle sect techniques was declared an illegal surveillance mechanism, and a general circular was issued to all registered sects advising technique audit procedures. The formation network sites were placed under formal cultivation heritage protection. Tang Mingyi sat in the chamber after the panel had cleared. Jiang Wuxin was summarizing the enforcement schedule on the other side of the table. Qin Liani was making notes in her own notation system, which Tang Mingyi could now read well enough to recognize as describing something he hadn't heard in the formation yet. He would ask her about it later. Liang Wuxing was packing his documentation into a neat stack. He said, without looking up, The suppression technique I used on Xianxia. If the remediation methods advance to where it could be addressed, I want that in the formal record too. That it was my work and I want it undone. Tang Mingyi said, I'll note it. He wrote it in his notes. He added a new section to the manual that evening. The hearing's formal findings, summarized and filed as documentation, with a note that said this was not the end of the record. It was the establishment of a formal beginning. The ability now had protection. What mattered next was what practitioners did with the protection. He wrote the final line of the section. The cultivation world now has a notation for what the testing array called 0. The notation is incomplete. It will be completed by the practitioners who develop the ability after us and find the parts we didn't have the vocabulary to describe yet. He wrote, that is what all documentation is for. Not to be final. To be somewhere to continue from. He closed the notebook. He thought, far enough. He was not yet at the deep formation. He was not yet at foundational voice. He had not yet heard the full message the original practitioners had left. But the formal record existed now. The ability had standing. The 11 practitioners who had contacted the archive consultation record would be able to find context and protection they hadn't had 3 months ago. He opened the manual to the introduction. He added a line. This account is the first edition. There will be others. Chapter 61. 3 months after the regulatory hearing, 11 became 41. 41 practitioners had contacted the Bureau's archive consultation record identifying with the resonance listening description. They came from 23 different sections. Their development stages ranged from early, the faint impression of technique voices, uncertain whether it was real, to advanced practitioners who had been working at high-tier perception for a decade without knowing it had a name. Tang Mingyi worked through the correspondence methodically. Each practitioner had written differently. Some wrote briefly, 1 or 2 paragraphs, as if testing whether a response would come. Some wrote extensively, 15, 20 pages of observation notes they had been keeping in private, never having had anywhere to send them. Some wrote with visible relief, and some wrote with the particular tension of someone who has been managing a secret for years and is not entirely certain the secret should be shared. He answered all of them. He answered the brief ones with enough detail to show that someone had read carefully. He answered the lengthy ones by engaging with specific observations and noting where they matched or diverged from his experience. He answered the tense ones with the same quality of attention and did not try to resolve the tension for them. The tension, he had learned, was not his to dissolve. It was theirs to navigate in their own time. Xianxia had offered to help with the correspondence. He accepted. She wrote to the Eastern practitioners whose development paths resembled hers, the ones who had come into the deep formation grammar first, before the simpler technique voice reading. Her notation was different from Tang Mingyi's, and the practitioners who had developed similarly found her documentation more immediately recognizable than his. He wrote in his notes, this is why the manual needs multiple voices. My account describes my development path. Practitioners whose development differed would benefit from an account that matches theirs. He wrote to Xianxia, I'd like to formally include your account as the second voice in the manual's second edition. She wrote back, I'll prepare a parallel account. 10 chapters, documenting from my starting point. He wrote, I'll wait for it before publishing. The Hollow Doctrine's formal dissolution began in the same period. The enforcement proceedings were methodical. They would take years, Zhang Wuxin had told him. The network had 40-year institutional roots. Dismantling it required working through every embedded position, every front organization, every historical decision that needed to be reviewed and documented. Tang Mingyi's role in the enforcement proceedings was limited and specific. When documentation contained intent-encoded materials, he could hear what the encoding said. The enforcement teams used this primarily for authenticity assessment, determining whether a document had been modified after initial encoding or whether a practitioner's formal submission matched the intent they had been expressing in formation communications. He did not find this work dramatic. He found it accurate. He wrote, in a letter to Wen Changqing at the Southern Estate, the investigation work is good, but it is not the formation network. The formation network is still speaking. We have not yet been to all the sites. The vocabulary is still incomplete. When Changqing wrote back, come south again when the investigation work allows. Duan Ruoshi has identified a formation site she believes predates all the others. She thinks it is the origin node. Tang Mingyi wrote back, when Changqing wrote, spring. Chapter 62. The Verdant Needle Sect's restoration curriculum was completed in the 10th week after the hearing. Tang Mingyi had been working on it in parallel with the correspondence and the investigation documentation, the same systematic approach, the same patient listening. The restoration produced a curriculum that was more complete than what the sect had originally had, because the narrowing program had not simply replaced techniques. It had also quietly removed foundational content that the narrow techniques depended on, hoping the absence would be interpreted as practitioner limitation rather than curriculum gap. Filling the gaps required sourcing from the Southern Estates Returned Archive, which the Resonant Silence Academy had collected from multiple sects over 80 years. This was an irony Tang Mingi noted in the formal record without emphasis. The stolen archive, redistributed, had inadvertently preserved technique lineages that would otherwise have been lost. Elder Ma Rinshan reviewed the restored curriculum with the quality of someone who was doing careful arithmetic and finding the result disorienting. He said, "The sect's actual technique foundation is broader than anything we've been teaching." Tang Mingi said, "Yes." Elder Ma said, "We've been a fire technique sect because the curriculum pushed fire. We're actually, I don't know what to call what we are." Tang Mingi said, "A multi-element sect with 2 centuries of accumulated misclassification." Elder Ma said, "That's going to require a significant restructuring." Tang Mingi said, "Yes." Elder Ma was quiet for a moment. He said, "You found all of this by listening to what the techniques said." Tang Mingi said, "By listening to what they were trying to do and comparing that to what we were asking them to do." Elder Ma said, "I have been running this sect's administrative structure for 6 months, and I've never done anything like that." Tang Mingi said, "You're doing accurate administration. That is also necessary." Elder Ma said, with a quality that was almost dry, "Thank you for that." He approved the restored curriculum. The first classes using the full foundation ran the following week. Pei Xiaoyuan was in the first cohort. He had not been asked to be. He had simply appeared in the multi-element integration session that Tang Mingi was running for the remediation group, the 8 practitioners with embedded suppression technique, the 43 with narrow chi channel range, and 3 senior disciples who had requested inclusion. Pei Xiaoyuan had been one of the 3 who requested inclusion. The session was not Tang Mingi teaching in the traditional sense. He could not transmit technique knowledge more effectively than any qualified instructor. What he could do was describe what a technique was trying to accomplish, and then listen to each practitioner's attempt and describe the gap between what they were producing and what the technique's intent suggested. Pei Xiaoyuan's attempts at multi-element integration were, as Tang Mingi had assessed in the remediation session, limited by 12 years of fire-dominant training. His wide-spectrum sensitivity was present and intact. The integration was unfamiliar territory. He did not complain about this. He asked, after the 3rd attempt, "The technique's intent, is it pushing toward the integration or is it waiting for me to direct it?" Tang Mingi said, "Waiting. This technique's intent is collaborative. It responds to where you push it rather than having a dominant direction of its own." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "That's different from every fire technique I've trained with." Tang Mingi said, "Fire techniques tend to have strong single intent. High direction, low flexibility. Multi-element integration techniques tend toward the opposite." Pei Xiaoyuan tried again. The attempt was better. Not correct yet, but the direction of the error changed, which meant the understanding had shifted. He said, quietly, afterward, "You said 12 years. For the multi-element suppression." Tang Mingi said, "Yes." He said, "My first fire breakthrough was at year 4. The formation would have been running. I thought I was particularly suited to fire because it came so easily." Tang Mingi said, "You may still have strong fire aptitude. Broad-spectrum sensitivity and elemental preference aren't mutually exclusive." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "But the ease wasn't just aptitude." Tang Mingi said, "No, not entirely." Pei Xiaoyuan absorbed this without visible distress. He had been doing that since the remediation session, absorbing difficult information with the same directness he brought to everything. He said, "Tell me when the technique is doing what it's supposed to do, and I'm not." Tang Mingi said, "I will." Chapter 63 The Formation Network's 4th confirmed site was in the Northern Territories. A practitioner named Hu Jingrun, responding to the Bureau's formal circular about the Heritage Protection designation, reported that the site was located within her sect's lower cultivation grounds and had been sealed and inaccessible for 160 years. The sealing was not decay. It was a deliberate access restriction applied by a sect leadership 2 generations ago, citing the formation as unstable and dangerous. Tang Mingi traveled north with Director Shui and a small bureau team. The site was intact. When he entered the sealed chamber, the formation responded with the same greeting quality he had experienced in the Verdant Needle sect's deep formation. A recognition rather than a reaction, like hearing your name said by someone who was expecting you. He spent 3 days listening. The Northern Formation's grammar was related to the Verdant Needle sect's formation but not identical. Same root vocabulary, different regional accent. The variation gave him vocabulary he hadn't had before. Concepts that had been ambiguous in the Verdant Needle sect's communication became legible in the Northern Formation's phrasing. On the 2nd day, He heard something new. The formation was describing a practitioner, not in abstract terms, not those who hear, or practitioners who will come. This was a specific practitioner, encoded in the same individual voice notation that Tang Mingyi had been developing for his methodology documentation. Someone had encoded a practitioner's signature into the formation's substrate. He listened for 6 hours. He wrote, "The formation at this site contains a preserved practitioner record, someone's full cultivation signature, encoded at the formation's foundational layer. The signature belongs to a foundational voice practitioner who was part of the original network. The encoding includes what reads as an operational intent. This signature is here so that future practitioners can recognize the style if they encounter it again elsewhere." He wrote, "They are not just leaving a message. They are leaving an identification key." He wrote, "The original practitioners expected that their work would continue after them. They encoded themselves into the formation so that future practitioners who heard their work at other locations would be able to identify the maker." He wrote, "A signature I may encounter somewhere else." He stood in the chamber with this for a long time. The formation spoke in its slow grammar. He was beginning to hear it as a conversation rather than a broadcast. He wrote a long documentation note about the practitioner signature. The signature had 4 distinct components, which he described in the notation he had inherited from Elder Shin Hongli and extended over the past months. The Qi approach style, which was the way the practitioner had oriented themselves to the substrate, methodical, patient, wide range rather than deep. The encoding preference, which was the choice of grammatical structure the practitioner used when communicating in formation substrate, tending toward concrete spatial vocabulary. The personal resonance frequency, which was unique to each practitioner the way handwriting was unique, and what Tang Mingyi was beginning to call the intention quality, which was harder to describe. The practitioner's characteristic motivation made audible in how they worked. The intention quality of this signature was unusual. Most practitioners, when they encoded technique work into formation substrate, had intention qualities that were primarily self-oriented, demonstrating competence, solving a specific problem, exploring a specific theoretical question. This practitioner's intention quality was different. It was oriented outward, consistently, across the entire encoding. Every section of the substrate work expressed the same intent. This is for whoever comes next. I am building infrastructure. The practitioner was not demonstrating anything or solving their own problems. They were laying foundations for other people's work. He noted this carefully. He wrote, "The practitioner whose signature is encoded at this site shares this intention quality with the origin node's builder. Different encoding style, similar orientation. Either they were trained by the same teacher, or this outward orientation was a characteristic of the practitioner culture that produced the formation network, a shared understanding that the work was for future generations rather than for the current one." He wrote, "This is what the network required to be built. Practitioners who were building for people they would never meet." He sat with the formation's slow grammar for another hour. Director Shui came to find him eventually. He said, "You've been in here for 6 hours. Tang Mingyi said, "There's a lot to hear." Director Shui said, "You're going to give me a documentation report that takes 3 days to read." Tang Mingyi said, "Probably 4. The practitioner signature is significant." Director Shui said, "Why?" Tang Mingyi said, "It may be the same practitioner who built the first site, or someone trained by them. The intention quality matches." Director Shui said, "The original network builder encoded themselves into multiple sites." Tang Mingyi said, "That's my current assessment. The sites are a distributed record of one practitioner's sustained 50-year project." Director Shui said, "How do you feel about that?" Tang Mingyi considered this. He said, "Invested in getting the documentation right." Chapter 64 Director Shui's team documented the Northern Formation site over 5 days. On the 3rd day, Hu Jingren, who had reported the site and had been present throughout the visit with the quality of someone watching a process she couldn't yet understand, asked Tang Mingyi if she could speak with him separately. She said, "I have been having unusual experiences in this chamber for 8 years. My sect's formation master assessed it as ambient qi sensitivity and told me to avoid the lower cultivation grounds. I was told the experiences were distracting rather than useful." Tang Mingyi said, "What kind of experiences?" She said, "I described them to people as feelings. The chamber feels occupied, not in a threatening way, in the way a room feels occupied when there's a person in it reading quietly, present but not demanding attention." Tang Mingyi said, "That's an accurate description of what I hear in these formations." She said, "You hear it as sound." Tang Mingyi said, "As voice. The formations have something I describe as intent grammar, a vocabulary of concepts that recurs across multiple transmissions. But the underlying perception, awareness that the formation is communicating, that something in the substrate is present and attentive. Yes. You're describing the same thing. She said, I'm not deaf to qi intent. He said, no. She said, I've been treated for 8 years like someone who was having cultivation irregularities. He said, yes. That's a systemic documentation failure. He paused. Your formation master assessed you with tools that weren't designed to detect this ability. The assessment was accurate within its tool's limits. She said, that is a very diplomatic way to describe 8 years of being wrong. He said, I'm not being diplomatic. I'm describing what happened. The tools were inadequate. The documentation that would have corrected them hadn't been written yet. She said, has it been written now? He said, being written. The first edition is in progress. He paused. Would you like to contribute your account? The presence quality you're describing is a third perceptual mode alongside mine and Xianxia's. The manual needs it. Hu Jingren said, yes. She was definite about it in a way that told him the 8 years had made the opportunity significant. I have 8 years of notes. Tang Mingyi said, bring them. Chapter 65. The manual grew. By the time Tang Mingyi returned to the Verdant Needle sect from the Northern Formation site, the second edition was taking shape. It would not be one voice, or even two. It would be a chorus. His account, precise and technical, written from the inside of the voice tier progression. Xianxia's account, from the deep grammar outward. Hu Jingren's account, from the presence quality that felt like a person reading quietly in the next room. Annotations from 8 other practitioners who had sent detailed enough correspondence to contribute substantively. Each account preserved its own voice. The manual did not smooth the differences into a unified description. Tang Mingyi wrote in the second edition's introduction. The first edition was one practitioner's account. The second edition is several. Where they agree, the observation is likely broadly applicable. Where they diverge, the divergence is documented rather than resolved. The ability may not look the same in every practitioner. The divergences map the possibility space rather than representing errors in any single account. He wrote, if your experience is not in this edition, the third edition is open. Write to the consultation record. He had been receiving, on average, 4 new correspondence inquiries per week since the hearing's formal recognition. The rate was not slowing. Chao Wuqi, who had remained at the Verdant Needle sect through all of it, and who cultivated with careful conventional methods and made no claims about hearing technique voices, came to Tang Mingyi with a direct question one afternoon. He said, people keep asking you to teach them how to hear technique intent. Can you? Tang Mingyi said, I can teach the practice of asking what a technique is trying to do. The hearing itself develops from the practitioner's own perceptual structure. Chao Wuqi said, what if someone doesn't have the perceptual structure? Tang Mingyi said, then they don't hear it the way I do. But every practitioner can practice asking the question. Asking what a technique is trying to do changes how you use it, even if you can't hear the answer directly. Chao Wuqi said, does it work? Tang Mingyi said, Pei Zhaoyuan is developing the fastest multi-element integration of anyone in the remediation cohort. He doesn't hear technique voices. He asks accurate questions about what the techniques want. Chao Wuqi was quiet. He said, so you're teaching a method, not an ability. Tang Mingyi said, I'm teaching what I can teach. I cannot teach the perception. I can teach the habit of attention that made the perception useful when I developed it. Chao Wuqi said, will you teach me? Tang Mingyi said, yes. He did. He worked with Chao Wuqi for 2 weeks, 2 hours each morning. Not listening sessions, technique analysis sessions. Chao Wuqi would execute a technique. Tang Mingyi would describe what he heard, and then they would compare that to what Chao Wuqi had understood the technique to be doing. The gaps were systematic and illuminating. Chao Wuqi had been executing his techniques accurately, but without understanding several secondary functions that he hadn't known existed. By the end of 2 weeks, Chao Wuqi was executing a technique he had used for 6 years differently. The form was the same. The understanding was different. He said, the technique was doing something I didn't know about. Tang Mingyi said, yes. He said, I would have figured that out eventually. Tang Mingyi said, possibly. You might also have trained for another decade without knowing it was there. Chao Wuqi said, how did you know to look? Tang Mingyi said, I couldn't stop listening. Chao Wuqi looked at the technique scroll. He said, tell me what else you hear in it. Tang Mingyi told him. He told him about the technique's historical encoding, what the practitioner who had originally developed it had been trying to accomplish, visible in the way the intent was structured. He told him about the secondary activation pattern that most practitioners never triggered because their technique instruction hadn't included the correct precursor context. He told him about the way the technique was designed to work differently when practiced in proximity to water element formations, something the Verdant Needle sect's formation hadn't been producing cleanly since the suppression. which meant Chao Wuqi had been working with a slightly degraded version for 6 years. Chao Wuqi listened. He practiced the technique 3 times. On the third practice, the secondary function activated. It was not dramatic. It was the sound, from Tang Mingyi's perspective, of a technique working as designed. From Chao Wuqi's perspective, presumably, it was whatever he had been missing for 6 years, suddenly present. Chao Wuqi stood still for a long moment. He said, "How long have you been hearing that was missing?" Tang Mingyi said, 3 months. I was waiting for the formation restoration to be complete before working through your technique archive. The formation environment affects the secondary function. Chao Wuqi said, 3 months. Tang Mingyi said, the restoration is recent. The work has been in queue. Chao Wuqi said, you have a queue. Tang Mingyi said, the correspondence has 41 practitioners. The investigation documentation has ongoing evidence requests. The manual is in 2nd edition development. The technique archive review for the sect's remediation curriculum is 3/4 complete. Chao Wuqi said, I'm in the queue. Tang Mingyi said, you're at the front of the queue. Chao Wuqi was quiet for a moment. He said, all right. He looked at the technique scroll. Next technique. Tang Mingyi picked up the next scroll. They worked through 4 more before the session ended. Chao Wuqi went to the practice yard. He came back 2 hours later and stood in the doorway with the quality of someone who had spent 2 hours verifying a calculation. He said, every technique in my archive has something like this, doesn't it? Tang Mingyi said, most of them. Some are straightforward. Chao Wuqi said, how long is the queue now? Tang Mingyi said, we can work through them. I have time in the mornings. Chao Wuqi said, I'll be there. He was. Chapter 66. The Southern Estate's 5th formation site was not a site. It was a route. Duan Ruoshi had sent documentation to Tang Mingyi 2 weeks before the spring visit. A series of ambient qi readings taken at 20-kilometer intervals along the road between the Southern Estate and a river junction 3 days to the southwest. The readings didn't look like formation sites. They looked like the environmental residue of sustained travel by a high-tier practitioner who had passed through repeatedly over many years. Tang Mingyi read the documentation and wrote back, this is a path, not a location. Someone traveled this route regularly. The ambient qi record is their passage. Duan Ruoshi wrote, that's what I concluded. The question is where the path leads. He arrived at the Southern Estate in early spring. When Xianxia met him at the gate with the quiet welcome of someone who had been continuing shared work in the other person's absence and had things to compare. They spent the first evening reviewing each other's formation vocabulary notebooks. When Xianxia had expanded the grammar considerably. In the 4 months since their last meeting, he had made contact with the formation site at the Southern Estate's base level, the deep structure, which Duan Ruoshi had told him about, and had been working at it daily. His vocabulary was richer in the formation's spatial grammar, the component of the language that described physical location, geographic orientation, distance, and approach. Tang Mingyi's vocabulary was richer in the temporal grammar, the component that described time, sequence, duration, and the anticipated moment. Together, the 2 vocabularies produced something neither had separately. They worked together for 3 days before attempting the route Duan Ruoshi had mapped. On the 4th day, they traveled southwest. The route's ambient qi record resolved slowly into legibility as they moved through it. 2 days in, Tang Mingyi could hear the practitioner who had made the path. Not clearly. The passage was decades old, and environmental processes had blurred the edges of the record. But the encoding style was present and distinctive. He recognized it. He stopped in the middle of the road. When Xianxia said, what? Tang Mingyi said, the practitioner who made this path. The encoding style matches the formation at the Verdant Needle sect. When Xianxia said, the builder. Tang Mingyi said, the same practitioner who built the deep formation at the Verdant Needle sect came this way. Multiple times. The path record is deliberate. They moved through this region repeatedly, enough for the ambient qi to hold their signature. When Xianxia said, they were traveling between sites. Tang Mingyi said, building the network. This is the construction record. They looked at each other. They continued southwest. Chapter 67. The path ended at a stone formation on a low hill above the river junction. It was not architecturally significant. It looked like a natural rock arrangement, the kind that occurred throughout the highlands. Nothing in its surface appearance marked it as a cultivation structure. Tang Mingyi heard it from 40 meters away. The stone formation spoke in a grammar he recognized as the foundational layer, but with a depth he had not encountered before. Not deeper than the Verdant Needle sect's deep formation, deeper than anything he had heard in any formation anywhere. He sat down at 40 meters and listened. Duan Ruoshi, who had traveled with them, sat beside him. She said quietly, you hear it? He said, yes. She said, I came here 30 years ago and felt the presence. Your colleague from the academy describes it as presence too. I've been waiting to bring someone who could hear it more specifically. He said, give me time. He listened for 4 hours. What he heard was not a communication in the network's familiar grammar. It was a structure. The rock formation was not a message node or a relay. It was the grammar itself, preserved at source. The foundational vocabulary he had been assembling fragment by fragment from 6 formation sites was all here, in its complete form, in a single substrate. He wrote, the origin node. This is not a site in the network. This is the source of the network's language. The practitioners who built the formation network learned the foundational grammar here and then carried it to the other sites. This formation is the root. He wrote, I can hear the full grammar at this location. I cannot yet read all of it. Some vocabulary requires foundational voiced here, which I have not yet reached. But the structure is present. The grammar is here. He wrote, I know, now, how the original practitioners built the network. They came here, learned the grammar, and built formations at other sites using what they had heard. The network is the grammar distributed across geography. He sat with his notes for a long time. He thought about Elder Shenhongli. Elder Shun had spent 60 years at the verdant needle sect's formation without being able to hear it clearly, without foundational voice. But Elder Shun had spent years, decades, developing his own notation for what the formation communicated, even when the communication was partial. Elder Shun had made the foundation readable for Tang Mingi before Tang Mingi had known there was a foundation to read. Had Elder Shun known about the origin node? He didn't know. The notation Elder Shun had left him didn't mention it. But the spatial vocabulary in Elder Shun's notation was richer than Tang Mingi would have expected for a practitioner who had only worked with the verdant needle sect's formation. The spatial encoding that had helped Tang Mingi navigate the ambient chi path to this location, that had been in Elder Shun's notation. Either Elder Shun had visited this location and left a record in his notation without naming it, or Elder Shun had developed the spatial vocabulary through the formation's partial communication and had been hearing incomplete echoes of the route for years. Either way, he had preserved it. He wrote, Elder Shun Hongli's notation contains vocabulary that reflects knowledge of the origin node's spatial grammar. I cannot determine whether he visited or whether he developed the vocabulary from the verdant needle sect's formation's partial reference to it. What I can document is that his notation was the correct preparation for finding this location. He wrote, I inherited the right tools. I did not know what they were for when I inherited them. They were the right tools anyway. He sat with his notes for a long time. Wen Changqing, who had been listening separately and taking his own notes, said eventually, the vocabulary I was missing, the spatial grammar, it's all here. Tang Mingi said, yes. Wen Changqing said, how many practitioners do you think came here? Tang Mingi said, I can hear traces of at least 7 distinct encoding styles in the substrate. 7 practitioners who had foundational voice and came to this location to learn the grammar. Duan Ruoshi said, in how long a period? Tang Mingi said, spanning approximately 200 years. The earliest traces are very old. Duan Ruoshi said, the formation network was built over 200 years by 7 practitioners. Tang Mingi said, that I can identify. There may be more I can't hear clearly enough to distinguish. Duan Ruoshi looked at the stone formation. She said, when you reach foundational voice, will you come back here? Tang Mingi said, yes. Chapter 68 The Return to the Southern Estate produced 3 days of intensive documentation work. Tang Mingi and Wen Changqing wrote separately at first, the practice they had developed on the first visit, allowing independent interpretations before comparing. Then they compared. The comparison produced 37 vocabulary items they were now confident about, and 12 that they had interpreted differently and needed to hold as ambiguous. The 12 ambiguous items were more interesting than the 37 confirmed ones. Wen Changqing had interpreted 4 of them using spatial grammar, the vocabulary of location, orientation, and distance that he had been developing through the estate's formation. Tang Mingi had interpreted the same for using temporal grammar, sequence, duration, anticipation. Neither interpretation was wrong. Both were partial. Tang Mingi wrote, the ambiguous vocabulary items are ambiguous because they are multidimensional. The foundational grammar encodes both spatial and temporal information simultaneously, in a way that requires both spatial vocabulary and temporal vocabulary to read correctly. Neither of us alone has the complete interpretation. Our 2 vocabularies together produce a more complete reading. He wrote, the formation network was built by practitioners with different development approaches who contributed different grammar components. The network's vocabulary requires multiple practitioners with multiple approaches to interpret fully. This is not a limitation, it is the design. The network requires collaborative interpretation. When Changqing read this note, he said, "The original practitioners knew they couldn't build something one practitioner could fully understand alone." Tang Mingyi said, "The network was designed for practitioners who would find each other, not one practitioner reading it. A community developing the vocabulary together." When Changqing said, "It couldn't be received in isolation even if a practitioner wanted to receive it alone." Tang Mingyi said, "No. The grammar requires multiple perspectives." When Changqing said, "That's why the correspondence network matters. Not just for support, for interpretation." Tang Mingyi wrote this in his notes. He would return to it later, when he was writing the third edition's chapter on the collaborative nature of the methodology. Duan Ruoshi reviewed both notebooks and added her own annotations. Her contribution was different in character, not vocabulary, but structural context. She had been working with the formation system's cultural and historical record for 40 years. What sects had been present near the formation sites when they were built? What historical events had coincided with the network's documented transmission periods? What the 200-year record of resonance listeners showed about when and where the ability had appeared? She said, on the third day, "I've been sitting on a theory for a long time that I didn't have evidence for. I may have it now." Tang Mingyi said, "What's the theory?" She said, "The resonance listening ability develops more frequently in periods of significant cultivation disruption. When the cultivation world undergoes a major shift, a new technique tradition emerging, a major sect collapsing, a regulation change that alters access to foundational formation sites, the ability development rate goes up." When Changqing said, "Why?" She said, "My theory is that the ability develops in response to need. When the cultivation world has disruption that creates information gaps, practitioners who need to understand what techniques are doing without established frameworks to tell them, the ability develops to fill the gap." Tang Mingyi said, "The ability is an adaptive response." Duan Ruoshi said, "That's my theory. I'm not certain of it." Tang Mingyi wrote it in his notes. He wrote, "If Duan Ruoshi's theory is correct, the testing array's 0 rating is not random. It appears preferentially in practitioners who are in situations where standard cultivation assessment is insufficient, where they need to understand what they're perceiving from first principles rather than from existing documentation. The ability develops because the practitioner needs it." He wrote, "The Hollow Doctrine Suppression Program was not just preventing practitioners from using an existing ability. It was preventing the ability from developing in response to the disruptions the doctrine itself was causing." He wrote, "Every suppression the doctrine ran created conditions that would have produced more resonance listeners. They were suppressing the response to their own disruption." He brought this to Duan Ruoshi. She read it and said, "That would mean the suppression program was self-perpetuating." Tang Mingyi said, "The more they suppressed, the more disruption accumulated, the more the ability tried to develop, the more they suppressed it." She said, That's a 70-year cycle." Tang Mingyi said, "And it stopped when the documentation became available." She was quiet. She said, "Write this up for the manual." He did. Chapter 69, the formal enforcement proceedings against Yin Tianxing, concluded while Tang Mingyi was at the Southern Estate. Zhang Wuxin sent a summary. Yin Tianxing had accepted the Bureau's formal judgment with conditions. He would not serve in institutional cultivation administration for the remainder of his life. The Cultivation Standards Preservation Society was dissolved. The Standardized Cultivation Institute's distribution program was suspended pending formal technique review. The conditions also included something Tang Mingyi had not expected. Yin Tianxing had formally requested that his 40-year archive of cultivation standardization research be transferred to the Bureau's Formation Heritage Library, available for scholarly review. Zhang Wuxin wrote. He said, in the formal proceedings, that the research had been done with the wrong conclusion, but the documentation of why he thought standardization was necessary should be available because the problem he was trying to solve is real. I believe he is right about this. Tang Mingyi wrote back, he is. Please ensure the archive reaches the Heritage Library. He thought about Yin Tianxing submitting the private practitioner account at the hearing, the account that had been inconvenient to his position for 20 years. He wrote in his notes, Yin Tianxing's archive documents 40 years of a specific argument, including the moment that argument encountered evidence it couldn't dismiss, and what he did with that moment. That is more useful documentation than a clean record would be. The record of how a wrong theory holds until it encounters the right evidence is part of how knowledge builds. He added this to the manual's chapter on documentation methodology. He wrote, the account of how someone was wrong is not a failure document. It is the precursor to the accurate document. The precursor is worth having. Bai Jingru arrived at the Southern Estate on the 5th day of Tang Mingyi's visit. She came because she had been in the Southeastern Territories consulting on a technique archive recovery project and the estate was closer than the verdant needle sect. She also came because she had been corresponding with Tang Mingyi for months and was tired of paper. She arrived with 15 pages of notes from the archive recovery project and the particular quality of someone who had been working alone and wanted to think out loud with someone who would follow the problem. She said, dropping the notes on the table. The Southeastern Archive had 47 techniques that have been assessed as corrupted. Standard assessment says corrupted. I've been trying to determine if any of them are salvageable, and I can't tell from the technique text alone. Tang Mingyi said, "Can I hear them?" She said, "I have the substrate impressions from the archive formations preservation layer. I took a chi transfer impression of each one." She produced a case of technique impressions, the cultivation equivalent of ink impressions of a physical document. "I figured you might want to work with them." He spent the evening listening to the 47 technique impressions. 22 of them were genuinely corrupted. The intent had been severed from the form at some point, and the disconnection was not reparable from what he could hear. 9 of them were not corrupted but misidentified. Their intent was unusual, and the standard assessment tools had read unusual as corrupted. He described the 9 accurately, what they were designed to do, why the assessment had erred, what restoration approach would apply. The remaining 16 were a category he hadn't encountered before. The intent was present, legible, intact, but it was encoded in a vocabulary he didn't recognize. Not damaged. Foreign. He described this to Bai Jingru. She said, "Foreign how?" He said, "The intent grammar is consistent within the 16 techniques. They use the same underlying vocabulary. But the vocabulary isn't the vocabulary of any tradition I've heard in the Eastern or Northern techniques. It's from a different development lineage." She said, "A different cultivation tradition." He said, "A different cultivation tradition with the same foundational layer as everything else. The root vocabulary is consistent. These techniques access the same underlying chi architecture as standard techniques. But the method vocabulary on top of it is different." She said, "So there's more than one method for accessing the same foundation?" Tang Mingyi said, "Yes. And we only have documentation of one of them." She said, "That's a significant finding." He said, "Yes." She picked up her notes. She said, "It's a significant finding for 2 weeks of travel." He said, "The travel was productive." She said, "You sound like you've been waiting to say that." He thought about the path through the highlands, the root formation's deep grammar, the 7 encoding styles in the substrates spanning 2 centuries. He said, "I've had a productive spring." Chapter 70, The Formation Network's communication intensified in the summer. Tang Mingyi had been back at the Verdant Needle sect for 3 weeks when the transmissions began arriving with a new frequency, not the slow substrate cadence he had come to think of as the formation's resting rhythm, but something closer to the quality of regular correspondence. He documented each transmission with the same methodical attention he gave everything. The vocabulary had expanded enough that he could now follow the broad structure of each transmission and identify specific vocabulary items within it. What he could not do yet was integrate the deep substrate grammar, the foundational voice layer that remained partially legible and partially opaque. He wrote to Xianxia, "The transmissions are increasing. The grammar is building towards something. I cannot tell if this is a function of the origin node's influence on my development after visiting it, or a function of the network itself." Xianxia wrote, "Both, probably. I'm experiencing the same thing at the estate's formation. The network responds to practitioners who are actively working with it. It's not passive." Tang Mingyi wrote, "The original practitioners built a network that becomes more communicative as more resonance listeners engage with it. The more of us there are, the louder it speaks." Xianxia wrote, "Or the more clearly it speaks. I don't think it's increasing volume. I think it's increasing vocabulary, because we're developing the capacity to receive more vocabulary." Tang Mingyi wrote back, "The formation's grammar is calibrated to the practitioner's listening. It teaches us in the order we're ready to learn." He wrote, "We are inside a 200-year curriculum." He sat with this for a long time. Then he went to the deep formation room and told it, out loud, in the foundational grammar he had assembled from the network's transmissions, "I'm listening." The formation responded, not in a way he could fully read. The deep substrate communication required foundational voice, and he was at historical echo. But the response was legible enough to describe in his notes as acknowledgement. The formation had heard him. It was adjusting the transmission to the vocabulary he currently had. He wrote, "The original practitioners built a formation that could recognize the tier of the practitioner listening and calibrate its communication accordingly. They anticipated practitioners who were not yet at foundational voice. They built the grammar to be partially legible at lower tiers and more fully legible as the practitioner advanced." He wrote, "They were teaching across 200 years. He wrote, I am a student who arrived late to a class that never ended. He stayed in the formation room for 3 hours. When he left, the manual had 2 new chapters. Chapter 71, the 16 techniques from the Southeastern Archive, required more investigation than Tang Mingyi could conduct alone. He sent requests to 3 practitioners from the correspondence network, Qin Liani, Hu Jingren, and a newer contact named Zhao Weiming, whose background was in Southern technique lineages. He sent each of them substrate impression descriptions of 3 of the 16 techniques and asked a single question: does the intent grammar match anything you've encountered? He waited. Qin Liani wrote back in 7 days. No. The grammar is not related to anything in the Eastern formation vocabulary I've developed. The root vocabulary is familiar. The method vocabulary is foreign to me. Hu Jingren wrote back in 9 days. Unknown to me, but the structural logic suggests a practitioner tradition that works from the foundational layer first and builds technique forms as a secondary step. Where standard techniques start from the desired effect and encode the intent, these start from the qi architecture and derive the effect from it. Zhao Weiming wrote back in 4 days, which was faster than Tang Mingyi had expected. I know what these are. He followed up immediately. Zhao Weiming wrote, there's a cultivation tradition in the far southwest that has been formally isolated from the cultivation world's standard registration system for 200 years. They had a significant disagreement with the Bureau's predecessor organization over technique certification standards and withdrew from the formal registration process. They've been operating independently since. The technique grammar I've encountered in their records matches what you're describing. Tang Mingyi wrote, can you make contact? Zhao Weiming wrote, they don't receive formal communications. They receive practitioners. Tang Mingyi wrote, explain. Zhao Weiming wrote, they operate on a direct meeting model. If you want to learn about their techniques, you travel to their location. They will meet you if your intent is clear. They will not meet you if you arrive as an institutional representative. Tang Mingyi wrote, what does intent clear mean to them? Zhao Weiming wrote, that you are there to learn, not to regulate. Tang Mingyi thought about this. He thought about the difference between arriving as a Bureau archive consultant with formal investigation credentials and arriving as a practitioner who wanted to understand a technique grammar he had never heard before. He wrote to Zhao Weiming, I'll need to travel in a personal capacity, not official. Zhao Weiming wrote, yes. Can you do that? Tang Mingyi thought of Elder Shun Hongli walking through corridors for 40 years, documenting by observation, working in a personal capacity because his formal position was servant. He wrote, yes. Chapter 72, Director Shui was thoughtful about the request. Tang Mingyi presented it directly. A southwestern cultivation tradition with a different technique grammar, formally outside the Bureau's registration system, accessible only through personal visit. He wanted to travel there in a personal capacity and see if the tradition could contribute to the understanding of the foundational layer. Director Shui said, you're asking to visit a cultivation group that has actively avoided Bureau jurisdiction for 200 years, without Bureau credentials, to investigate a technique grammar that is not part of the formal investigation. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, I want to say this is outside the investigation scope. Tang Mingyi said, it is. Director Shui said, and I also want to say that the technique grammar you've described, if it represents a development path that reaches the foundational layer through a different method, is significant beyond the investigation. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, I cannot formally authorize this. Tang Mingyi said, I know. Director Shui said, I can formally suspend your archive consultant appointment for 4 weeks for personal cultivation advancement study, which is a standard benefit and creates no documentation connection to this visit. Tang Mingyi said, that would work. Director Shui said, take Bai Jingru. She has technique analysis skills this kind of contact will benefit from, and she is less obviously institutional than I am. Tang Mingyi said, she'll want to come anyway. Director Shui said, that's why I'm suggesting it rather than ordering it. He paused. Be accurate with them. If they ask why you're interested in their grammar, tell them. Tang Mingyi said, I always tell people why I'm interested. Director Shui said, yes. I've noticed. The journey southwest took 12 days. Bai Jingru had come immediately when asked, with the quality of someone who had been waiting for the next thing to investigate and was glad to have a direction. She spent the travel time working through the 16 technique impressions herself, not listening to them, since she did not have Tang Mingyi's ability, but analyzing the textual and structural components that were legible through standard technique analysis. She had conclusions by the 6th day. She said, the technique formation patterns use spiral qi circulation rather than direct line. Standard techniques run qi through linear channels. These run it through recursive loops. The effect on technique output should be significantly different. more layered, but less immediately powerful. Tang Mingi said, the intent grammar I heard has that quality. The technique's voice is deeper than most standard techniques, but slower to develop. She said, if this tradition trains through recursive qi circulation, their practitioners would develop a different relationship to their own cultivation base. Not stronger or weaker, structured differently. He said, they would hear different things. She said, they would hear different things. She made a note. She said, if there are aspects of the foundational grammar that recursive cultivation reveals and direct line cultivation obscures, and vice versa, we've been developing only half the vocabulary. Tang Mingi said, yes. She said, that's both exciting and slightly terrifying. He said, it means the original practitioners who built the formation network probably had access to both traditions. The network grammar encompasses both. She said, and we've been trying to learn a grammar that requires 2 cultivation methods to read with only one. Tang Mingi said, it explains why certain vocabulary items have been ambiguous. Bai Jingru said, it explains quite a lot. Chapter 73. The Southwestern cultivation tradition called itself the Deep Spiral School. Its practitioners lived in a valley formation that Tang Mingi could hear from 3 kilometers away. The same foundational layer as the formation network, approached from a different angle. Where the network's formation spoke in a voice grammar, the valley's ambient qi had a quality of recursive return, like a melody that always resolved back to its own beginning. They were met at the valley entrance by a senior practitioner named Yin Chanming. She was older than Tang Mingi had expected, perhaps 70, and had the quality of someone who had heard him coming and was now listening to what he said against what she had anticipated. She said, the bureau practitioner who is not here is bureau. Tang Mingi said, I'm here as someone who found 16 techniques from your tradition in an archive and heard a vocabulary I didn't recognize. I want to understand it. She said, what did you hear? He described it in the foundational grammar notation he had developed, the concepts he could identify, the ambiguities, the phrases that his vocabulary didn't yet have notation for. She listened carefully. When he finished, she said, you're working from the voice path approach. He said, techniques as voices with intent. Yes. She said, we work from the return path approach. Techniques as cycles that reveal the foundational layer through recursion rather than through direct listening. He said, the same foundation. 2 different methods of reaching it. She said, yes. She looked at him with assessment that was not hostile. How far have you come on the voice path? He said, historical echo tier. Environmental reader beginning. Foundational voice tier accessible in theory, but not yet reached. She said, and you came here because you heard the vocabulary you're missing. He said, part of it. I came because I heard a grammar I couldn't read and wanted to understand it. She said, that is a good reason. She turned and indicated the valley. Come. We don't receive bureau consultants. We do receive practitioners who want to learn. Tang Mingi spent 2 weeks at the Deep Spiral School. He did not advance a tier. What he gained was vocabulary, not new perceptual capacity, but new notation for concepts he had been experiencing without adequate language. The return path practitioners described the foundational layer not as a voice that could be heard, but as a pattern that recurred in every level of cultivation, from the smallest technique to the largest formation, from a single practitioner's qi circulation to the ambient flow of an entire region. What Tang Mingi heard as voice, they experienced as structural rhythm, the same information organized differently. Yin Chanming worked with him for the first 3 days, comparing vocabularies. The process was more like translation than learning. Most concepts existed in both frameworks, but the terminology was entirely different, and the associations that made each concept legible in its own framework were not transferable without explanation. On the 4th day, Yin Chanming said, the formation network you described, we know it. We call it the returning song. Several practitioners from our tradition contributed to its construction. Tang Mingi said, the encoding styles and the substrate. She said, yes. The founders of the network included voice path practitioners and return path practitioners. The grammar they used is a synthesis of both traditions. He said, that's why the vocabulary has components I can hear clearly and components I cannot. She said, you've been reading a bilingual text with only one language. Tang Mingi spent the rest of the 2 weeks learning enough of the return path vocabulary to recognize its patterns in the formation network's transmissions. When he left, he told Yin Chanming that the Bureau's formal archives had 47 techniques identified as corrupted from the southeastern region. 22 were genuinely damaged. 9 were functional. 16 were from the Deep Spiral tradition. He said, the 16 should be returned to your tradition's archive, if you want them. They're yours. Yin Chanming said, we would like them back. We thought they were lost. He filed the archive transfer request with Director Shui when he returned. Chapter 74 by Jingru wrote her analysis of the Deep Spiral School's technique methodology on the return journey. 12 pages. She had spent the 2 weeks doing systematic technique structure analysis, examining the 16 recovered techniques alongside several the school's practitioners had shared for comparison purposes, and building a formal structural account of how the recursive qi circulation method differed from direct line approaches. She said, near the end of the journey, the recursive method produces a different kind of practitioner. Not better or worse. Different. Their techniques have more layered effects because the qi circulation through the technique is not a one-way channel. It loops back through the foundational layer on each pass and picks up context from the previous pass. Tang Mingyi said, "What does that do for high-tier techniques?" She said, "At higher tiers, their techniques become more responsive to the practitioner's current state rather than executing a fixed program. The recursive loop allows the technique to self-modify based on what the cultivation base feeds back into it." He said, "Adaptive rather than fixed." She said, "Yes, which is why they hear techniques as patterns rather than voices. A pattern that adapts to each pass through the recursive loop sounds different each time. A voice with fixed intent sounds the same." Tang Mingyi thought about the formation network transmitting different vocabulary to practitioners at different tiers. He said, "The formation network is built using both methods. It adapts to the listener's tier. That's the recursive element. It also encodes consistent intent across multiple sites. That's the voice element." Bai Jingru said, "The original practitioners were more sophisticated than we've been giving them credit for." He said, "They had 200 years and at least 2 traditions to draw from." She said, "And they anticipated that future practitioners might have only one." He said, "They left both sets of vocabulary in the substrate, in case only one lineage survived." Bai Jingru looked at the road ahead. She said, "What do you think they were preparing to tell us?" Tang Mingyi said, "I'll know when I reach foundational voice." She said, "How much longer?" He said, "I don't know. The tier advancement isn't something I can schedule." She said, "You said that about structural listener." He said, "I was right." She said, "You advanced to structural listener 3 weeks after you said that." Tang Mingyi said, "The advancement resolved a question I'd been holding for months. When the question becomes complete enough, the answer comes." She said, "What question are you holding for foundational voice?" He thought. He said, "What were they trying to tell us, and why couldn't they stay to say it directly?" Bai Jingru said, "That's 2 questions." He said, "They might have the same answer." Chapter 75 The manual's 2nd edition went to the Bureau's formal record in the early autumn. It contained Tang Mingyi's 10 chapters, Qin Lianyi's 8 chapters, Hu Jingren's 4 chapters on the presence quality experience, 3 shorter contributions from other correspondence network practitioners, a foreword from Wenchang Qing, an appendix on the deep spiral tradition's vocabulary comparison from Bai Jingru's analysis, and a final section written jointly by Tang Mingyi and Yun Chanming on the synthesis grammar of the formation network. It was 214 pages. It was also, formally, the first acknowledged cultivation theory text on resonance listening in the Bureau's history. The previous documentation had all been investigation records, assessment findings, hearing testimony. This was a practitioner's account, several practitioners' accounts, in the traditional form of cultivation methodology documentation. Zhang Wuxin attended the formal filing. She said, looking at the submitted document, "This is going to be very strange to file." Tang Mingyi said, "The classification isn't settled?" She said, "The classification committee is arguing between cultivation theory, formation studies, and a new category we're tentatively calling perceptual cultivation methodology. None of the existing categories quite fit." He said, "Use the new category." She said, "Creating a new category requires a formal proposal." He said, "Then file the proposal. The documentation exists. The category can follow." She said, "You are very pragmatic about institutional procedure." He said, "The procedure is designed to serve the documentation. When the documentation doesn't fit, the procedure should adjust." She said, "That is also a very pragmatic attitude toward procedure." He said, "I spent a year as a servant who had correct information and no formal standing to present it. I have opinions about what institutions are for." She filed the classification proposal alongside the manual. Elder Ma Rinshan read the 2nd edition over 2 evenings. He came to Tang Mingyi's consultation room on the 3rd day and said, "I have a question." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Elder Ma said, "The chapter on suppression calibrated perception, where a practitioner has been narrowed long enough that the narrowing feels like their baseline." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Elder Ma said, "How do they know? The practitioners who've been narrowed. How do they know they should be able to hear more?" Tang Mingyi said, they often don't. That's what the chapter is trying to address. Elder Ma said, so what tells them to look? Tang Mingyi said, usually something doesn't work the way they expected. They execute a technique they've used for years, and it fails to produce the result it should. Or they encounter another practitioner's work and hear a quality in it they can't explain. Or they read documentation that describes a capability they recognize but don't have. He paused. He said, or they meet a practitioner who tells them what they're hearing. Elder Ma was quiet. He said, I have been running this sect's administration for 8 months. I have been assessing practitioners in the remediation program. I have been watching you work for 8 months. He paused. I think I have been hearing something in the formations that I've been attributing to administrative observation and experience. It sounds, from the first chapter of your account, like it might be something else. Tang Mingyi said, describe it. Elder Ma described it for 5 minutes. Tang Mingyi listened. He said, you have been hearing the ambient qi formation quality of the spaces you administer. Not strongly. You've been interpreting it through an administrative framework that translates it into instinct and experience rather than direct perception. But the underlying perception is there. Elder Ma said, are you telling me I have this ability? Tang Mingyi said, I'm describing what I heard when you described your experience. What that means for you is your question to work through. Elder Ma said, you're very careful about not drawing conclusions for people. Tang Mingyi said, I'm careful about the difference between what I can hear and what I know. I can hear your description. I can't know your experience. Elder Ma was quiet for a long time. He said, if I developed this ability, would that be a problem for an administrator? Tang Mingyi said, Elder Shin Hongli administered this sect for 60 years with the ability. I would say no. Elder Ma said, Elder Shun Hongli died of a suppression technique placed by his colleague. Tang Mingyi said, yes. The problem was not the ability. It was the suppression program. Elder Ma said, and that program is now dissolved. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Elder Ma said, then, if I developed this ability, it would be documented. Tang Mingyi said, in the 3rd edition. Elder Ma looked at the manual. He said, write down what I told you. Exactly as I said it. With the administrative framework and the instinct and all of it. Tang Mingyi said, I will. He did. Chapter 76. The Shun Qingzhao matter came forward in the autumn. Liang Wuxing had submitted a formal request to the Bureau's Heritage Division. He wanted to locate any surviving records of Shun Qingzhao's cultivation work from before he had silenced her ability 30 years ago. She had died 12 years ago. There was no possibility of direct remediation. But he had said at the hearing that he wanted her work in the formal record, and he was following through. The Heritage Division found records through the Southeastern Archives recovered collection, 11 scrolls of technique intent documentation that Shun Qingzhao had compiled during the period when she had the ability, before the estate visit. The scrolls had been in the Southeastern Archive under a different name, misfiled decades ago. Liang Wuxing brought the scrolls to Tang Mingyi. He said, I don't have the ability to hear what she encoded. I need someone who can tell me what's in them. Tang Mingyi listened to all 11 scrolls over 2 days. The experience was different from the damaged scroll in the Verdant Needle sect's waste pile, which had been her fragmented notes after the silencing. These were her work at full capacity. Shun Qingzhao's voice in the intent encoding was precise and patient. The voice of someone who had been developing a methodology with similar objectives to his own, who had reached the same basic documentation framework through independent work, who had been building toward something specific. He could tell, from the progression across the 11 scrolls, that she had been approaching the foundational grammar. The last 3 scrolls were working at a depth that corresponded to what Tang Mingyi heard at his current historical echo tier. She had been close. He wrote his documentation of all 11 scrolls and gave the documentation to Liang Wuxing. He also added a chapter to the manual, Shun Qingzhao's voice, described from what he heard in her technique encoding, the methodology she had been building, the direction she had been moving. He wrote, she got here first. She documented what she could. The documentation was fragmented and delayed by 30 years. The work is now in the record. He wrote, the record she should have been able to contribute to directly. That is the loss the suppression program caused. Not just the ability, but the work that the ability would have produced. Liang Wuxing read the chapter. He said nothing for a long time. Then he said, she would have had useful things to say about the formation network. Tang Mingyi said, yes. There are components of her vocabulary that address grammatical ambiguities I haven't resolved. Liang Wuxing said, that's both good and terrible. Tang Mingyi said, yes. That's the accurate description. Chapter 77. The formation network sent a new signal in the late autumn. Tang Mingyi had been in the lower formation room when it arrived, not by coincidence. He had been spending his evenings there consistently since the visit to the origin node. and the formation had been responding to that consistency with increasing frequency and clarity. This transmission was different in quality from the previous ones. It contained a practitioner's name. He heard it clearly, the same individual voice encoding he had learned to read from the Northern Formation's practitioner record. The formation was transmitting an identification. A practitioner from the original network who had worked at this site, whose voice was encoded in the deep substrate. He wrote down the encoding signature in full. He took it to Xianxia the following morning. He said, "The deep formation contains a practitioner's encoded signature at the foundational layer. I've been hearing fragments of it for months. This is the complete signature as I heard it last night. Can the archive identify it?" Xianxia looked at the notation. He said, "This is the format for an individual cultivation voice record?" Tang Mingyi said, "Yes. The encoded voice qualities that identify a specific practitioner's technique encoding style, like a signature on a document." Xianxia said, "I don't have anything in the standard archive that uses this format. But Elder Shun Hongli's records might." They went through Elder Shun Hongli's 60-year archive together. On the third day, they found it. In a bundle of records dated 190 years before the current year, materials Elder Shun had found in the sect's deepest storage levels, which he had been preserving for decades without knowing their full significance. There was a practitioner identification record. The record was formal in the cultivation world's historical style. Name, sect affiliation, cultivation tier at time of recording, special abilities noted. The name was Xianxia. The cultivation tier was foundational voice, 3rd stage. The special abilities noted were foundational formation construction, multi-site substrate coordination, long duration intent encoding. At the bottom of the record, in Elder Shun's own cramped handwriting, added decades after the original document, "The Builder." "I believe this is the Builder." Tang Mingyi read the record 3 times. He said, "Elder Shun knew." Xianxia said, "For how long?" Tang Mingyi said, "He wrote this annotation sometime in the last 40 years. He didn't have the formation vocabulary to hear what I hear, the voice grammar I can parse from the substrate. But he had 60 years of observation, and he found this record, and he believed." Xianxia said, "He knew who built the formation and he couldn't tell anyone because he had no standing." Tang Mingyi said, "He left it in the archive." He looked at the record. He left everything in the archive. That was his methodology. He added the practitioner record to the formation network documentation. He wrote, "Xianxia, foundational voice, 3rd stage. 190 years ago, the builder of the verdant needle sect's deep formation." Elder Shun Hongli suspected. The formation confirmed. He wrote, "The formation has been saying your name for 200 years. Chapter 78. The technique curriculum restoration's effects were becoming visible by winter. The 43 practitioners who had trained under the narrowed formation were 6 months into the remediation program, showing cultivation advancement patterns that their instructors had not seen before. The advancement was not dramatic, not sudden breaks to higher tiers, nothing that would show up as a cultivation event. It was a broadening. Practitioners who had been strong in single-element application were developing multi-element fluency. Practitioners whose techniques had been narrow in application were finding uses for their cultivation that the narrow curriculum had not taught." Pei Xiaoyuan came to Tang Mingyi's consultation room in the 2nd month of winter. He had been working in the remediation cohort's advanced section for 4 months. He no longer needed Tang Mingyi's presence to make progress in the multi-element integration work. He came because he had noticed something. He said, "The younger cohort, the disciples who started training after the curriculum restoration, they're advancing differently than we did." Tang Mingyi said, "How so?" Pei Xiaoyuan said, "They're not specializing as quickly. When I was at their stage, my advancement was all fire direction by the 2nd year. They're staying broad, choosing different techniques on different days. The instructors think they're being unfocused." Tang Mingyi said, "Are they?" Pei Xiaoyuan said, "They're not. They're developing a different relationship to technique choice. Less habit-based, more responsive. They try a technique, hear something, I don't mean hear the way you do, but notice something about how it felt, and adjust." Tang Mingyi said, "The curriculum change is producing different practitioners." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "Different in a way the current instruction framework isn't designed for." Tang Mingyi said, "You want to develop new instruction methods." Pei Xiaoyuan said, "I want to develop new instruction methods." Tang Mingyi looked at him. This was not the senior disciple who had spent 5 months trying to end his archive access. This was a practitioner who had been wrong about something for 12 years, had absorbed the evidence of that without looking for an exit from it, and had redirected. He said, "What would you need?" Pei Xiaoyuan said, "Your documentation of what the restored techniques are actually trying to do. The curriculum descriptions from the old documents. Time with the younger cohort." Tang Mingyi said, You already have access to the technique documentation. Pei Xiaoyuan said, I know. I'm telling you I'm going to use it. Tang Mingyi said, I'll make sure Lu Rinqi knows to give you extended archive access. Pei Xiaoyuan said, Thank you. He left. Tang Mingyi wrote in his notes. The practitioners who were wrong about something and absorbed the evidence without excuse and redirected. They tend to be the ones who produce the most useful second contributions. Chapter 79, the formal enforcement proceedings against the remaining Hollow Doctrine Network members concluded in the deep winter. Zhang Wuxin sent a summary. Of the 47 identified participants in the Bureau Infiltration and Cultivation Suppression Program, 31 had accepted formal disciplinary proceedings, and the results. 12 had appealed, for were still in flight and hadn't been located. The 12 appeals were administrative and would take years. The 4 in flight were subjects for active search. The broader institutional consequence. The review of 47 technique certification decisions Gao Fenglai had made over 20 years was ongoing. Zhang Wuxin estimated it would take another 3 years to complete. Tang Mingyi filed the summary in the investigation record and added a note. The institutional consequences of a 20-year suppression program take proportionally long to unwind. This is not a failure of the enforcement process. It is the cost of allowing the suppression program to run for 20 years. He wrote, the documentation of that cost should be part of the formal record, not to assign blame to individuals who made reasonable decisions with incomplete information, but to establish clearly that these are the actual consequences of this type of program, so that future practitioners who encounter similar arguments for protective suppression have accurate data about what protection of this kind costs. He submitted the note to the formal record. He also added it to the manual. The Formation Network's winter transmissions were quieter than the autumn ones. Tang Mingyi had learned, over almost a year of documented observation, that the formation's transmission frequency varied seasonally. He had a theory about this, that the ambient qi flows the formation used for substrate communication were influenced by environmental patterns, but he held it as a hypothesis rather than a conclusion, since his environmental reading capability was still developing. He spent the winter evenings in the formation room, working with the accumulated vocabulary. He had now heard enough transmissions from 4 different formation sites to build a comparative grammar, the same concepts expressed in slightly different formation dialects, which allowed him to triangulate meaning for vocabulary items that had been ambiguous in any single site's transmissions. His notation now ran to 347 pages. The manual's second edition was in circulation. The correspondence network had 61 practitioners. The Bureau's formal classification had been established, perceptual cultivation methodology. He sat in the formation room on a winter evening and reviewed his first month's notes, the cramped, uncertain notation of a servant who had just started developing vocabulary for something he didn't have a name for. The difference between then and now was mostly vocabulary. The attention had been the same from the beginning. He wrote in his current notes, the ability was present when I arrived. What I've spent the year developing is the language to describe what I was already hearing, the methodology to transmit that description accurately, and the standing to have the description taken seriously. He wrote, the 3 of those are almost equally important. He wrote, there is a 4th thing, the practitioner network. 61 people who described different versions of the same experience. I developed the ability alone for 2 months. I have been developing it in correspondence for 9 months. The correspondence produced understanding that the solitary development could not have. He wrote, the original practitioners built a formation network for the same reason. They knew solitary development had limits. He wrote, the network is the methodology. Chapter 80 Spring arrived, and Tang Mingyi returned to the origin node. He had been planning this since the previous spring's visit, the visit where he had heard the root grammar and known he would need to return when the vocabulary was more complete. The winter's documentation work had produced the vocabulary. He wanted to hear the origin node with what he now had that he hadn't had before. He traveled alone this time. When Xianxia had offered to come, Tang Mingyi had said, this one I need to do in my own listening. And when Xianxia had understood without requiring explanation, which was the quality Tang Mingyi valued most about working with him. The stone formation on the hill above the river junction looked the same. It sounded entirely different. He heard it from 40 meters again, the same deep grammar. But where the previous spring it had been a depth he could detect and partially read, now it was a depth he could follow. The vocabulary he had built, the comparative grammar from 4 formation sites, the return path vocabulary from the deep spiral school, the 347 pages of notation, all of it was now applicable to what the origin node was saying. He walked to 20 meters. He sat down. He listened. The origin node's transmission was not the network's intermittent broadcast. It was continuous, the foundation always speaking, for anyone who had the vocabulary to hear it. He listened for 6 hours. He wrote, "The formation is describing itself, not its function, its nature, what the foundational layer of qi cultivation is, as the original practitioners understood it. Not a resource, not an energy source, a relationship. The qi that practitioners work with is not external to them. It is the same substrate they are built from. Using techniques is not using tools. It is the substrate communicating with itself through the forms the practitioners have learned to hold." He wrote, "That is why techniques have voices. They are the substrate speaking in a form the practitioner can hear." He wrote, "The resonance listening ability is not a special sense that some practitioners have and others don't. It is the degree to which a practitioner has become quiet enough for the substrate to speak to them rather than through them." He wrote, "I have been developing an ability to hear the techniques speak. The formation is telling me I have been, simultaneously, developing an ability to hear myself speak. The two are the same process from different angles." He sat with this for a long time. The formation continued its transmission. He followed it. Late in the afternoon, something shifted. He had been hearing the formation's grammar at historical echo tier. The deep substrate communication, the foundational voice layer. He had been approaching it, but not quite reaching it. Something in the afternoon sustained listening, following the origin node's continuous transmission with all the accumulated vocabulary, reached the threshold he hadn't known how to approach directly. The formation's deep substrate communication resolved into complete legibility. He had reached foundational voice. He sat completely still. What he heard was not a revelation. It was a recognition, the same thing he had been hearing at a lower resolution, now in full clarity. The grammar he had been working toward. The complete vocabulary. He heard Yin Fengzhi's voice clearly for the first time. Not the fragment he had been hearing in the formation's transmissions, but the full encoding. The builder's voice, 200 years old, speaking through the substrate of their own creation. He wrote what he heard. He wrote for 3 hours. The sun went below the hills. He kept writing. The formation spoke clearly to him now, all of it, in the complete grammar, and what it said was, "We thought you would come. We built this for you. We didn't know your name, only that you would be someone who listened long enough. We are glad you are here." He wrote, "I'm here." He wrote, "I hear you." Chapter 81. Tang Mingyi spent 3 days at the origin node. On the first day, he listened. He had spent a year developing vocabulary for what the formation was saying. Foundational voice gave him full access to that vocabulary simultaneously, which was disorienting, like having learned individual words for months and then, at once, understanding full sentences. He wrote for most of the second day, 312 pages of notes. He did not write the full content of everything he heard. Some of it required the vocabulary he had developed to be accurately described, and some of it required vocabulary he was still building. He wrote down what he could describe accurately and noted what he could not yet describe. On the third day, he read back through what he had written. He thought about Yin Fengzhi, who had built the formation 200 years ago. The encoding in the substrate was not just a message. It was a practitioner's full working presence, preserved. He could hear, from the encoding, what kind of practitioner Yin Fengzhi had been: methodical, patient, long horizon in their thinking. Someone who had built something they expected to outlast their own lifetime by orders of magnitude, and had not found that melancholy but practical. He thought about Elder Shen Hongli, who had spent 60 years in the same building as this formation without being able to hear it clearly, who had suspected who built it, had written "the builder" in cramped handwriting on a document he filed in the deepest level of the archive, where the right practitioner would eventually find it. He thought about Xianxia, who had come here 30 years ago and been silenced before she reached this tier. He wrote a letter to Liang Wuxing. He said, "I reached foundational voice at the origin node. Xianxia was approaching this same threshold. I can hear, from her technique documentation, how close she was. I am telling you this not to cause additional regret, but because you said you wanted the accurate record. The accurate record says she would have gotten here." He sent the letter. He packed his notes and left the stone formation on the hill. He sat at the base of the hill for an hour before beginning the descent. He was not avoiding leaving. He was adjusting. The foundational voice tier had arrived not as a single threshold, but as a series of clarifications that had accumulated over 3 days until what was partial became complete. It was disorienting in the specific way that clarity was always disorienting when it arrived. The previous version of what you knew seemed adequate before and inadequate after, not because anything had been lost, but because the reference point had shifted. He had spent a year developing vocabulary for what formation grammar described. Now he could read the grammar directly. He thought about what that meant practically. Every technique he had ever heard would be legible at the foundational level. Every formation he had ever been near would speak clearly. the declined certification techniques that Liang Wuxing had identified as having severed intent. He would be able to hear what had been severed, not just that severing had occurred. The investigation evidence he had accumulated would be more complete. The manual would need to be rewritten, not the development account sections, which remained accurate to the tier at which they were written, but the foundational theory sections, which could now be documented with the substrate grammar rather than described through inference. 3 days at the origin node, and the work for the next year had already expanded. He wrote, the foundational voice tier advances are cumulative rather than completing. Each tier has been a new access level for the same material, not a new material. What I could hear at antenna-liner tier was real. What I can hear now is the same things, more completely. He wrote, the formation is not larger than it was. I am a more complete reader. He packed his notes and left the stone formation on the hill. He traveled home. The verdant needle sect's lower formation room sounded entirely different now. He had heard it at historical echo, the builder's fragments, the network's slow grammar, the identification signature he had been working to read clearly. Now he heard it in full. The formation's construction was a masterwork. Every layer of it was deliberate, from the foundational grammar encoded into the deepest substrate to the surface calibration functions that operated for the practitioners who trained in the space above. 200 years of undisturbed operation had accumulated subtle harmonics, secondary resonances that Yin Fengji had either anticipated or that had developed naturally from the formation's interaction with the ambient qi and the practitioners who had passed through the building above. He stood in the formation room for an hour, doing nothing but listening. Lu Renqi came to find him. He said, "You've been standing in the middle of the formation room for an hour." Tang Mingyi said, "Listening." Lu Renqi said, "Something changed." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Lu Renqi said, "The tier you said you'd eventually reach." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Lu Renqi said, "What does it sound like now?" Tang Mingyi said, "Like being able to read a language you've been spelling out letter by letter for a year." Lu Renqi said, "That sounds disorienting." Tang Mingyi said, "It's both things at once. Disorienting and clarifying." Lu Renqi said, "Is the formation saying anything useful?" Tang Mingyi said, "Everything the formation has been saying is still what it was saying. I just understand more of it now." He paused. He said, "Yin Fengji built this formation to last until practitioners who could hear it fully were present. It has been running for 200 years. It is still running. The message it was built to deliver is still in the substrate, intact." Lu Renqi said, "What's the message?" Tang Mingyi said, "I'll write it up when I've had time to hear all of it clearly. It's complex. It will take weeks." Lu Renqi said, "I'll prepare archive space." Tang Mingyi said, "Thank you." Chapter 82. The message took 7 weeks. Not because the content was obscure, the foundational voice tier made the grammar fully legible, but because Tang Mingyi was precise, and precision required working through the formation's 200-year substrate layer by layer, confirming each section against the comparative vocabulary from the other formation sites, checking his interpretation of each grammatical structure against Wen Changqing's notes and the Deep Spiral School's vocabulary contribution. He worked with the formation every morning and documented every afternoon. Bai Jingru assisted with the formation structure analysis, which required technical substrate work that she was better equipped to document formally than he was. The message was not a single statement. It was a curriculum. Yin Fengji and the practitioners who had contributed to the network had built, into the formation's foundational substrate, a complete theoretical framework for understanding how qi cultivation worked at the foundational level. Not technique instructions, foundational principles. Why techniques had voices. Why formation arrays communicated intent. What the relationship was between a practitioner's cultivation base and the substrate they worked with. It was the answer to every foundational question Tang Mingyi had been asking since he first heard a technique's voice without having a name for the experience. He wrote, "The formation is a preserved library. The techniques and formations are its individual books. The curriculum is the understanding of why books exist." He wrote, Yin Fengji didn't preserve technique knowledge. They preserved the framework for understanding what technique knowledge is for. He wrote, "This is why the Hollow Doctrine feared resonance listening. Not because we could access more techniques than other practitioners, because understanding what techniques are for is the foundation of questioning why any specific technique hierarchy exists. A practitioner who hears what a technique wants is not just practicing more effectively. They are practicing with full knowledge of what they are doing." He wrote, "Authority over technique knowledge depends on practitioners not knowing what techniques are for. We know." Jiang Wuxin visited during the 5th week of the documentation work. She was in the area for a related enforcement matter and stopped at the sect. She sat with Tang Mingyi in the consultation room and read through the first 40 pages of his formation curriculum documentation. she said when she finished. If this is accurate, and I have no reason to doubt your documentation, this changes the foundational theory of cultivation regulation. Tang Mingyi said, how so? She said, cultivation regulation is based on the premise that techniques are tools with defined functions. The Bureau certifies techniques based on their documented effects. If what this formation is describing is accurate, that techniques are not tools but expressions of a foundational relationship, then what we've been certifying is the surface layer of something much larger. Tang Mingyi said, yes. She said, that means every technique we've declined to certify because it didn't fit the defined function categories, Tang Mingyi said, may have been declined because it expressed the relationship differently, not because it was dysfunctional. She said, that is a significant regulatory problem. Tang Mingyi said, yes. She said, do you know how many techniques have been declined certification in the past 200 years? Tang Mingyi said no. She said, I do. She looked at her notes. 43,912. Tang Mingyi sat with this number. He said, the deep spiral traditions techniques were in that number. She said, yes. He said, how many from the other formations in the network? She said, I don't know yet, but I will. She left with a list of documentation questions that would take her research division months to work through. Tang Mingyi went back to the formation. He wrote, that evening, to Qin Liani and Yun Chanming, and Hu Jingren and the other correspondence network practitioners at upper development stages. Not about the 43,000 declinations that would require a formal communication, but about the curriculum documentation itself. He wrote, I have documented the formation's foundational voice curriculum from the Verdant Needle sect site. The curriculum describes what techniques and formations are for at the foundational level. I believe corresponding documentation from other sites will reveal additional sections. If you are working with a network site and developing your foundational voice access, I want to coordinate the curriculum documentation across sites. Responses arrived over the next month. Qin Liani, I've been developing my foundational voice tier for 3 months. What I hear at the Stone Tablet Academy's formation is different from your description in specific ways that are consistent with different curriculum sections. I'll send my documentation. Yun Chanming. The Deep Spiral School's secondary formation is beginning to speak at the level you're describing. Our tradition's return path vocabulary may give us access to curriculum sections that linear access practitioners miss. I'll document and compare. Hu Jingren. I've been at Foundational Voice for 8 months and have been documenting the northern site without knowing that the curriculum was designed to aggregate. I have 6 months of documentation that I didn't know was a piece of a larger structure. Sending it now. He read through Hu Jingren's documentation first. It covered a curriculum section he did not have, the section on the relationship between foundational cultivation and environmental qi. The northern site was near the highland coast, and the ambient qi there had influenced how the curriculum section was expressed. The vocabulary was different enough from the Verdant Needle sect's inland grammar that the section had read as ambiguous to him when he had previously heard parts of it at lower tiers. At Foundational Voice, with Hu Jingren's documentation for cross-reference, it clarified. He wrote to her, the curriculum section you've documented is the one I was missing. Together, the two sites produce a complete treatment of the foundational environmental relationship. Thank you, she wrote. I've been hearing this for 8 months without knowing what it was part of. Knowing what it's part of is different. He wrote, yes. She wrote, what is it part of? He wrote, something that has been waiting 200 years for enough practitioners to hear it completely. She wrote, were those practitioners? He wrote, yes. She wrote, that is significant. He wrote, I know. Chapter 83 When Chongqing's reaction to the curriculum documentation was different from anyone else's. He read it over 2 days, having received the first 40 pages by formal bureau correspondence, and then wrote back, I need to come to the Verdant Needle sect. He arrived 2 weeks later with his own formation notebooks and a quality of focused urgency that Tang Mingyi had not seen in him before. He said, the curriculum description in your formation documentation, the foundational framework, it matches something I've been hearing at the Academy's formation but couldn't interpret clearly. I thought I was hearing the network's broadcast grammar. I was hearing this. Tang Mingyi said, you were hearing the same message from a different site. When Chongqing said, yes. And now that I have your interpretation, the parts that were ambiguous for me are legible. He opened his notebook. There are components I'm hearing at the Academy's formation that aren't in your documentation. Tang Mingyi said, different sites encoded different sections. When Chongqing said, the network is distributed. No single site has the complete curriculum. Tang Mingyi said, we need to aggregate. When Chongqing said, we need all the sites. They spent 2 weeks working through what each of them had heard at each confirmed site, mapping the curriculum's distribution. The complete curriculum, assembled from all confirmed sites, had 4 primary sections: the foundational nature of qi, the relationship between practitioners and the substrate, the mechanics of how technique intent encoding preserved and transmitted knowledge, the formation network itself, its construction methodology, its purpose, and the message it was intended to deliver. The 4th section was only partially represented across the sites they had accessed. There were components that didn't appear in any of the 4 sites' documentation. When Xianxia said, "There are more sites," Tang Mingyi said, "We've confirmed 7. The survey division mapped 7. When Xianxia said, "There are more than 7," Tang Mingyi said, "How do you know?" One Xianxia said, "Because the message is incomplete with 7 sites, and the original practitioners were not the kind of people who would leave an incomplete message." Tang Mingyi thought about Yin Fengji building a formation designed to last until practitioners who could hear it arrived, building it with the patience of someone who expected to wait 200 years. He said, "You're right." Chapter 84 Director Shui approved the expanded formation network survey with minimal deliberation. He said, "The heritage protection designation already covers the confirmed sites. Extending the survey to search for additional sites with the same formation signature is within the heritage division's normal authority." He also said, "How many do you think there are?" Tang Mingyi said, "I don't know. But the curriculum we've assembled from 7 sites is incomplete in specific ways. The missing content is not random. It's the sections that would be most sensitive to lose if a single site was destroyed. The original practitioners distributed the curriculum deliberately, with redundancy built in. That kind of distribution architecture suggests more sites rather than fewer." Director Shui said, "You're thinking like someone who designed a backup system." Tang Mingyi said, "Yin Fengji designed a 200-year communication system. They were definitely thinking about failure modes." Director Shui approved the expanded survey. The survey division began its work over the winter. They used the formation signature Tang Mingyi had documented from the confirmed sites, the specific substrate resonance quality that distinguished network formation sites from natural or unrelated human-built formations. It was a slow process. The survey required visiting locations where historical cultivation activity had occurred and listening for the signature. Tang Mingyi submitted the formation signature documentation to the survey division's technical staff. He also trained 2 junior survey practitioners in what to listen for, not resonance listening ability, which they didn't have, but the substrate measurement approach that allowed a standard formation assessment to detect the network signature. He spent 3 days with each of them. He could not teach them what he heard. He could teach them what measurements would show the right results if what he heard was there. One of the junior practitioners said, on the 3rd day, "You're teaching us to find what you can hear without being able to hear it ourselves." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." She said, "Is that accurate? Will we find the right sites?" Tang Mingyi said, "You'll find sites with the right substrate signature. Whether they're network formation sites will need to be confirmed by someone with the perceptual ability. But you'll find the candidates." She said, "Efficient." He said, "It's what we can do from here." Chapter 85 Liang Wuxing's response to Tang Mingyi's letter about Shun Qingzhao arrived in the 2nd month of the survey work. It was brief. He wrote, "I appreciate that you told me. I have been carrying the specific question of where she would have reached for 30 years. Knowing the answer, even as a theoretical reconstruction, is different from not knowing." He wrote, "I would like to contribute to the formation curriculum documentation work. I have the inverse ability to yours. I can hear where the intent encoding has been severed rather than where it is intact. This may be useful for the recovered technique archive analysis. There are techniques in the 43,000 declinations that may have been severed rather than absent." Tang Mingyi wrote back, "Come." Liang Wuxing arrived at the Verdant Needle sect 2 weeks later, with technique analysis documentation from 3 decline certification cases he had already been working on independently. His working style was direct and exact, as Tang Mingyi had observed in their investigation collaboration. He did not require extended integration time to be useful. He came with materials, he worked, he produced results. On the 2nd day, he described something Tang Mingyi had not considered. He said, "When I assessed the decline certification techniques for severed intent encoding, the techniques whose intent was removed deliberately before submission, I'm hearing a specific pattern. The severing has a signature. The same practitioner's work appears in multiple cases." Tang Mingyi said, "The declinations were prepared by the same person." Liang Wuxing said, "By the same technique. The severing methodology is identical across 17 techniques in the archive. The techniques were submitted for certification with their intent removed, which caused them to fail certification on the grounds that they were incomplete." Tang Mingyi said, "Someone was submitting techniques with the intent deliberately removed, so they would be declined." Liang Wuxing said, yes. The techniques themselves are functional. The severing was applied specifically to cause the declination. Tang Mingyi said, when? Liang Wuxing said, the earliest I can identify is 140 years ago. The latest is 30 years ago. It spans multiple generations. Tang Mingyi said, techniques from the deep spiral tradition, or techniques that express the foundational relationship differently, submitted with their intent removed to ensure they were declined. Liang Wuxing said, the hollow doctrine was active for longer than 40 years. Tang Mingyi said, the philosophy was 40 years. The methodology was longer. Liang Wuxing said, the 43,000 declinations need full review. Tang Mingyi looked at the number. He said, Jiang Wuxing is going to have significant thoughts about this. He sent a formal documentation request to her that evening. She responded in 2 days. I already suspected. I was hoping to be wrong. Send me the full analysis when you have it. He sent it. The review was added to the ongoing institutional consequence work of the enforcement proceedings. 300 years of technique history, re-examined. It would take a long time. He went back to the formation room. The formation network continued its curriculum transmission. He had been hearing it now at foundational voice tier for 2 months, and the depth of what he could receive had not diminished with familiarity. If anything, it was still expanding. The same vocabulary, but more context with each session, more of the secondary grammar that connected sections of the curriculum he had previously held as separate. He wrote in his notes, the curriculum gets richer the more you listen. This is the design. The formation does not have a fixed transmission that ends when you've heard it all. It continues because the foundational understanding it describes continues. It is not a static document. It is the substrate itself, speaking. He wrote, Yan Fengji built a conversation, not a lecture. He wrote, I keep learning this lesson from different directions. Chapter 86. The 8th confirmed formation network site was found in the 4th month of the expanded survey. It was in the northeastern territories, near a coastal settlement, at the base of an old lighthouse formation that had been decommissioned a century ago when the shipping lanes changed. The formation that guided ships had been removed. The substrate formation beneath it had not. The survey team, 2 junior practitioners following Tang Mingyi's substrate signature documentation, had sent an assessment report describing anomalous foundational readings in the lighthouse base. Tang Mingyi traveled north with Liang Wuxing. The site was smaller than the verdant needle sect's deep formation, but older. The substrate had a different quality from the inland sites. The foundational grammar had been influenced by 2 centuries of salt air ambient qi and the particular environmental character of coastal substrate. Tang Mingyi heard it clearly at foundational voice tier. The curriculum section this site contained was the one that had been missing from all 7 confirmed sites, the construction methodology, how the original practitioners had built the network, the specific process by which a foundational voice practitioner could contribute a new formation site to the network's communication infrastructure. He listened for 2 days. He wrote, the original practitioners built the network as an expandable system. They anticipated that practitioners who found the curriculum would want to contribute to it. The formation network is not a closed archive. It is a living infrastructure that can be extended. He wrote, the 8th site was built by a practitioner who had received the curriculum from the earlier sites and was contributing back. The instructions for doing so are encoded here. The network was designed to grow. Liang Wuxing, reviewing the documentation, said, they built a system that replicates itself through practitioners who understand it. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Each practitioner who learns the curriculum from the network becomes capable of adding to the network. Liang Wuxing said, that means the suppression program wasn't just preventing individual practitioners from using an ability. It was preventing the network from growing. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Every resonance listener who was suppressed before reaching foundational voice was a potential new network site that was never built. Liang Wuxing was quiet. Then he said, how many sites could there have been? It was not quite a question. Tang Mingyi said, the network's construction methodology describes sites placed at natural substrate amplification points. The cultivation world has approximately 800 documented significant formation locations that have been used historically. The network sites we've found, 14 at latest count, are a small fraction of what could have been built. Liang Wuxing said, the suppression prevented not just practitioner development, it prevented site construction. Tang Mingyi said, every practitioner who reached foundational voice and received the construction methodology was a potential site builder. The Hollow Doctrine program identified and silenced practitioners before they reached foundational voice. Each silenced practitioner was a potential site that was never built. Potentially dozens of sites over 40 years. Liang Wuxing said, the network should be much larger. Tang Mingyi said, yes. What we have now is the network that survived. What we're building is the network that the suppression prevented. He paused. He said, when Xianxia is building a site at the academy. Your recognition means the inverse ability practitioners who receive the construction methodology can contribute. Xianxia is approaching foundational voice. The network will grow from this point forward rather than being held at its suppressed minimum. Liang Wuxing said, the practitioners who were silenced, their potential contribution is irretrievably lost. But the network grows forward. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Liang Wuxing said, that's what I'll put in the formal documentation. The construction methodology is recovered. The network is growing again. The loss is documented. The forward movement is what follows the documentation. Tang Mingyi said, that is the correct structure. Liang Wuxing nodded. He went back to his inverse ability assessment work. Tang Mingyi wrote in his notes, the construction methodology is not just information about what the original practitioners did. It is the instruction set for what we do next. The network has been static for 200 years. The static period is ending. Chapter 87. Tang Mingyi submitted the construction methodology documentation to the Bureau's Heritage Division. With it, he submitted a proposal. If practitioners with foundational voice tier ability chose to contribute new formation sites to the network using Yin Fengji's construction methodology, would the Bureau's heritage protection extend to those new sites? The Heritage Division's response took 3 weeks. Yes, new sites built using the documented methodology would receive formal heritage protection. He sent the response to Wen Changqing. Wen Changqing wrote back in 4 days, Duan Ruoshi and I have been discussing a potential site at the academy. There is a location in the academy's lower grounds with foundational substrate quality consistent with formation network compatibility. If you send me the construction methodology documentation, I'll begin assessment. Tang Mingyi sent the documentation. He also sent it to Qin Liani, Hu Jingren, and to Yun Chanming at the Deep Spiral School. Yun Chanming had been developing foundational voice tier through the return path method. Tang Mingyi had been in correspondence with her for months, and the two methods' approaches to the foundational layer were complementary. He wanted to know if the construction methodology worked through the return path approach as well as the voice path. Yun Chanming wrote back, it does. The substrate work is the same from either entry point. This is consistent with what we know about the network's bilingual construction. She also wrote, I have been assessing a location in the valley formation. The substrate quality is appropriate. I will begin construction. Tang Mingyi wrote, document every step. I want the return path construction methodology in the formal record alongside the voice path version. She wrote, understood. The network was growing again. He sat with this for a while. 200 years ago, Yin Fengji had built something and waited. The waiting had lasted longer than intended because the suppression program had interrupted the expected timeline. But the waiting had ended. He thought about the formation's curriculum, the section on the foundational nature of qi, the section on the practitioner-substrate relationship, the section on technique, intent, and coding. He had been hearing it every evening. He understood it now as well as anyone who had studied it for a year at foundational voice tier could understand it. He had been thinking about what came after understanding. He wrote a letter to Yin Tiancheng. He said, you submitted your 40-year archive to the Heritage Library. I have been reading parts of it in the context of what I've learned from the Formation Network curriculum. Your concern about the information asymmetry was accurate. Your concern about the destabilizing effect of foundational voice tier knowledge was also accurate, in a specific way you may not have anticipated. He said, the formation curriculum describes a framework for cultivation that is fundamentally different from the hierarchy-based model the cultivation world currently operates on. Understanding it clearly does change a practitioner's relationship to the existing hierarchy. This is probably why the original practitioners were concerned about distributing it broadly without context. He said, the original practitioner's solution was not suppression. It was curriculum. They built the context alongside the content. The framework is available to any practitioner with sufficient hearing to receive it, and the hearing itself is the preparatory curriculum. By the time you can hear the deep formation, you have spent years developing the quality of attention that makes the framework applicable rather than destabilizing. He said, you identified the problem. The solution was already built. He said, I thought you should have the accurate record of this. Yin Tianqing wrote back in 2 weeks. He said, I read your letter 3 times. I have spent 40 years convinced that the solution was suppression because I did not know about the formation network. If I had known, I do not know with certainty what I would have done, but I believe I would have taken the curriculum seriously rather than the suppression path. He said, I believe this because I have been reading the formation network documentation you've been submitting to the Bureau's Heritage Archive. It is persuasive. He said, I am now 78 years old, and I have significant institutional damage to my credit. I am telling you this not because it changes anything, but because the accurate record should say that I updated my position when I encountered sufficient evidence. He said, that is what I would have wanted documented about me. Tang Mingyi added the exchange to the manual's appendix. Chapter 88. The Formation Technique Review. Jiang Wuxin's team, working through the 43,000 declined certifications, produced its first formal report 6 months after Tang Mingyi and Liang Wuxing had identified the deliberate severing pattern. The report was 700 pages. Tang Mingyi received his copy and read it over 3 days. The key findings: 4,816 declinations showed the specific severing signature that Liang Wuxing had identified. Of those, 3,212 were techniques whose intent could be reconstructed from the substrate impressions in the archive's preservation records, techniques that had been submitted with their intent deliberately removed, but whose original intent was still accessible through careful substrate analysis. 3,000 techniques. Recoverable. The remaining 1,600 had been severed in a way that the substrate impressions couldn't support reconstruction. Those were genuinely lost. Tang Mingyi wrote, 3,000 recoverable techniques. 100 years of deliberate declination. The working estimate of what the cultivation world has not had access to for the past 100 years due to the Hollow Doctrine's methodology interference. He wrote, Jiang Wuxin's team used standard substrate analysis for the reconstruction assessment. The deliberate severing signature identification required Liang Wuxing's inversibility. The combination of standard methodology and ability-specific methodology produced a result neither could have produced alone. He wrote, this is a documentation principle as much as it is a recovery principle. Different methodologies access different information. The accurate record requires multiple approaches. He filed the documentation. He also wrote to Liang Wuxing with the full findings. Liang Wuxing wrote back, 3,000. That is more than I expected, and I expected it to be significant. Tang Mingyi wrote, I want to propose that you formally document your methodology for identifying the deliberate severing signature. Not for attribution, for replicability. If other practitioners develop the inversibility, they should have your methodology to work from. Liang Wuxing wrote, I will write it up. He did. 40 pages. Tang Mingyi added it to the manual's technical appendix. He also spent 3 days reading through a sample of the recoverable techniques from the formal report. He had expected them to feel like lost objects recovered, familiar things that had simply been missing. What he found was different. The recovered techniques were not simply declined versions of techniques that were already in the certification catalog. Most of them were unlike anything in the standard curriculum. They had been developed from foundations that the cultivation world's mainstream tradition didn't use. The same foundational principles that the Formation Network's curriculum described applied to specific technique development problems. They addressed aspects of cultivation that the mainstream curriculum had no techniques for. He wrote to Qin Liani, the 3,000 recoverable techniques are not redundant with the standard catalog. They are filling in areas the standard catalog doesn't cover at all. The declination didn't just prevent practitioners from accessing good techniques. It created systematic gaps in the cultivation world's practical knowledge. She wrote back, I've been wondering if there were gaps. The standard curriculum always felt slightly incomplete in specific areas, like certain foundational theory applications that should have produced techniques, but didn't. He wrote, they produced techniques. The techniques were declined. She wrote, how significant are the gaps? He wrote, I need to assess more of the recovered techniques to be certain. But from the sample I've read, practitioners developing the ability to work with foundational qi principles, which is what resonance listening facilitates, have been operating without the technique tools specifically designed for that kind of work. The Formation Network provided the theory. The techniques that would have developed the theory into practice were declined. She wrote, we have been developing without the tools. He wrote, yes. She wrote, we will have them now. He wrote, when the review is complete. She wrote, when is the review complete? He wrote, 3 years, Jiang Wuxin estimates. She wrote, that's a long time to wait for tools. He wrote, we've been waiting 100 years. 3 more is a different proportion. Chapter 89. The Correspondence Network, past 100 practitioners. Tang Mingyi received the notification from Qin Liani, who had taken on the administrative work of maintaining the correspondence record. She had found that she was better at it than he was. He was thorough but slow, and she was thorough and faster, and the growing network needed faster. She wrote, 103 as of this morning. The Bureau's formal recognition appears to have removed the primary barrier to practitioners self-identifying. The second most common thing people write is some version of, I didn't contact earlier because I wasn't sure it was safe. Tang Mingyi wrote, thank you for tracking this. Note that in the correspondence record, the self-identification rate before and after the formal recognition. It's data about what institutional recognition does for practitioners who are uncertain. Xianxia wrote, already noted. 17 practitioners have written saying they had developed the ability years or decades before the formal recognition and had not told anyone. Average years of silence before contact, 11. Tang Mingyi wrote back, 11 years. He sat with this. 11 years, averaged, of a practitioner developing a significant cultivation ability without documentation, without context, without anyone to compare experience with. The best-case scenario was that they maintained the ability and continued developing in isolation. The worst case was that they stopped trusting what they were hearing because there was no external confirmation that it was real. He wrote a new chapter for the manual, What the Silence Costs. He wrote it honestly, the way he wrote everything. The chapter described what 11 years without documentation meant in cultivation development terms, not abstractly, but specifically, the years of application a practitioner lost because they couldn't use an ability they didn't know how to name. The understanding they couldn't build because they had no methodology framework. The isolation that didn't need to exist. He wrote, this chapter exists so that the next practitioner who develops this ability encounters it within weeks rather than years. If you are reading this manual and it is describing your experience, you did not have to wait this long. The network is open. Write to the consultation record. He wrote, we should have had a manual sooner. We have one now. The next practitioner who develops this ability should find it immediately. He wrote about specific cases he had now seen in the correspondence, changed into generalized form for the manual, but accurate to what had been documented. A practitioner who spent 14 years believing their unusual technique perception was a distraction, a sensitivity irregularity, something to control rather than to use. 14 years of an ability operating in suppressed form because the practitioner had been told, once, by a master they respected, that the perception was excess sensitivity and should be managed. A practitioner who had spent 9 years developing a notation system for what they were hearing, private, careful, rigorous, because they had no external framework and were trying to create one alone. Their notation system was excellent. They had invented, independently, most of what Tang Mingyi had developed in collaboration with a network. But they had developed it in isolation, and the isolation had cost them the connections, to Hu Jingren, to Xianxia, to the formation sites, that would have accelerated their development by years. A practitioner who had stopped trying to develop the ability at all, 5 years in, because without context they had concluded the ability was unstable and potentially harmful. They had spent 7 years after stopping with an ability that had gone dormant, the way any skill went dormant without practice. Finding the manual had reactivated it within months. The dormancy was reversible. The 7 years were not. He wrote, these are not rare cases. These are representative. The average 11 years of silence before contact means 11 years of exactly this. Development in isolation, without the methodology framework, without the formation network access, without the community that makes the ability easier to develop and more useful to have. He wrote, the chapter exists because the silence should be shorter for the next generation of practitioners. And because the practitioners who spent 11 years in silence before finding us deserve to know the silence was not their failure. It was a documentation deficit. We are correcting it. He sent the chapter to Xianxia for her notes. She annotated it with a marginal comment. I developed the ability 4 years before the formal recognition. This chapter is accurate. Add it. He added it. Chapter 90 Shunriying's account. The 80-page document Yin Tianxing had submitted to the hearing and never made public for 20 years, was formally deposited in the Bureau's Heritage Library. Tang Mingyi read it. She had been a contemporary of Yin Tianxing's, younger by a decade, who had developed resonance listening ability in the same decade that Yin Tianxing had been building the foundational philosophy that would become the Hollow Doctrine. Yin Tianxing had found her and invited her to document her experience for his research. She had agreed. She had been, from the 80 pages, a clear and careful observer. Her account described the ability's development from voice novice through to the structural listener tier. She had not reached historical echo before she died, at 53, of a cultivation complication unrelated to the ability or the suppression program. The 80 pages documented what she heard, what it cost her, what she found useful about it, and what she found difficult. Near the end of the document, she had written, Yin Tianxing has been showing me his philosophical work on cultivation standardization. I disagree with it. I have told him so, in the most specific terms I can manage. He hears my account of the ability, and he hears his theoretical concerns about it, and I watch him holding both things without resolving them. I believe he will eventually use my account to argue against the ability. I am writing this section to document that I am aware of that possibility, and I am providing the account anyway, because the accurate record matters more than whether it is used in the way I would prefer. The account is true. What he does with it is his work to live with. What I do with it is mine. Tang Mingyi read this passage twice. He wrote in his notes. She knew. She gave him the documentation anyway, because the accurate record mattered more than the use it was put to. She was right about both things. He wrote, "This is the clearest statement of documentation methodology I have found anywhere. The accurate record matters more than its use. The documentation's value is not contingent on who reads it or what they do with it." He wrote, "The account is true. What is done with it is someone else's work. The documentation is always ours." He added Shen Ruiying's principle to the manual's introduction. The documentation of what is real, offered honestly, regardless of how it will be received. He thought about Wei Zuifeng, who had spent 20 years hearing a narrowed formation and thinking it was normal. He thought about Elder Shun Hongli, who had spent 40 years in the same building as the formation that was describing his name, knowing something was there and working methodically toward it without formal support or external confirmation. He thought about Yin Fengji, who had built something for people who weren't born yet. He wrote, "The practitioners who built this network and the practitioners who developed the ability in isolation over the centuries it ran unsupported, and the practitioners who are finding the manual now and writing to say they didn't know this existed, they are all part of the same record. The documentation doesn't end with this edition. It continues with whoever comes next." He opened the manual's final section. He began to write toward the end of the account he could currently give. Chapter 91. The Survey Division found the 9th site in the Eastern Highlands. It was at the base of a ruined observation tower, not a lighthouse, nothing navigational, just a tower that had collapsed 2 generations ago in an earthquake and had been partially cleared away, leaving the foundation stones and the substrate beneath them. The survey team had almost passed it over because the foundation stones were not in cultivation significant condition. The substrate was. Tang Mingyi visited with Qin Liani, since the site was closer to the Eastern Territories where she worked. The 9th site's curriculum section was the one that completed the 4th section, the formation network's construction methodology and purpose, which had been partially present in the 8th site and now became full. He and Qin Liani spent 4 days at the site. On the 3rd day, Qin Liani sat down abruptly in the middle of a documentation session. Tang Mingyi said, "What?" She said, "The formation is describing something I've been hearing at the Stone Tablet Academy for 4 years without knowing what it was." He waited. She said, "There's a practitioner encoded in this substrate. Same era as the Verdant Needle Sect's builder, but different encoding style. They are the second builder, the one who contributed the spatial grammar sections that I was missing when we first compared vocabularies." Tang Mingyi said, "2 builders at the 9th site." She said, "No, 1 builder. The second builder came from the Eastern Territories. This is their home site." She looked at the fallen tower stones. "They're in the Stone Tablet Academy's foundation, too. A different practitioner contributed the Academy's formation, and they learned the construction methodology here." Tang Mingyi said, "The Academy's formation is part of the network." Qin Liani said, "The Academy's formation is part of the network, and I've been sitting in it for 4 years." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "I've been trained by the network without knowing what it was." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." She said, "The formation I thought I was just observing was also teaching me." Tang Mingyi said, "That's what it's for." She said, "That's." She paused. "That's remarkable." He said, "Yes." They sent updated documentation to the Bureau's Heritage Division. The Stone Tablet Academy's main practice hall formation was a network site. The Heritage Protection designation would need to be applied. The Stone Tablet Academy's administration was informed. Their response, communicated through the Bureau's formal channel, was surprisingly direct. Several of the senior practitioners had noticed that practitioners who spent extended time in the main practice hall showed unusual technique comprehension development, and had attributed it to the specific ambient qi quality of the historical building. They had not known why. Now they did. Tang Mingyi wrote in his notes, "Formation network sites have been present in cultivation institutions for 200 years, providing curriculum to practitioners who developed the ability in those spaces, and the institutions around them attributed the results to local factors without investigating further. This is not negligence. It is the absence of documentation that would have connected the observations." He wrote, "The documentation exists now." He sent the documentation to all confirmed network site locations. Chapter 92. The manual's 3rd edition required a different kind of structural work than the first 2. The first edition was a single practitioner's account. The second edition was several practitioners' accounts, assembled and annotated. The 3rd edition was building towards something that neither of those had been, a reference document. Not a collection of personal accounts, but a technical manual for practitioners who developed the ability and needed a practical framework immediately. He worked with Qin Liani and Hu Jingren on the structure. Qin Liani said, "The accounts in the second edition are useful, but they're linear. A practitioner who develops the ability at advanced stage, like several of the correspondence network members who contacted us already working at structural listener or higher, doesn't need the first 100 pages that describe beginning development. They need the section that applies to their tier." Tang Mingyi said, "Reorganized by tier," she said, "and with a diagnostic section at the front, questions that help a practitioner identify where in the development progression they are." Hu Jingren said, "The presence quality I experience doesn't map to the tier progression in the same way the voice path does. The diagnostic questions need to accommodate both entry points." Tang Mingyi said, "And the return path? 3 approaches, 1 diagnostic framework." They spent 2 months on the diagnostic section alone. The result was a series of observation prompts, not tests, because the ability was not something that could be tested in the standard sense, but prompts that guided a practitioner to describe their experience in terms that the tier framework could map. Tang Mingyi wrote the first prompt. "When you are in contact with a technique you know well, what do you notice about the contact that changes based on your cultivation state?" He wrote, "This question has no wrong answer. It is not testing whether you hear intent. It is documenting what you notice, which will tell you and the practitioner who reads your answer what kind of awareness you have developed." The manual's 3rd edition would have 90 pages of diagnostic prompts before it got to any tier-specific content. He thought about how a servant with a 0 test rating would have felt reading 90 pages of prompts that said there was no wrong answer. He thought the servant would have kept reading. Chapter 93 Chao Wuqi's cultivation advancement record came to Tang Mingyi's attention in the 6th month of the 3rd edition's development. Lu Renqi brought it. He said, "Chao Wuqi's last 3 advancement assessments show something the standard assessment tools don't have a category for. The records describe it as elevated technique comprehension, multi-element integration above expected range, formation sensitivity at borderline assessment threshold." Tang Mingyi said, "That's not a standard cultivation progression pattern." Lu Renqi said, "No, the assessors flagged it as anomalous. They don't know what they're seeing." Tang Mingyi read the records. He said, "He's been developing adjacent to the ability without crossing into it. The 2 months of technique analysis work we did together, asking what a technique is trying to do before executing it, developed the habit of attention without triggering the perceptual shift." Lu Renqi said, "Is that possible? Developing the habit without the ability?" Tang Mingyi said, "I think so. The habit is the preparatory practice. The ability is what develops when the practitioner's perceptual structure aligns with the substrate in the right way. Chao Wuqi may be at the threshold." Lu Renqi said, "Is there something he should do?" Tang Mingyi said, "What he's been doing. Keep asking the questions. Stay at the threshold and let it resolve when it resolves." He went to find Chao Wuqi. Chao Wuqi was in the practice courtyard doing technique form work. He stopped when Tang Mingyi approached and said, before Tang Mingyi spoke, "The assessment came back strange." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Chao Wuqi said, "They couldn't explain what they were seeing." Tang Mingyi said, "I can." He described what he had heard in the assessment records, the elevated comprehension, the formation sensitivity, the borderline reading. Chao Wuqi said, "Is this what it felt like for you? Before you knew what was happening?" Tang Mingyi said, "Not exactly. My development was less gradual. The testing array produced an anomalous result that brought outside attention to it. Your development has been quieter." Chao Wuqi said, "Better or worse?" Tang Mingyi said, "Neither. Different." Chao Wuqi said, "I've been hearing the techniques differently since the analysis work. Not voices, I don't hear what you describe, but something." Tang Mingyi said, "What does the something feel like?" Chao Wuqi described it. Tang Mingyi listened. He said, "You're at the threshold. The perceptual shift may come or it may not. Either way, what you've developed is real and applicable. The technique work you've been doing is better because of it regardless of whether the full ability develops." Chao Wuqi said, "And if it does develop?" Tang Mingyi said, "Write to me when it does." Chao Wuqi said, "I'm not very good at writing." Tang Mingyi said, "Write badly then. I'll read it anyway." Chao Wuqi almost smiled. He went back to his technique work. Chapter 94 Duan Ruoshi sent a formal cultivation theory paper to Tang Mingyi in the autumn. She had been working on it for 2 years, she said, and had wanted to wait until the formation network documentation was complete enough to use as evidence. She was submitting it to the Bureau's cultivation theory journal. She wanted Tang Mingyi's review before submission. The paper was 63 pages, titled Adaptive Development and Environmental Response in Resonance Listening Ability, Evidence from the formation network record. The argument was Duan Ruoshi's theory about the ability developing in response to disruption. The idea that resonance listening appeared preferentially in periods and contexts of cultivation disruption, where standard assessment frameworks were insufficient and practitioners needed to understand cultivation from the foundational layer. The paper built the theory into a formal argument with evidence from the formation network's 200-year record, the correspondence network's documented development histories, and the historical cases where the ability had appeared and been suppressed. The evidence was strong. Tang Mingyi reviewed the paper over a week and submitted detailed comments. His primary comment: the theory is well supported by the evidence and should be published. One addition he suggested: the paper described the ability as an adaptive response to environmental disruption, but did not address the formation network's construction purpose, which suggested that the original practitioners understood the ability as adaptive and had built infrastructure to support its development in disruption periods. Including this would strengthen the argument. Duan Ruoshi wrote back, "You're right. I'll add the section on the network's design intent." She did. The revised paper was 69 pages. The Bureau's Cultivation Theory Journal published it 4 months later. It was the first formal academic paper on resonance listening in the journal's history. The journal also published, in the same issue, a 7-page technical note by Liang Wuxing on the severing signature methodology. It was the first formal academic publication by a resonance silencer describing the inverse abilities mechanics in language the ability development community could use. Tang Mingyi read both papers when the journal arrived. He thought, "We have a field now. Not just a documentation project. Not just an institutional recognition. A formal theoretical framework, supported by evidence, submitted to peer review, published." He wrote to Qin Liani, "Did you receive the journal?" She wrote back in 2 hours, "Yes. I have been reading Duan Ruoshi's paper for the past 3 hours." She cited my formation observations from the Stone Tablet Academy report in the evidence section. "I did not expect to be cited in cultivation theory." Tang Mingyi wrote, "You contributed evidence. That is what citations are for." She wrote, "I know. I'm going to have to read it twice to stop being startled." Chapter 95. When Chongqing completed the Academy's new formation site in the late autumn, he sent a formal notification to the Bureau's Heritage Division and a personal message to Tang Mingyi. "It's done. Come listen when you can." Tang Mingyi traveled south. The Academy's new formation site was in the lower grounds as when Chongqing had described. A constructed formation following Yin Fengji's construction methodology, built using the voice path approach, contributing a new section of curriculum to the network's substrate. The section when Chongqing had encoded was the one that had been partially missing from the earlier site's documentation, the practitioner-to-practitioner teaching methodology. How a foundational voice practitioner transmitted the curriculum to practitioners at lower tiers. How the formation network worked as a teaching tool rather than just as a communication archive. Tang Mingyi stood in the new formation and listened. He could hear when Chongqing's voice in the substrate, the same encoding style he had been reading in correspondence and in the collaborative documentation sessions, now preserved at the foundational layer. When Chongqing had put himself into it, the way the original practitioners had, the way the formation's maker was always present in the work. He said, when Chongqing joined him in the formation room, "You're in there." When Chongqing said, "Yes," Tang Mingyi said, "The first new contribution to the network in how long?" When Chongqing said, "The 8th Sites Builder contributed approximately 40 years ago, before the Hollow Doctrine suppression program was fully active. So roughly 40 years. Tang Mingyi said, "The network has a new voice." When Chongqing said, "It has several waiting. Yin Chanming's site will be complete in the spring." The survey division found 2 more candidate sites in the Western Territories. Tang Mingyi said, "The network is growing again." He said it quietly, the way you say something that has been true for months and you're still finding it real. One Chongqing said, "The original practitioners built the infrastructure for this moment." Tang Mingyi said, "They built it for whoever came. They didn't know it would take 200 years. When Chongqing said, "Would they have built it differently if they knew?" Tang Mingyi said, "I don't think so. The construction methodology assumes the practitioners who use it will come when they're ready. The schedule was never the specific date. The schedule was readiness." When Chongqing said, "We were ready," Tang Mingyi said, "We had enough context, enough methodology, enough standing." Yes. He stood in the formation that when Chongqing had built, hearing his colleague's voice in the substrate, hearing Yin Fengji's original grammar in the layer beneath, hearing the Academy's ambient qi in the surface layer above. 3 different voices. 200 years of network. For newly developed practitioners in the current generation. 60 more in correspondence. He wrote in his notes, Yun Chanming contributes the return path construction methodology to the formation network this spring. A practitioner who follows neither approach but develops something adjacent is sitting at a threshold in the Verdant Needle sect's practice courtyard. 103 practitioners in the correspondence network are developing documentation of their own. He wrote, "The curriculum is being received. The curriculum is being extended. The formation network is growing." He wrote, "This is what it was built for." Chapter 96. The dissonant note in the main cultivation hall formation resolved cleanly at foundational voice tier. Tang Mingyi had been hearing it since his 3rd month at the sect. The wrong interval he had filed as a curiosity he couldn't yet interpret. He had known for over a year that it was Elder Huang Songshu's modification signature, part of the same encoding style he had found in the monitoring layer and the curriculum suppression technique. But at pattern reader and structural listener tiers, the note had been readable as a what, a modification, a narrowing, a surveillance structure, without being fully readable as a why. At foundational voice, the why became clear. He was in the formation room with Lu Rinxi, working on a curriculum documentation project, when he heard the dissonant note's purpose resolve completely. He stopped. Lu Rinxi said, "What?" Tang Mingyi said, "The dissonant note in the main hall formation. I've been hearing it since I arrived. I could identify what it was, but not the full purpose. I can hear the full purpose now," Lu Rinxi said, and Tang Mingyi said, "The modification was not just a monitoring layer. It was a response layer. The modification was built to detect the specific signal pattern that appears when a practitioner in the formation space begins developing resonance listening ability, and to route a copy of that practitioner's cultivation signature to the external tracking destination." Lu Rinxi said, "We knew that. The 47 tracking techniques." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes. But the main hall formation's modification had a second function. When it detected the early development signal, it also applied a secondary calibration to the practitioner's technique training sessions. Not directly harmful, a subtle push that made the ability harder to recognize. It made the initial perceptual experiences feel more like interference or irregularity than like something developing," Lu Rinxi said. "So a practitioner who was beginning to develop the ability would not recognize it as an ability." Tang Mingyi said, "Would be less likely to. The calibration didn't prevent development. I developed despite being in the formation for months. But it increased the chance that a practitioner would dismiss what they were experiencing as a training irregularity and not pursue it." Lu Rinxi said, "How many practitioners over how many years?" Tang Mingyi said, "The modification was in place for at least 30 years. The modification was removed during the formation reversal. But practitioners who trained under it for extended periods, they would have had the discouragement pushed into their early experience." He paused. He said, "The remediation program should include a session on recognizing what early ability development actually looks like. So practitioners who had the discouragement calibration applied can identify whether they were in that group." Lu Rinxi said, "I'll add it to the program documentation." Tang Mingyi wrote, "Seed confirmed." The dissonant note was the active suppression of ability development in practitioners who were already beginning to experience it. Not passive narrowing, active discouragement, applied to specific individuals at the moment of first awareness. He wrote, "This is the most invasive component of the suppression program I've found. Not external to the practitioner. It was calibrated to their developing perception, making them doubt what they were beginning to hear." He wrote, "The appropriate response is documentation of what early development actually feels like, so that the doubt can be recognized as externally applied rather than internally valid." He added the chapter to the manual. Chapter 97. Hua Mingji's second contact came 18 months after her first. She wrote through the Bureau's formal correspondence channel, addressing the message to the archive consultation record. The message was brief. She wrote, "I am no longer affiliated with the Hollow Doctrine or the Standardized Cultivation Institute. I have submitted formal documentation of my separation to the Bureau's Enforcement Division. The separation documentation includes the internal institute communications I had access to during my tenure, which I believe are relevant to the ongoing enforcement proceedings." She wrote, "I am currently without institutional affiliation. I would like to know whether the Bureau's Perceptual Cultivation Methodology Program has positions for technique analysis practitioners. I have 4 years of experience with technique standardization methodology. I believe my knowledge of what the standardization was designed to obscure is useful for the review of the Decline Certification Archive." Tang Mingyi read this. He forwarded it to Jiang Wuxin with a note. She has direct knowledge of the Institute's standardization methodology and is offering it formally. The documentation she's submitting from her tenure period would be useful for the decline certification review. Jiang Wuxin wrote back, "I've received her separation documentation. It's substantial. She documented 3 years of internal institute communications, including the standardization decisions that correlate with the severing signatures Liang Wuxing identified. She wrote, "She will be useful. I'm approving her as a contracted analyst for the review." Tang Mingyi wrote to Hua Mingji directly, "Jiang Wuxing has approved your application to the decline certification review. The methodology documentation you took from the verdant needle sect, the individual voice notation, was it circulated within the institute?" Hua Mingji wrote back, "To the 3 juniors who contacted me after the rejection, yes. One of them left the institute 6 months ago and has been developing her own technique analysis methodology independently. Her name is Peng Xiaowen. You may find her work useful." Tang Mingyi wrote, "Send me her contact information." He wrote to Peng Xiaowen. She wrote back in 3 days with 12 pages of technique analysis notes that incorporated the individual voice notation in ways Tang Mingyi had not considered. He added her to the correspondence network. Chapter 98. The Western formation sites were found. The survey division had been working through the Western territories for 6 months, using the substrate signature methodology Tang Mingyi had documented. 2 sites came up in the same week, one in a mountain valley, one beneath an old administrative building in the Western capital. The Mountain Valley site was intact. The administrative building site had been partially disrupted. The building had been renovated 3 times in the past century, and one of the renovations had intersected with the formation's upper substrate layers, damaging several grammar sections. Tang Mingyi and Liang Wuxing traveled to both. The Mountain Valley site was the 10th confirmed formation. Its curriculum section contained something neither of them had encountered in any of the previous sites. Not new content, but a meta layer, a formation grammar describing the network itself, how the sites related to each other, what the complete curriculum contained, and how it was distributed. Tang Mingyi heard it clearly at foundational voice and spent 4 days documenting it. He wrote, "The meta layer describes the network as 11 sites in its original conception. 10 known. 1 that the meta layer describes as located at a site that has not been surveyed, coordinates encoded in the formation's directional grammar, which I am working to interpret with Xianxia's spatial vocabulary contributions." He wrote, "The 11th site is somewhere specific." The meta layer was encoded with the expectation that practitioners who found the 10th site would be able to locate the 11th from the directional information. He wrote, "The original practitioners were leaving a treasure hunt." He wrote, "A 200-year treasure hunt, designed for practitioners who were patient enough and developed enough to follow it." He worked on the directional encoding for 2 days with the vocabulary he had. On the 2nd day, he had a partial interpretation. The 11th site was in the direction the formation described as foundational west, which in the network's grammar referred not to geographic direction, but to the cultivation world's historical origin region, the location where the foundational theory of cultivation had first been systematically developed 3 centuries before the formation network was built. He wrote, "The 11th site is in the original cultivation world's historical center, the site that predates the formation network. If the network was built to preserve and extend the original practitioner's understanding, the 11th site may be where they learned that understanding." He wrote, "The origin of the origin node." He sent the documentation to Director Shui and Jiang Wuxing. Chapter 99. The administrative building site in the Western capital required a different kind of work. The damaged grammar sections were legible at foundational voice for what they had been. The severing signatures were old, natural in origin rather than deliberate, caused by construction rather than suppression. But the damage left gaps in the curriculum this site had been encoding. Liang Wuxing's inverse ability was useful here in a way that Tang Mingyi's was not. Where Tang Mingyi could hear what remained intact, Liang Wuxing could hear where the intent had been severed, the specific structure of each gap. They worked together for 3 days, with Liang Wuxing describing each gap structure and Tang Mingyi comparing it to the intact vocabulary from the other sites to reconstruct what was likely to have been there. The reconstruction was not certain. It was the best interpretation available from the combination of gap structure and comparative vocabulary. They documented it as reconstructed rather than confirmed, with full notation of the methodology. Liang Wuxing said, on the 2nd day, "This is the same process as the decline certification technique recovery. Gap structure plus comparative vocabulary produces a reconstruction that is probable rather than certain." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." Liang Wuxing said, "You've developed a methodology that works with damaged records." Tang Mingyi said, "We've developed it. Your gap analysis is necessary for the reconstruction to work. My vocabulary comparison alone can't produce a specific reconstruction. It can only identify what fits the pattern." Liang Wuxing said, "Our abilities work together." Tang Mingyi said, "That's what the formation network anticipated, I think. The curriculum sections on practitioners working together, the teaching methodology when Chongqing encoded at the Academy site. It describes collaborative documentation as the preferred approach. Not because any individual practitioner is insufficient, but because different approaches access different information. Liang Wuxing said. Yin Fengzhi anticipated that the network would be found by multiple practitioners working together. Tang Mingyi said, with different ability types. Voice path, return path, inverse ability, adjacent development. The network's curriculum addresses all of them. He looked at the reconstruction documentation they had produced. He said, the damaged site is recoverable. Not perfectly, but the gaps can be described and the probable content can be noted. Future practitioners with additional vocabulary may be able to complete the reconstruction more accurately. Liang Wuxing said, we document what we can do now and leave the rest for later. Tang Mingyi said, yes, that's always the methodology. Chapter 100. The third edition of the manual was completed in the second year after the regulatory hearing. It was 284 pages, incorporating 9 voices, organized by development stage, with the diagnostic section at the front and technical appendices at the back. The appendices included Liang Wuxing's severing methodology, by Jingru's technique structure analysis framework, the deep spiral school's return path vocabulary contribution from Yun Chanming, and Duan Ruoshi's adaptive development theory in summarized form. The Bureau's cultivation theory journal published an announcement. The manual was formally classified under perceptual cultivation methodology, the first text in that category, and was available through the Heritage Library's distribution system. On the day the announcement was published, Tang Mingyi received 17 correspondence inquiries. He also received, separately, a message from Chao Wuqi. It was 6 words. It said, I heard something. You were right. Tang Mingyi wrote back, tell me. Chao Wuqi wrote back in 2 days with 3 pages that were, as he had warned, not well written in the literary sense. The observations were direct and specific and accurate. He described what he had heard, where he had been, what he had been doing, and how the experience differed from the adjacent development threshold states he had been experiencing for months. The threshold had crossed. Tang Mingyi read the 3 pages twice. He wrote, you are in it now. The first month is the hardest because the vocabulary is not developed enough to describe what you're experiencing accurately. The manual's diagnostic section will help. Come to me when you have questions. He added Chao Wuqi's name to the correspondence network. He sat with his notes. He thought about the verdant needle sect's courtyard 2 years ago. The servant who cleaned cultivation halls and listened to technique scrolls and wrote observations in a notebook because he had nothing else to do with what he was hearing. No vocabulary. No context. No external confirmation that the ability was real. He thought about Chao Wuqi in that same sect, 2 years later, with the manual's diagnostic section and the correspondence network, and a colleague who had said, write to me when it does. He wrote in his notes, 2 years. The difference between 2 years ago and now is a formal recognition, a manual in 3 editions, 120 practitioners in correspondence, 11 confirmed formation sites, and a 4th confirmed foundational voice practitioner currently working toward contributing a new site to the network. He wrote, that is what 2 years of documentation work produces. He wrote, the next 2 years will produce more. He closed the notes. He opened the manual's introduction and read the first line. He wrote, Chapter 1. The testing array was a Bureau-certified model. He read through to the last line. He wrote, this account is the first edition. There will be others. There had been others. He thought, yes, there will be more. Chapter 101. The directional encoding from the 10th formation site required 3 months to fully interpret. Tang Mingyi worked with Chongqing's spatial vocabulary, Qin Liani's Eastern Formation dialect contributions, and the Deep Spiral School's return path geographical encoding notation, which described spatial relationships differently enough to provide cross-reference. The result was a location in the cultivation world's historical origin region, the southwestern Highland Territory that had hosted the earliest formal cultivation academies before the current institutional structure developed. The region was sparsely populated now. The academies had relocated or dissolved over the centuries. What remained was a landscape with particularly rich ambient qi and a historical record of having produced disproportionate numbers of significant cultivation theorists. Duan Ruoshi's theory again, disruption and transition produced the ability. The founding period of the cultivation world had been nothing but disruption and transition. Tang Mingyi organized the expedition with Director Shui's support. The team was himself, Wen Chongqing, Qin Liani, and Liang Wuxing. Duan Ruoshi contributed remote support. She had extensive familiarity with the historical records of the origin region, and her preparation documentation saved them significant time. Bai Jingru came because she had never been to the origin region and she wanted the formation structure analysis experience. She framed it professionally. Tang Mingyi had been working with her long enough to recognize the professional framing and not comment on it. The journey took 16 days. The origin region's ambient qi was unlike anywhere Tang Mingyi had been. At foundational voice tier, ambient qi spoke. Not in language, more like the particular quality of a place that has been worked in for a long time. The way a workshop carried the traces of the work done in it. The origin region's ambient qi carried 3 centuries of foundational cultivation theory development, and at foundational voice, Tang Mingyi could hear the accumulated resonance of that. He did not attempt to interpret it during the journey. He listened and documented. When Changqing did the same, Qin Lianyi's perceptual approach, developing from the deep grammar outward, produced a different experience in the ambient qi. She described it as a presence that increased gradually over 4 days of travel, not a sudden appearance. Hu Jingrun, who had joined them 2 days into the journey, said it felt like coming home to a place she had never been. He documented all 4 descriptions. On the 9th day of travel, Bai Jingru stopped at a roadside formation marker and spent 45 minutes taking substrate measurements. Tang Mingyi waited. She said, when she had finished, the formation substrate is different from the Eastern territories. Not in composition, the fundamental substrate is the same everywhere, but in density and in something I don't have good notation for. The qi here has been accumulated over a longer period without disruption. Tang Mingyi said, 3 centuries of foundational cultivation theory being developed here. She said, you hear that? He said, the accumulated practice of 3 centuries of foundational cultivation leaves a resonance in the substrate. The way a room used for a specific purpose develops a quality particular to that use. A kitchen smells of cooking, a workshop smells of work. A region where foundational cultivation was developed for centuries sounds like foundational cultivation. She said, I can measure that it's different. You can describe what the difference is. He said, with limitations. What I'm describing is impression, not precise measurement. She said, your impression and my measurement are both incomplete. Together they're more useful than either alone. He wrote this down. Liang Wuxing, who had been walking quietly beside them, said, the practitioners who developed the ability here in the founding period, did they know they were developing something that would be suppressed? Tang Mingyi said, I don't know. The Formation Network's curriculum doesn't describe the political landscape it was developed in. The suppression began after the network was built. Liang Wuxing said, they built infrastructure before the suppression came. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Liang Wuxing said, infrastructure that outlasted the suppression. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Liang Wuxing was quiet for a while. He said, they built the right thing. They reached the 11th site on the 14th day. Chapter 102. The 11th formation site was not hidden. It was the center of a small village, a communal cultivation hall that had been in continuous use for 3 centuries. The formation beneath it had not been sealed, decommissioned, or partially disrupted. It had been in active use as a cultivation practice space for 300 years. The village's inhabitants were cultivation practitioners from an unregistered tradition. Not isolationists like the Deep Spiral School. They were simply small, historically overlooked, and had no particular interest in bureau registration. They had a council of senior practitioners, a shared technique archive, and a practice philosophy that, Tang Mingyi heard within 20 minutes of arriving, was built on the same foundational framework that Yin Fengji had encoded in the Formation Network. They had been teaching from the network's curriculum directly. They had not known the network existed. They had simply inherited the teaching methodology that had been in their practice hall since the hall was built, passed teacher to student, carried forward in the same oral and technique tradition that every cultivation lineage used. The formation had been teaching practitioners for 3 centuries. The village had built its entire cultivation philosophy on what the formation taught. Tang Mingyi sat in the practice hall and listened for a long time. Then he went to the village's senior practitioner, an elderly woman named Lu Shuangmei, and explained who he was and why he had come. He said, the formation in your practice hall is part of a network built by practitioners from the founding period. It has been communicating a curriculum to any practitioner in the space who develops the perceptual ability to receive it. The village's cultivation philosophy, the foundational approach your tradition teaches, is the curriculum. Lu Shuangmei listened. She said, we have always known the practice hall had a quality the other halls did not. He said, yes. She said, the founding teachers said the hall itself was a teacher. He said, they were right. She said, and you can hear what it's teaching. He said, yes. She said, can you tell us what we've been missing? Tang Mingyi said, you haven't been missing anything. You've been teaching what the formation intended. I came to learn what you kept. They spent 11 days with the village community. The village tradition's cultivation methodology was consistent with the formation network's curriculum in its fundamental principles and had developed significant practical applications of those principles over 3 centuries. Where the network's curriculum was preserved as theory, the village tradition had developed the theory into technique practice. They had techniques that existed nowhere else in the cultivation world. When Xianxia said, on the 4th day, they've been doing what we didn't have time to do, developing the foundational understanding into applied practice. Tang Mingyi said, 300 years of uninterrupted development. One Xianxia said, while the cultivation world's mainstream tradition was being actively suppressed by the Hollow Doctrine program. Tang Mingyi said, the village was below the program's attention threshold. Too small. Too far from the main cultivation centers. The survey was looking for significant formations in significant locations. One Xianxia said, the foundational understanding survived because it was overlooked. Tang Mingyi said, yes. He documented everything with Lu Shuangmei's permission. She was unhurried about the documentation process. She had been teaching this tradition for 50 years and was comfortable with the time documentation required. She asked him, on the 9th day, when you document all of this, where does it go? He said, the Bureau's Heritage Archive, the manual's next edition, the Formation Network's curriculum documentation. She said, the cultivation world that tried to suppress this ability will have the documentation in its formal archive. He said, yes. She said, how do you feel about that? Tang Mingyi said, the archive belongs to the cultivation world. The documentation belongs in it. She said, you're not angry. He said, I document accurately. Anger doesn't improve accuracy. She said, that is an interesting way to manage it. He said, what's the alternative? She said, most people who were servants for a year while an ability they didn't know they had was actively being suppressed would have more to say about the people who suppressed it. Tang Mingyi said, Elder Huang Zangshu lost his position and has bureau oversight for the rest of his career. Gao Fenglai is under formal disciplinary proceedings. Yan Tiansheng submitted his archive and accepted formal judgment. 40 years of suppression is being unwound. The system is handling the accountability. He paused. He said, what I have to say about it is in the documentation. Lu Shuangmei looked at him. She said, good. Chapter 103 The village's 300-year technique archive was the most concentrated collection of applied foundational cultivation theory in the known world. Tang Mingyi and Bai Jingru spent 6 of the 11 days working through it together. Tang Mingyi hearing each technique's voice and the formation layer context it operated in. Bai Jingru analyzing the structural mechanics that translated foundational principles into technique form. The techniques were not more powerful than the mainstream cultivation world's techniques, taken individually. They were more precise. They addressed aspects of cultivation that the mainstream tradition didn't have notation for. They were, from the voice Tang Mingyi heard in them, designed to be used in combination, each one informed by an understanding of how it related to the others. Bai Jingru said, the mainstream technique curriculum is a collection. These are a system. Tang Mingyi said, designed from the foundational layer outward. She said, the mainstream curriculum is accumulated from practitioners developing techniques for specific purposes and filing them for certification. This tradition started with the foundational framework and asked, what techniques does this framework imply? He said, the opposite approach. She said, it produces a different kind of technique archive. He said, and different kinds of practitioners. She said, yes. She looked at the archive scrolls laid out across the study table. We've been working backward. The formation network teaches the foundation. The mainstream tradition teaches the surface. This village has been working from the foundation forward. He said, the 4th curriculum section, the formation network's purpose and design intent. It describes building outward from the foundation. This village has been doing exactly that. She said, can we document this archive completely? He said, not in 11 days. With Lu Shuangmei's agreement, we can document the foundational principles and a selection of the technique system. A comprehensive documentation would take months. He asked Lu Shuangmei. She said, come back. Bring more time. He said, yes. Chapter 10 for the return journey produced a complication. On the 6th day of travel back toward the eastern territories, Qin Liani heard something in the ambient qi that stopped her mid-stride on an open road. Tang Mingyi looked at her. She said, there's a formation signal. Strong. And wrong. He listened. She was right. The ambient qi carried a formation signal with the network's substrate grammar, but the encoding was corrupted. Not naturally damaged, not aged. Deliberately corrupted. Someone had modified a formation somewhere nearby with the same severing technique that had been used on the decline certification archive. He said, the network. She said, someone is interfering with a network formation. He said, where? She pointed. They went 3 kilometers from the road. At a small cultivation outpost, they had passed without investigating on the way out. A formation structure was in the process of being dismantled. Not the network formation itself, a relay structure that connected the nearby site to the network's communication infrastructure. Someone was cutting the relay while leaving the primary formation intact, which would isolate the site from the network's broadcast without destroying it. A practitioner Tang Mingyi had never seen was working on the relay modification. He said, stop. The practitioner stopped. He was young, mid-20s, and had the encoding quality of someone trained in the Hollow Doctrine's normalized methodology. He was clearly frightened. He said, I was told the suppression was officially allowed. Tang Mingyi said, by whom? He said, I don't know the person's formal name. I received a commission through an intermediary. Tang Mingyi said, the enforcement proceedings are ongoing. There are members of the network who have not been located. He paused. Whoever commissioned this is using the enforcement gap to continue operating. Liang Wuxing, who had joined him, said, the relay modification is not complete. Can it be restored? Tang Mingyi said, yes. He looked at the young practitioner. What's your name? He said, Chun Weiming. Tang Mingyi said, Chun Weiming, you were told this work was officially sanctioned. It is not. The formal record of the Formation Network's heritage protection exists. When you return to whoever commissioned this, you will tell them the commission failed and the Bureau's ongoing investigation has been notified. He said, they'll, Tang Mingyi said, document the conversation. Exactly as it happens. Note who says what and in what order. Then give the documentation to the Bureau's formal channel. Chun Weiming was quiet. He said, I don't know if they'll accept that. Tang Mingyi said, the documentation is for the record, not for their acceptance. He sent the incident report to Jiang Wuxing. She wrote back in 4 days. This is one of the 4 network members we haven't located. Thank you. We'll follow the thread. Chapter 105 The relay restoration took 4 hours. The severing had been recent, and the modification structure was still visible to Liang Wuxing's inversibility. He described the gaps. Tang Mingyi heard what had been there from the comparative vocabulary. Together, they reconstructed the relay. Bai Jingru handled the actual substrate work, which required formation mechanics expertise rather than perceptual ability. When the relay was restored, the network's transmission signal came through clearly again. Tang Mingyi stood in the restored relay's ambient field and listened. The network had been broadcasting continuously. The relay modification had not interrupted the broadcast at the source, only the connection to this relay's reception range. The transmission had continued for the period of disconnection. It always had. He wrote, the network is not dependent on all relays being functional. It broadcasts from every site continuously. Individual relay disruptions affect the reception in that relay's range, not the broadcast itself. He wrote, the network was built to be resilient. Partial disruption does not silence the whole. The suppression program interrupted individual practitioners, not the network. The network kept broadcasting. He wrote, this is the appropriate design for something built to outlast whatever might try to silence it. He wrote, 200 years. Multiple suppression programs. Multiple generations of interference. The network kept broadcasting. He looked at Liang Wuxing, who was documenting the relay restoration in his own technical notation. He said, you silenced practitioners for 20 years to protect the network suppression. Liang Wuxing said, yes. He said, the network kept broadcasting regardless. Liang Wuxing said, yes. He said, the suppression was suppressing the practitioners who could receive it, not the network itself. Liang Wuxing said, I know. He closed his notebook. I could not have silenced the network even if I had tried. I could only silence the practitioners. Tang Mingyi said, yes. He said, I did not know how to hear the network. I only knew how to hear the practitioners. Tang Mingyi said, what did you hear from them? Liang Wuxing said, capability. Potential. The specific frequency that resonance listening produces. I could hear it before they could articulate it. Tang Mingyi said, and you silenced it because you believed the capability was dangerous. Liang Wuxing said, I silenced it because the Hollow Doctrine told me the capability was dangerous, and I believed them. I had not met a resonance listener. I had a theory about what the capability would do. The theory was wrong. Tang Mingyi said, when did you know it was wrong? Liang Wuxing said, I suspected it for years before I acted on the suspicion. The evidence was accumulating. He paused. I suspect I knew it was wrong the first time I silenced someone. I didn't let myself know that I knew. He was direct about this the way he was direct about everything. Tang Mingyi said, the documentation you submitted to the hearing, that was the record of knowing. Liang Wuxing said, yes. They walked back to the road. Tang Mingyi wrote in his notes. Liang Wuxing's 30 years between knowing and acting is the cost of beliefs held past their evidence base. The documentation of the cost is in his hearing of what he did. It's in the formal record now. He wrote, the relay is restored. The network is intact. The work continues. Chapter 106. The Bureau's Enforcement Division located the last 2 Hollow Doctrine Network members in the spring of the 3rd year. The thread from Chun Weiming's commission had led through 3 intermediaries to a pair of senior practitioners who had been operating from a remote mountain outpost in the Northern Territories, far enough from Bureau centers that they had expected to continue operating through the enforcement gap, and close enough to the formation network relay infrastructure that they had been running low-level interference with several sites' relay connections. Jiang Wuxin handled the formal proceedings. Tang Mingyi submitted the relay interference documentation his team had compiled during the journey back from the origin region. The formal proceedings concluded the enforcement case against the Hollow Doctrine Network. 47 members, 2 years and 3 months of proceedings. All formal actions resolved. Jiang Wuxin wrote, case closed. The institutional aftermath will continue in the certification review for another 2 to 3 years. But the active investigation is concluded. She wrote, you started this as a servant with no formal standing. You are ending it with a formal cultivation methodology recognized by the Bureau and a manual in its 3rd edition. I want to note that the documentation record you maintained throughout the entire investigation was the most consistently useful evidence set I've ever worked with. She wrote, I don't say that to compliment your ability. I say it because the documentation methodology should be the standard. It should be taught. Tang Mingyi wrote back, I'm working on the 4th edition. She wrote, of course you are. The formal case closure produced a quiet in the consultation room that Tang Mingyi noticed. For 2.5 years, the Bureau investigation had been part of the daily texture of his work, correspondence with Jiang Wuxin, documentation requests, testimony preparation, enforcement proceedings. It had been background work alongside the formation network study and the manual and the correspondence network, but it had been consistent. Now it was done. He sat in the consultation room and listened to the verdant needle sect's formations without the investigation as a concurrent context. The deep formation spoke clearly at foundational voice. The main hall formation, restored for 2.5 years, sounded like what it had always been trying to sound like. The foundational support for a broad-range multi-element cultivation practice, without the narrowing modification. The restoration was holding. It would continue to hold. He wrote in his notes, the investigation's formal conclusion marks the end of the external accountability work. What remains is the ongoing work. The formation network curriculum, the manual's development, the correspondence network, the village tradition's full documentation. He wrote, the work doesn't have a formal conclusion. The investigation did. The work is the part that continues. He found he was comfortable with this. Chapter 107. The correspondence network's practitioners were beginning to document each other. Tang Mingyi had not designed this. It had developed organically over 18 months as the practitioners in the network found commonalities and differences in their experiences and began corresponding directly rather than routing everything through the central archive. Cross-correspondence between practitioners with similar development stages produced documentation faster and in more detail than the hub-and-spoke model that had started the network. Qin Liani was managing the organizational structure with the competence she brought to everything administrative. She had created a notation system for tracking which practitioners had compared their experiences with which others, and where the comparative documentation was being filed. She reported to Tang Mingyi monthly. He read the reports with consistent interest. What he observed, the correspondence network was producing evidence for Duan Ruoshi's adaptive development theory that Duan Ruoshi's original paper hadn't had access to. The development histories of 130 practitioners, gathered and compared, showed clear patterns. Resonance listening development was not evenly distributed across the cultivation world. It clustered in 3 ways: around formation network sites, around cultivation disruption events, and in practitioner lineages where the teaching methodology involved asking what techniques were designed for rather than simply replicating their form. He wrote to Duan Ruoshi. She wrote back, I've been watching the network's documentation accumulate. The evidence is strong enough for a second paper. Would you co-author? He wrote, yes. They spent 4 months writing together, working in the same methodical documentation style, Duan Ruoshi building the theoretical framework, Tang Mingyi contributing the formation network's empirical evidence, both of them accounting for alternative interpretations. The paper was submitted to the Cultivation Theory Journal. The journal's review process took 3 months. The paper was accepted. Wen Changqing sent a communication in the same week as the acceptance notification. He wrote, the Academy's formation has produced its first practitioner. He meant, A practitioner at the academy had developed resonance listening ability through extended training in the practice hall, where Xianxia had built the new formation site. The practitioner was an outer disciple named Fan Binji, who had been showing the same anomalous assessment results that had preceded Tang Mingyi's own formal recognition 2.5 years ago. When Xianxia had been watching for this and had written to Fan Binji through the correspondence network before the disciple had fully understood what was developing. He wrote, "The formation site is working as intended." The new practitioner reached voice novice within 8 weeks of recognizing the ability. The context made the difference. Tang Mingyi wrote back, "How long did it take the formation to produce the result?" When Xianxia wrote, "The site has been complete for 7 months." This is the first confirmed development in a practitioner who was already training in the space when the site was built. We don't know if the site influenced the development or if Fan Binji would have developed the ability regardless. Tang Mingyi wrote, "Either way, they had context immediately. That's what the site is for." When Xianxia wrote, "Yes." Chapter 108, the 4th edition of the manual, required a section that the previous 3 hadn't had, documented cases where the ability did not develop. This was by Jingru's contribution. She had been tracking, through the correspondence network's records, the practitioners who had contacted the archive consultation record describing experiences consistent with early-stage ability development, and then had not followed up, or had followed up to say the development had not progressed. She brought the analysis to Tang Mingyi over tea in the consultation room. She said, 41 practitioners in 2.5 years contacted the record describing early-stage indicators and then reported that the development did not progress beyond initial perception. 11 more had no follow-up at all. Tang Mingyi said, 52 total who contacted and did not fully develop. She said, against 137 who contacted and documented ongoing development. He said, 27% non-progression. She said, from the contact pool, the actual rate is likely higher. Practitioners who contacted and didn't develop would be less likely to follow up. We're probably seeing the high end of the progression rate in our correspondence network. He said, what does the documentation on the 41 non-progressors show? She said, it's varied. Some describe early-stage experiences that are clearly the ability beginning to develop, and then a period where the perception faded and didn't return. Some describe experiences that, reviewing them carefully, I'm not sure were the ability to begin with. They may have been ordinary cultivation sensitivity described in the manual's language because the manual's language was the most relevant available framework. He said, we need a clearer diagnostic. She said, yes. The current diagnostic section may be drawing in practitioners who don't have the ability but are experiencing something adjacent. That's not harmful. Adjacent experiences are worth documenting too. But the manual should be clear about what it is and isn't describing. He said, it should also address what to do when early development doesn't progress. She said, that's the harder section to write. He said, yes. But the 41 practitioners who contacted us and then experienced non-progression, they need documentation too. Their experience is real even if it doesn't match the full abilities development arc. Bai Jingru said, not every practitioner who starts down a path continues on it. Tang Mingyi said, the documentation of the path's early stages is still useful for those who continue. And the documentation of why some paths don't continue is useful for understanding the ability. She said, I'll write the section. He said, I'll review it. She wrote it over 3 weeks. It was careful and honest. The documentation of what the early stage experiences felt like, why they might resolve into full ability development or might not, what to do with the experience either way. The last line of the section was hers. The experience of hearing something that isn't fully interpretable yet is not a mistake. It is the beginning of developing the vocabulary to hear it clearly. Whether the vocabulary continues to develop is not guaranteed. The experience is real regardless. Tang Mingyi read this. He said, yes. He added it to the 4th edition. Chapter 109, the Shun Qingzhao documentation project reached a conclusion in the 3rd year. Liang Wuxing had been working on it for 18 months. A comprehensive reconstruction of Shun Qingzhao's cultivation methodology from the 11 recovered scrolls, his memory of the techniques he had heard her using before the silencing, and the collaborative analysis he and Tang Mingyi had developed for gap reconstruction. The result was not a full restoration. The formal technical note was clear about this. It was a reconstruction, clearly labeled as such, with notation for every section that was reconstructed rather than directly documented. But it was the most complete account of a silenced practitioner's cultivation methodology that the cultivation world had ever produced. Liang Wuxing submitted it to the Bureau's Heritage Archive with a cover note. He wrote, this reconstruction represents my best accounting of what was lost. It is incomplete. Practitioners with foundational voice tier ability who develop the historical echo vocabulary may be able to hear more directly from Xianxia's preserved technique work than the reconstruction captures. I am submitting this as a starting point, not a conclusion. Tang Mingyi read the submission. He added it to the manual's technical appendix as an example of what gap reconstruction methodology could produce and what its limitations were. He also wrote a brief formal note, which he filed separately. Xianxia was approaching the foundational voice tier when she was silenced. Her documented work represents the preserved record of a practitioner who would have had significant contributions to the formation network curriculum. Those contributions are irretrievably lost. The reconstruction documents what can be recovered and marks what cannot. He wrote, "The loss is noted." He closed the file. Lu Shuangmei from the village tradition sent her first formal correspondence 6 months after Tang Mingyi's expedition. She had, with her community's agreement, prepared a formal documentation of their 300-year technique archive for submission to the Bureau's Heritage Library. The documentation was comprehensive. Lu Shuangmei had been a teacher for 50 years and knew how to organize knowledge for transmission. She also sent Tang Mingyi a personal message. She wrote, "The village has been discussing whether to engage with the Bureau's formal cultivation registration system. We have been outside it for 200 years. The argument for remaining outside is that registration would bring administration that we have managed without. The argument for registration is that the heritage protection would formally apply to our practice hall, and the formal record would include our tradition." She wrote, "What do you think?" Tang Mingyi wrote, "The decision is yours and your community's to make." "I have thoughts." She wrote, "Tell me." He wrote, "The heritage protection would protect the formation site. Without registration, if the village were to be disrupted by external factors, land disputes, forced relocation, the kind of institutional pressure that has affected other small traditions, the formation site has no formal standing. With registration, it does." He wrote, "The administration that comes with registration is also real. I won't minimize that." He wrote, "What I can tell you is that 2 years of working with the Bureau's formal record has been frustrating and useful in approximately equal measure. The frustration is the procedure. The useful part is the protection and the formal archive." She wrote back, "We will register." She wrote, "The documentation you produced of our technique archive is being read by practitioners from the correspondence network. 4 of them have written to ask if they can visit the practice hall." He wrote, "What did you tell them?" She wrote, "Yes. They are practitioners who can receive what the formation teaches. The hall is open." Chapter 110. The Formation Network's 12th site was found. Yun Shanming at the Deep Spiral School located it during an ambient chi survey of the valley region. Not the valley's formation itself, which Tang Mingyi had known about, but a secondary formation structure in the highland above the valley that the school's practitioners had been passing for decades without recognizing its nature. It was small, smaller than any other confirmed site. Its curriculum section, when Tang Mingyi arrived to assess it, was the most specific he had encountered. It was not foundational theory or construction methodology or network meta-information. It was a practitioner's personal development record, preserved in the substrate, the account of how a specific foundational voice practitioner had developed the ability from the beginning. A first-person account, encoded in the foundational substrate, designed to be heard by practitioners who were beginning to develop the same ability. The practitioner's name was in the encoding. It was Yin Fengji. Tang Mingyi listened to it for 3 days. He came back the first evening and could not document what he had heard. Not because it was illegible. Yin Fengji's encoding was precise in the way that a practitioner with decades of foundational voice experience would be precise. Because it was too much and he needed time to understand what he was receiving before he could write about it accurately. He sat with the formation's content until he could describe it. Yin Fengji had begun hearing technique intent at 12 years old and had spent 15 years believing the perception was ordinary, a more acute form of cultivation sensitivity that some practitioners had and others did not. There was no documentation, no teacher who could confirm what it was, no institutional recognition. The cultivation world Yin Fengji occupied had no notation for the ability. The development account described, with precision and without complaint, what it was like to develop something that had no name for 30 years. There were practical observations that Tang Mingyi had documented himself in the manual. The way that listening to a technique during practice improved both the technique's performance and the practitioner's understanding of what they were doing. The way that formation work felt different from technique work, broader, less personal, with the quality of collective intent rather than individual intent. The way the ability developed in the direction you practiced it. The more you listened, the more you could hear. And then, the moment Yin Fengji had understood what the ability was for, not what it could do for the practitioner, what it was for, the purpose it served in the larger system, the reason it existed as a cultivation capacity at all. The account described this understanding arriving at foundational voice tier, when the substrate's grammar became legible, and the formation network's curriculum described the relationship between practitioners and the cultivation world's chi substrate in foundational terms. Yin Fengji wrote, in the encoded account, the ability to hear what techniques one is not a perceptual gift. It is the restoration of a communication channel that all practitioners have access to and most do not use. The channel exists because the substrate is designed for it. We are designed for the relationship. The ability is the developed capacity to perceive a relationship that is already present. Tang Mingyi read this. He had arrived at the same understanding independently. He wrote, Yin Fengji documented, 200 years ago, what I documented 3 years ago. The same understanding, from the same substrate grammar, in different vocabulary. The convergence is the evidence. He understood, by the second day, why Yin Fengji had built the network the way they had, patient, distributed, resilient, designed for an unknown future. The personal development record encoded at this site described a practitioner who had developed the ability alone, in a cultivation world that had no documentation for it, who had taken 20 years to understand what they were doing, and another 30 years to build the infrastructure that would make it easier for whoever came next. 50 years. To build something for people who weren't born yet. He heard Yin Fengji's voice directly at this site in a way that was different from the formation's construction signature. Not the mark of a craftsperson on their work, but the voice of a practitioner in their own account. Describing what it felt like to hear technique intent for the first time. Describing the years of development without context. Describing the decision to document and distribute rather than protect and conceal. Yin Fengji wrote, 200 years ago, in the substrate of a small formation on a highland above a valley. I am building this because I did not have it. I want whoever comes next to have it sooner. Tang Mingyi sat in the highland formation and listened. He wrote his notes. He wrote, Yin Fengji spent 50 years building an infrastructure for practitioners who would come 200 years later. The infrastructure worked. We found it. We are using it. We are extending it. He wrote, the network now has 12 confirmed sites and 3 under construction. The correspondence network has 137 practitioners. The manual is in its 4th edition. The Bureau has formal recognition of the ability and heritage protection for the formation sites. 3,000 recovered techniques are in the review process for redistribution. The Village Traditions Archive is in the Heritage Library. The Decline Certification Review has 3 more years of work ahead of it. He wrote, Yin Fengji didn't know any of this. They built for a future they couldn't see. He wrote, I want to record, in the formal documentation, that the future they built for was this one. The specific future where the infrastructure they created, distributed, and resilient as they designed it, reached the practitioners who needed it, and produced the work they anticipated. He wrote, it worked. He wrote, thank you for building it. He closed his notes. He sat in the highland formation for a while longer, listening to Yin Fengji's encoded voice in the substrate, the first resonance listener's own account of what the ability was and why it was worth having and what it cost. Then he went down from the highland. He had work to do. Chapter 111, the 4th edition of the manual, required a chapter on what came after the ability's development. Not the development itself. The first 3 editions had documented that comprehensively. What came after? The question of what a practitioner did with the understanding once they had it. Tang Mingyi had been sitting with this for 2 years, since the Formation Network's curriculum had become fully legible to him. The curriculum described the foundational nature of qi cultivation, the relationship between practitioners and the substrate, the purpose of technique, intent, and coding, the design of the Formation Network itself. All of it was now accessible to him. He understood it, as well as one practitioner could understand something they had been working with for 2 years. What he did with that understanding was a choice he made every day. He had documented the Formation Network. He had extended the manual. He had contributed to the Bureau's enforcement proceedings. He had found the village tradition and documented their techniques. He had located Yin Fengji's personal account. He had not done these things because the formation curriculum told him to. He had done them because they were what he would have done regardless, and the formation curriculum had given him the foundational understanding that made the work more complete. He wrote, the ability to hear what techniques want does not tell you what to do with what you hear. It tells you what is there. What you do with it is your own work. He wrote, this is not a limitation of the ability. It is what makes the ability worth having. A practitioner who hears technique intent and then must choose what to do with that hearing is a practitioner who is responsible for their choices. The ability expands what you can perceive. It does not determine what you do with the perception. He wrote, every practitioner in this correspondence network will develop the ability and face this question. What I hear is accurate. What I do with it is mine. He wrote. The answer differs by practitioner, by context, by the specific problem in front of them. I have documented my answers. They are not the only answers. He added this chapter to the 4th edition. Pei Zheyuan's new instruction methodology was formally approved by the Verdant Needle Sect's administration in the spring of the 3rd year. He had been developing it for a year and a half, working with the younger cohort and the remediation group and Lu Renqi's technique documentation support. The methodology was called Intent-Aware Cultivation Instruction, which was Pei Zheyuan's term, not Tang Mingyi's, but consistent with the foundational principles. The methodology was simple in its core and extensive in its application. Before introducing a technique to a student, an instructor described what the technique was designed to accomplish. Not the form, the purpose. Then the student practiced the form with the purpose already established. Tang Mingyi had heard the methodology in action for months. The techniques produced by practitioners taught this way sounded different from the same techniques produced by conventionally trained practitioners. Not better in the standard measurement sense, not higher qi output or faster execution. More intentional. The technique and the practitioner were working in the same direction rather than in parallel. Pei Zheyuan presented the formal methodology documentation to Elder Ma Renshan. Elder Ma approved it. He also approved a request that Pei Zheyuan had attached to the methodology submission, a request to expand the method beyond the Verdant Needle sect and offer it to other sects for consideration. Tang Mingyi read the approval. He wrote to Pei Zheyuan, "Congratulations." Pei Zheyuan wrote back, "I used your technique intent documentation for the foundational framework. The credit is shared." Tang Mingyi wrote, "The development is yours. The documentation was there for anyone to use." Pei Zheyuan wrote, "Yes, but you made it available. That is also work." Tang Mingyi read this and thought about it for a while. He wrote, "Acknowledged." Chapter 112 The Decline Certification Review's interim report arrived in the late summer of the 3rd year. Zhang Wuxin sent the summary. 3,212 recoverable techniques had been assessed. Of those, 2,041 were cleared for formal redistribution with Standard Bureau certification. 891 required modification or restoration work before certification was possible. 280 required further assessment with specialized tools, specifically, resonance listening ability to hear whether the intent was intact. Zhang Wuxin wrote, "I'm requesting formal assignment of resonance listening practitioners to the specialized assessment category. This is a formal bureau position with standard consultation compensation." She wrote, "I expect this is news you will relay to the correspondence network." He related. 12 practitioners from the network expressed interest. He submitted 12 names. Zhang Wuxin wrote back, "I expected 4 or 5. 12 is better. Send them." The 12 practitioners were assigned to distributed assessment teams, working through the 280 techniques in pairs. The work would take several months. Tang Mingyi was assigned to supervise the assessment methodology, not to do every assessment himself, but to ensure the documentation approach was consistent and the reporting format captured the specific information the certification review needed. He spent 2 weeks writing the assessment methodology guide. Qin Liani reviewed it and suggested 12 improvements. He incorporated all 12. The guide went to the 12 assessment practitioners. He wrote, "This is the work I have been developing for 3 years, applied to a practical problem. The ability is useful. The documentation makes the utility replicable." He wrote, "This is what formal standing is for." Chapter 113 The Village Tradition sent 3 practitioners to the Bureau's Heritage Library Consultation Program. Lu Shuangmei had selected them, 2 mid-stage practitioners who had trained with the village's foundational methodology for their entire cultivation careers, and 1 young practitioner who had demonstrated the same early indicators as the correspondence network's members. The young practitioner, her name was Mei Chunwei, arrived at the Verdant Needle sect with a letter from Lu Shuangmei that said, "She has been hearing the practice hall formation clearly for 4 months. She was raised in it. She has the context we did not have. She would benefit from the correspondence network's additional methodologies." Tang Mingyi met with Mei Chunwei on her first day. She was 17 years old and had been hearing technique intent since she was 12, because the village tradition's pedagogy puts students in the practice hall from the beginning of training. The formation had been teaching her for 5 years. She said, "Teacher Lu told me you are the one who found out what the practice hall was." Tang Mingyi said, "I found out that the practice hall was part of a network and what the network was built for." She said, "Did you know about the village before you found the network?" He said, "No, I found the network first." She said, "We knew about the practice hall before we knew about the network." He said, "Yes." She said, "So we had the curriculum before you had the network." He said, "You had the curriculum's practical application." The village tradition has been teaching applied foundational cultivation for 3 centuries. The network was documenting the theory. She said, Teacher Lu says theory and application need each other. He said, yes. She said, so what do I do here? He said, learn the methodology for documenting what you hear. You have the practice. The correspondence network has the documentation framework. The combination will produce more than either separately. She said, all right. She looked at the archive consultation room. Where are the technique scrolls? He said, next room. She said, can I start? He said, yes. She went. He wrote in his notes, a practitioner who grew up inside the network's curriculum reached voice novice at approximately 12 years old due to consistent formation exposure, and is now 17 and at intent aligner tier. The fastest documented development progression in the correspondence network by a significant margin. He wrote, the formation site works. Context accelerates development. The village tradition had 3 centuries of applied practice to provide. The acceleration is the product. He wrote, Mei Chunhui will have contributions to the 5th edition of the manual. On her first afternoon in the archive, she worked through 43 technique scrolls and produced a documentation format he had not seen before. He read her notes. She organized each technique by what the technique said it wanted, what it actually produced in practice, and the gap between the two, when there was one. Her documentation of the gap was the unusual element. Most practitioners, documenting technique intent, noted what they heard and stopped there. Mei Chunhui noted what she heard, what the technique actually did, and the discrepancy, because she had been trained in the village tradition where the practical application was the point. He said, where did this documentation format come from? She said, Teacher Lu. She says you always note what you expected and what happened, otherwise you only document half the information. He said, the gap between intent and outcome is significant cultivation theory. She said, Teacher Lu says so. She says most technique development fails because practitioners don't listen to the gap. He said, she's right. She said, are you going to use this format in the manual? He said, with attribution. She looked at him carefully. She said, Teacher Lu will want to know you acknowledged her. He said, I'll write to her. She said, she doesn't use formal correspondence. You'd have to visit. He said, then I'll visit. She said, good. She turned back to the technique scrolls. I have 27 more to get through before dinner. He left her to it. He wrote to Lu Shuangmei. The practitioner you sent has already contributed a documentation format I'm incorporating into the 4th edition. I plan to visit to acknowledge this properly. Lu Shuangmei wrote back in 3 days. She told me you'd say that. Come in autumn. The Highland Pass is clearer. He wrote back. Autumn it is. Chapter 114 The Bureau's Cultivation Theory Journal's annual conference convened in the 3rd year. It was the first conference to include a formal panel on resonance listening as a recognized cultivation methodology. The panel had 5 presenters, Tang Mingyi, Qin Liani, Duan Ruoshi, Liang Wuxing, and Yun Shanming. Each presented a different aspect of the methodology. Tang Mingyi presented the Formation Network's curriculum documentation. Qin Liani presented the Correspondence Network's development documentation. Duan Ruoshi presented the adaptive development theory with the updated evidence. Liang Wuxing presented the inverse ability methodology and the decline certification recovery process. Yun Shanming presented the deep spiral school's return path vocabulary contribution and the formation construction methodology from a return path perspective. The audience was 243 cultivation theorists, bureau researchers, sect administrators, and practitioners. They asked many questions. Tang Mingyi answered every question he was asked in the same way he always answered, specifically, sourced, with limitations acknowledged. The questions that he couldn't answer, he said so. Several questions were interesting enough that he wrote them down for the manual. One question, from a sect administrator he didn't recognize, stayed with him. The administrator said, the Formation Network curriculum describes a foundational understanding of qi that is significantly different from the standard cultivation theory the Bureau certifies. How do you propose to integrate this understanding into the existing institutional structure? Tang Mingyi said, the integration will happen gradually and is already happening. The decline certification review is the beginning of reassessing what the certification criteria should include. The manual's distribution is the beginning of making the foundational understanding available to practitioners who develop the ability. The formal recognition of resonance listening is the beginning of the institutional structure having a notation for the ability at all. He said, the existing structure and the foundational understanding are not incompatible. The foundational understanding is what the existing structure is built on top of. The structure lost track of the foundation. Reconnecting the structure to the foundation is the work. The administrator said, How long will that take? Tang Mingyi said, longer than I have been alive, and shorter than the network has been running. The administrator said, that is a wide range. Tang Mingyi said, yes. He wrote down the administrator's question after the session, because it was the best version of the question he had been thinking about for a year. The integration timeline was not something he could predict and not something he needed to predict. The work was the work, regardless of whether it would be finished in his lifetime. What he could predict was that the documentation was the right tool for the integration. The cultivation world's institutional structure had been built on accumulated precedent, certification decisions, technical standards, formal recognition records. The way to integrate a new foundational understanding into that structure was to produce accurate documentation and file it in the right places. The structure processed documentation. He was very good at documentation. After the panel, Duan Ruoshi found him in the hallway. She said, I want to propose a second paper. He said, what topic? She said, the network's evidence for my adaptive development theory. I had circumstantial evidence when I published the first paper. I have direct evidence now. The village tradition's 300-year development record, the formation network's construction history, the correspondence network's development distribution data. The second paper can make the theory much more specific about mechanisms. He said, when? She said, 6 months for the analysis. 3 months for writing. He said, co-author? She said, yes. The formation network evidence is yours. He said, I'll contribute the evidence sections. She said, thank you. She added, after a pause, you know your development. A servant with a 0 test rating who reached foundational voice in 3 years is the paper's central case study. He said, I know. She said, you're comfortable with that. He said, the data is accurate. Accurate data in a well-argued paper serves the documentation. She said, yes. She looked at him for a moment. You approach everything that way. He said, it's faster than the alternatives. She said it is. She made a note. 6 months. He said, I'll have the evidence sections ready. Chapter 115. The damaged scroll from the servant hall's waste pile had been in Tang Mingyi's personal documentation archive since his 2nd month at the Verdant Needle sect. He had copied the faint impression in his personal notes. He had heard the voice calling from it. He had not been able to hear it clearly until reaching historical echo tier, when he had identified the technique's origin as Xianxia's preserved work from 40 years before. At foundational voice tier, what he could hear from the original damaged scroll, not the copy, but the damaged physical scroll itself, went deeper. He took it out of the archive on the evening of the day after the conference. He listened. Xianxia had encoded something in the scroll beyond the technique's intent in her fragmented notes after the silencing. There was a third layer, very faint, the kind of encoding that required foundational voice tier and specific historical echo focus to distinguish from the surrounding damage. He listened for 4 hours. She had known, when she copied the fragmented record into the scroll, that she was at a location where the suppression was likely. She had known because she had heard the estate's suppression formation when she arrived. The voice grammar was clear to a practitioner at her tier. She had encoded a message into the technique's substrate before entering the estate. The message was for whoever found the scroll. The message said, the estate has a suppression formation at the foundational layer. The formation I have been approaching at the estate's base is not the suppression formation. It is an older formation, foundational curriculum, intact. If I do not return from the estate, the older formation is worth finding. It is not hostile. It is waiting. She had left directions. Not geographic directions, formation grammar directions, the same deep substrate vocabulary that Tang Mingyi had spent 2 years developing. He read the directions. He wrote, Xianxia encoded a message in this scroll before entering the estate 30 years ago. She left directions to the estate's foundational formation, the formation that the Resonance Silence Academy had been guarding without being able to read. The formation that the Academy research documentation described as what Xianxia was approaching when she was silenced. He wrote, the directions are for a practitioner at foundational voice tier. She anticipated that the person who found this scroll would eventually reach foundational voice. She left the directions in the vocabulary that would require it to read. He wrote, the directions lead to what she was reaching for. He followed them. The estate's foundational formation was in bureau preservation. Heritage protection applied. Access for qualified practitioners was formally permitted. He sent a travel notification to Director Xue. He traveled to the Southern Estate. Chapter 116. The Southern Estate's foundational formation was in the lower grounds, beneath the building where Wen Changqing had built the new network site. Tang Mingyi had been to the estate 3 times. He had heard the foundational formation at lower tiers, the presence quality Hu Jingren would have described, the communication that Wen Chongqing had been working with when he built the news site. He had not directly followed the formation at foundational voice, with Shun Qingzhao's directional encoding as a guide. He entered the lower formation chamber. He listened. Shun Qingzhao's directions led him to a substrate layer he had not accessed before, not deeper than the formation's main curriculum content, parallel to it, a layer that the main formation's communication rested on top of. The parallel layer spoke in a grammar that was different from the network's. He listened for 2 hours before he understood what he was hearing. The formation at the estate was not a formation network site. It was something older than the network, something that predated Yin Fengji by at least a generation. The encoding quality was earlier, not a different tradition, but an earlier stage of the same tradition, before the vocabulary had been fully developed into the network's precise grammar. He wrote, "The estate's formation is a precursor to the formation network. It encodes the same foundational principles that the network was built to preserve and distribute, but in a less developed vocabulary, the grammar of practitioners who were working toward the understanding that the network's builders had formalized." He wrote, "Xinqing Zhao found this before I did. She was approaching it when she was silenced. She left the directions because she understood that what she had found was significant and she might not be the one to document it." He wrote, "She was right. She wasn't. I am." He spent 3 days at the estate's formation. The parallel layer produced a vocabulary contribution he had not expected, the foundational grammar's history. Not the network's 200-year history, the vocabulary's own development history, the record of practitioners building toward the formation network's understanding in the generation before Yin Fengji. He had the network's documentation. He now had the generation that produced the network. When Chongqing came to find him on the second day, he stood in the doorway of the lower formation chamber and listened from there. After a few minutes, he said, "You found the deeper layer." Tang Mingyi said. Shun Qingzhao left directions. When Chongqing came into the chamber, he listened for a while. He said, "The precursor vocabulary. I've been hearing something at this formation for a year and not being able to identify it clearly." Tang Mingyi said, "The same reason I couldn't identify the network's grammar before I developed enough vocabulary. The precursor layer requires the network's vocabulary to contextualize. You can hear it as a different voice, but the content requires the developed framework to understand." When Chongqing said, "What does it say?" Tang Mingyi said, "It's the generation before Yin Fengji. Practitioners working toward the foundational understanding. The learning process that produced the network's builders." Wen Chongqing said, "The formation network is a record of what was understood. This is a record of how the understanding developed." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." When Chongqing sat down, he said, "We need to document this." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." They worked together for the 3rd day. The precursor vocabulary was different from the network's in the way that a draft was different from a finished document. The same ideas, in an earlier form, with the gaps and uncertainties and revisions still visible. The formation network's curriculum was polished through multiple practitioners' contributions over years. The precursor vocabulary was one practitioner's working notes, encoded in substrate before the final vocabulary had been fixed. Tang Mingyi could hear, in the precursor vocabulary, the questions that had not yet been resolved when it was encoded. He wrote, "The precursor layer includes questions that the formation network's curriculum answers. The practitioner who encoded the precursor layer was working toward the understanding that the network's builders formalized. The questions they could not answer became the network's curriculum sections." He wrote, "The practice of honest documentation is visible in the precursor encoding. The practitioner who created it did not smooth the uncertainty into false confidence. They encoded what they knew, what they suspected, and what they could not yet determine. The network's vocabulary resolved the uncertainties. The precursor vocabulary preserved the questions." When Chongqing said, at the end of the 3rd day, "The precursor questions are the same ones the correspondence network practitioners ask." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." When Chongqing said, "Every practitioner who develops the ability starts from the same uncertainty the precursor practitioners were in." Tang Mingyi said, "The path is the same. The map gets more detailed." He wrote, "I want to include the precursor questions in the manual's methodology section, not as errors, as the historical record of how the foundational understanding was developed. The questions the precursor practitioners were asking are the same questions new practitioners ask when they begin developing the ability. Showing new practitioners that these were the founders' questions too is a different kind of context than I have provided in previous editions. The precursor vocabulary's documentation would take months to complete properly." Tang Mingyi noted the extent of the work in his travel notation and planned a return visit. Before he left, he stood in the chamber one more time. He thought about Shun Qingzhao coming here 30 years ago, following the formation's voice, approaching this layer, and being silenced before she reached it. He thought about her encoding the directions in the damaged scroll. He thought about the scroll lying in the servant hall's waste pile, calling not clearly but insistently, until a servant with a 0 test rating picked it up. He wrote, "She found this. She couldn't reach it. She left the path for whoever came next." He wrote, "She couldn't have known it would take 30 years. She left the path anyway." He wrote, "The path worked." Chapter 117 Duan Ruoshi's second paper was published in the autumn of the third year. It was 58 pages, co-authored with Tang Mingyi. The title was Historical Development Patterns in Resonance Listening Ability, Evidence from Formation Substrate Records and Practitioner Development Histories. It incorporated the Correspondence Network's 3-year documentation record, the Formation Network's substrate communication history, and the precursor formation's vocabulary development evidence from the estate. The argument was more specific than the first paper, not just that resonance listening developed in response to disruption, but that the development followed a documented pattern where foundational work accumulated in substrate records. Practitioners in proximity to those records developed the ability in higher concentrations, and the ability developed faster in practitioners who had prior exposure to the foundational vocabulary through teaching or environmental proximity. The village tradition's 300-year development record provided the strongest evidence base. 3 centuries of practitioners consistently developing the ability in higher proportions than the broader cultivation world, attributable to consistent foundational formation exposure. The paper was reviewed and published in 2 months, faster than the first. The journal's editorial note said, "This paper establishes the systematic evidence base for perceptual cultivation methodology's adaptive development hypothesis." The formation substrate documentation methodology developed by Tang Mingyi represents a significant contribution to cultivation research methodology independent of the specific content findings. Tang Mingyi read this twice. He had not thought about the documentation methodology as a contribution separate from what it documented. But the editorial note was accurate. The approach, combining perceptual ability with formal documentation, subjective hearing with objective substrate analysis, individual account with comparative network, was a methodology in its own right. He wrote a note in the 4th edition. The methodology of documenting what you hear is itself a contribution, not because the practitioner is special, but because the documentation makes the perception transmissible. A perception that cannot be transmitted is not useful to anyone but the perceiver. A documented perception is a contribution. He wrote, "This is what the original practitioners understood when they built the formation network. The ability was theirs. The documentation was for everyone." Chapter 118 The Damaged Scroll's second encoding resolved completely. Tang Mingyi had been hearing fragments of the deeper layer since reaching historical echo tier, a voice beneath the technique voice, something more personal than the intent encoding. He had identified it as a practitioner's personal presence in the substrate. At foundational voice, with Xianxia's full methodology documentation as a comparison, the encoding resolved into complete clarity. It was not a message. It was not directions. It was a practitioner's voice in the moment of working. The same quality Yin Fengji had encoded in the Highland Formation, the way a practitioner's presence was preserved in the substrate of their own work. Xianxia's full cultivation voice, encoded into the scroll at the moment of copying. She had not encoded a message, exactly. She had encoded herself. He spent an evening listening to it. She was precise and patient, methodical in the way Elder Shun Hongli's notes had been, someone who had developed a documentation practice and trusted it. Her approach to technique intent was different from his in the same way that all the correspondence network practitioners were different from each other, the same underlying ability, differently expressed. What he learned from her encoded voice was not vocabulary. It was the specific quality of her attention, how she moved through the foundational grammar, where she paused, what she found worth returning to. It was the quality that would have produced, if she had not been silenced, a different kind of contribution than he had made. He wrote, "The damaged scroll contains Xianxia's cultivation voice at full capacity, the encoding she put into it before entering the estate. I can hear, from the encoding, what she was about to become." He wrote, "She was approaching a tier transition. The encoding quality has the quality of a practitioner at the threshold, the same quality I have been learning to recognize from the correspondence network's practitioners who are nearing advancement. She was days from the transition." He wrote, "She was silenced 30 years ago. 3 days before reaching a tier she had spent years approaching." He wrote, "I am going to be precise about what the suppression program cost in her specific case, 3 days. She was 3 days from the threshold. The suppression was applied before the threshold was crossed, which means the advancement that would have changed the nature and scale of her contribution never happened. He wrote, 3 days. He wrote, the documentation should be this specific. He closed the scroll carefully and put it back in the archive. The 4th edition of the manual included a chapter that Tang Mingyi had been working toward since the 1st edition, the chapter on what the ability asked of the practitioner, not what it gave. That was well documented by now in 3 editions and 130 practitioners' accounts. What it cost, not the technical cost of extended listening. That was also documented. The other cost, the cost of knowing what techniques were trying to do and not being able to stop hearing it. The cost of being in a formation that was running a suppression program and knowing, with specific accuracy, exactly what the suppression was doing and to whom. The cost of developing the vocabulary to understand something that had been designed to prevent the vocabulary from developing. He wrote, the ability does not offer the option of not hearing what is there. Once a practitioner develops the sensitivity, the formations speak, the techniques speak, the ambient chi speaks. The practitioner cannot choose not to hear what they hear. He wrote, this is not unique to this ability. It is the cost of all developed awareness. A practitioner who develops acute physical sensitivity cannot undevelop it. A practitioner who develops pattern recognition cannot see something without seeing the pattern. He wrote, the documentation practice is partly a response to this. If what you hear is going into the record, the hearing has a purpose and a destination. The hearing becomes work rather than just burden. He wrote, I hear everything the technique is trying to do. I write it down. The technique's purpose becomes part of the formal record rather than part of my private perception. The documentation is how I manage the cost. He wrote, I am not recommending this approach to all practitioners. I am documenting that it is one approach, and that for me, it has worked. He wrote, other practitioners will find other approaches. Document those too. Chapter 119, the 3rd formation site under construction, was completed. Chao Wuqi had contributed to it. He had not built a formation site. His development was not at that tier. What he had contributed was the adjacent development vocabulary. Over 18 months of working with Tang Mingyi, Chao Wuqi had developed a precise language for the experience of approaching the ability without crossing into it, and for the experience of crossing the threshold after years of approach. His account was different from every other account in the correspondence network. It described the ability's development from the outside in, what it looked like to someone who did not have the ability and then developed it gradually rather than recognizing it at onset. It turned out to be the documentation several practitioners in the network had been missing. 7 practitioners from the correspondence network had written to Qin Liani saying that the accounts in the first 3 editions described onset recognition, the experience of developing the ability and recognizing what it was. They had developed the ability gradually, without a recognizable onset moment, and the existing documentation hadn't captured their experience. Chao Wuqi's account did. He wrote it in 2 months, in his direct style that was not literary but was precisely accurate. He submitted it to the 4th edition. Tang Mingyi read it. He wrote to Chao Wuqi, this is the documentation that was missing. Good. Chao Wuqi wrote back, I thought it might be. You said I was at the threshold for months. I know what that feels like. Someone should. Tang Mingyi wrote, someone does now. Chapter 120, the Formation Network's 13th site, was found in the 4th year. The survey division had been expanding the search area progressively and had, with the directional encoding from the 10th site and the origin region's historical formation records, narrowed the probable site locations to 12 candidates. The 13th confirmed site was the 4th candidate they assessed, a formation beneath an old herb garden outside a cultivation settlement in the Eastern Sea territories. The herb garden had been in continuous cultivation for 200 years. The formation beneath it had been interacting with the garden's root systems for that entire period, producing what the local practitioners had always described as unusual growing patterns and particularly potent herb qi. The formation had been teaching the herbs. Tang Mingyi stood in the herb garden and listened to this and wrote, the formation's qi cultivation curriculum has been interacting with the organic cultivation processes in the soil above it. The herbs are not cultivators. They cannot receive curriculum. But the ambient qi quality that the formation's substrate communication produces has been influencing the growth patterns and qi concentration of plants in proximity. The local practitioner's observation that the garden has unusual properties is accurate. The mechanism is the formation. He wrote, Yan Fengji built the network for practitioners who could receive the curriculum. The network has also been producing ambient qi effects that benefit everyone in proximity, practitioner or not. He wrote, that was probably intentional. He wrote, the formation network's benefit is not limited to resonance listeners. The foundational qi quality that the formation substrate cultivates benefits every practitioner who trains in proximity to a network site. The cultivation world has been receiving this benefit from 11 sites for 200 years without knowing the source. He said, she grew up in the practice hall. She's been receiving the Formation Network curriculum since she was 12. Whatever she hears at Foundational Voice will have 5 years of continuous formation exposure behind it. It will be different from what I hear. Xianxia said, you're excited about this. Tang Mingyi said, the ability develops differently in different practitioners with different contexts. Mei Chunhui is the first practitioner in the network who was raised inside the Formation Network's curriculum rather than finding it as an adult. What she hears will be different. Xianxia said, you are excited about this. He said, yes. The Bureau's Cultivation Regulation Oversight Committee requested a formal briefing on the Formation Network's curriculum content. Tang Mingyi had been expecting this for 2 years. The regulatory hearing had established what resonance listening was. The academic papers had documented how it developed. The decline certification review was unwinding the institutional damage. Eventually, the Oversight Committee would need to understand what the Formation Network actually said, the foundational curriculum that the network had been preserving for 200 years. He presented for 4 hours. The briefing covered the foundational nature of Qi as the network described it, the practitioner-substrate relationship, the technique intent encoding framework, and the implications for cultivation regulation. The implications section was the one the committee had the most questions about. The committee chair said, the Formation Network's curriculum describes cultivation as a relationship rather than a resource extraction. Current cultivation regulation is built on the resource extraction model, the assumption that Qi is a resource that practitioners develop methods for harvesting efficiently. Tang Mingyi said, yes. The chair said, if the foundational understanding is correct, that Qi cultivation is a two-way relationship, the entire regulatory framework may require revision. Tang Mingyi said, not revision. Extension. The current framework accurately describes what practitioners can observe with standard assessment tools. The Formation Network's curriculum describes what those observations are built on top of. You don't discard the observation level. You add the foundational level. The chair said, that sounds simple when you say it. Tang Mingyi said, the principle is simple. The institutional implementation is not. The chair said, how long will the institutional implementation take? Tang Mingyi said, longer than any of us in this room will see completed. The chair said, and the work begins with the decline certification review? Tang Mingyi said, the work is already in progress. It began when the first formation site was placed under heritage protection. The institutional implementation follows the documentation. The documentation is more complete every year. The committee approved formal integration of the Formation Network's curriculum documentation into the Bureau's Cultivation Theory Archive. After the formal vote, a junior committee member who had been quiet through most of the 4 hours raised a question. She said, the Formation Network practitioners, you've said they encoded the curriculum 200 years ago with intent to transmit it to future practitioners. That suggests they believed the cultivation world would develop practitioners capable of receiving it. How did they know that? Tang Mingyi said, they didn't know. They believed it was possible. She said, how is that different from wishful thinking? He said, they built infrastructure rather than hoping. Wishful thinking produces no artifact. They produced an artifact that lasted 200 years and transmitted the curriculum when the recipients developed. The distinction is that they acted on the belief rather than merely holding it. She wrote something down. She said, the decline certification review, when it's complete, what does the cultivation world look like on the other side of it? He said, more techniques available to practitioners who were previously classified as unable to develop them. More techniques that are documented as requiring specific perceptual capacity rather than as universal methods. More accurate understanding of what technique practice actually requires. She said, less false standardization. He said, yes. The previous standard assumed all practitioners developed the same way and had access to the same perceptual range. The review will produce a standard that describes what practitioners actually have access to rather than what is theoretically accessible. She said, that sounds like a smaller standard. He said, it is a more accurate standard. The current one is larger, but wrong. A smaller correct standard is more useful than a larger incorrect one. She wrote something else down. The committee chair said, one final question, for the record. You presented today as a bureau consultant and formation methodology witness. 6 years ago, you were a servant in the verdant needle sect with a 0 cultivation assessment rating. Tang Mingyi said, yes. The chair said, the 0 rating was the standard assessment's method of describing what you are. Tang Mingyi said, the 0 rating was the standard assessment's method of failing to describe what I am. The assessment tool was not designed for the perceptual capacity I have. It recorded absence where there was difference. The chair said, the guidance note corrects that. Tang Mingyi said, for future practitioners, yes. The chair said, not for you. Tang Mingyi said, my 0 rating was accurate documentation of what the tool could measure. I don't need it corrected. I need future practitioners to receive context rather than a closed door. The chair said, that is already in the record. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Chapter 122 Liang Wuxing's formal request was submitted in the 4th year. He had been working on the language for months, he said, and wanted Tang Mingyi to read it before it went to the bureau. The request asked the bureau to formally establish the inverse ability, resonance silencing, as a documented cultivation methodology, with the same formal standing and protection as resonance listening. The request included a complete technical documentation of the ability's mechanics, a development history, the application methodology for gap reconstruction, and a formal acknowledgement of how the ability had been misused historically. It also included this section, which Liang Wuxing had written carefully. The inverse ability and the hearing ability are complementary. Each provides information the other cannot access directly. The hearing ability identifies what is intact. The inverse ability identifies what has been severed. Together, they produce a more complete picture than either alone. The historical use of the inverse ability for suppression does not define the ability. It defines how the ability was used by practitioners who made specific choices. The ability itself is a perceptual capacity. What practitioners do with perceptual capacity is their responsibility. I am submitting this request because the formal record should acknowledge that the inverse ability exists, is documentable, and has legitimate application. The practitioners who develop it in the future should have the same context the resonance listening practitioners now have. Tang Mingyi read the request. He added a supporting statement. The inverse ability has been essential to the decline certification recovery work. Without the gap identification methodology that Liang Wuxing developed, 2,000 techniques would still be classified as lost. The formal recognition of the inverse ability is consistent with the formal recognition of the hearing ability, and I support it. He submitted the supporting statement. The Bureau approved the formal recognition 6 weeks later. Director Shui retired in the 4th year. He had been planning the retirement for 2 years, he said, and had delayed it through the enforcement proceedings and the oversight committee briefing. Now the active investigation work was completed, and the ongoing work was institutional rather than investigative. He came to the Verdant Needle sect for a formal farewell visit. He sat in the archive consultation room with Tang Mingyi and Lu Rinxi and Bai Jingru. He said, I came to this case expecting to find a standard formation modification investigation. Sect elder with a compliance violation. Standard remediation. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Director Shui said, 4 years, 11 confirmed formation sites, a 300-year curriculum preservation system, 2 academic papers, for manual editions, and the formal recognition of a cultivation ability the Bureau had no previous notation for. Tang Mingyi said, the case had layers. Director Shui said, you could say that. He paused. I want to say something that is in the record. Tang Mingyi waited. Director Shui said, the investigation worked because you documented everything accurately, including things that were uncertain, including things that were against your immediate interests, including the parts of Elder Huang Zangshu's and Yin Tianqing's positions that were valid. An investigator who only documents what supports their preferred conclusion produces a record that collapses under scrutiny. Your record didn't collapse under scrutiny. It expanded. He said, that is the correct methodology. Tang Mingyi said, Elder Shun Hongli's methodology. I inherited it. Director Shui said, who taught him? Tang Mingyi said, I don't know. The documentation doesn't say. Director Shui said, someone did. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Someone always does. Director Shui said, the methodology transfers. That's the whole point. He was quiet for a moment. He had the quality of someone who had arrived at the end of a long project and was taking the measure of it, not the work ahead, but the work behind. He said, when I was a junior investigator 30 years ago, I investigated a formation modification case at a small Eastern sect. The modification was minor, the remediation was standard, the case closed in 3 weeks. I filed the documentation and moved on. Tang Mingyi waited. Director Shui said, I've been thinking about that case since the formation network sites started emerging from the survey. The Eastern sect was near the Stone Tablet Academy's mountain formation. Tang Mingyi said, the formation site that Qin Liani identified. Director Shui said, yes. The case I investigated 30 years ago may have been suppression activity interfering with that site. I didn't know what to look for. I documented what I could observe and nothing more. Tang Mingyi said, you couldn't have documented what you couldn't perceive. Director Shui said, no. but I have thought about what would have been different if I had known what the site was. He paused. Your methodology teaches investigators what to look for. The documentation you've produced will outlast this specific case. Tang Mingyi said, that's the intention. Director Shui said, I know. I'm saying you've succeeded. Lu Renshi said, he doesn't take compliments easily. Director Shui said, I've noticed. He looked at Tang Mingyi. You arrived at this sect 6 years ago carrying a notebook and a 0 test rating. I'm leaving the bureau knowing the 0 test rating has been formally addressed and the notebook has produced 5 editions of a cultivation methodology document. That's an outcome I'm satisfied with. Tang Mingyi said, the 6th edition is in progress. Director Shui said, I know. I'll read it in retirement. He stood. Good work, Consultant Tang. Keep documenting. Tang Mingyi said, yes. Chapter 123. The third research paper came from an unexpected direction. Xianxia had been working independently on the correspondence network's development documentation, tracking the progression patterns of 150 practitioners over 4 years. She had noticed something that neither she nor Tang Mingyi had specifically looked for. She wrote to him, I've been analyzing the development timeline data. There's a pattern in the non-progression cases that I haven't published yet because I wanted to verify it. He wrote, what pattern? She wrote, the practitioners who contact the network and don't develop further than early indicators. They cluster demographically in ways the progressors don't. Higher proportion of practitioners who trained at sects with restricted archive access. Higher proportion of practitioners who had negative early experiences when they reported unusual technique perceptions to their sect leadership. Tang Mingyi read this. He wrote, the non-progressors are more likely to have been told the early experiences were irregularities. She wrote, yes. The practitioners who developed fully are more likely to have had someone take their early experiences seriously, or to have found the manual early enough to have context. He wrote, the non-progression rate is a documentation effect. She wrote, partly. Some practitioners may not have the ability and are describing adjacent experiences. But the correlation is strong enough that a significant portion of the non-progressors likely had the ability and had it suppressed by dismissal before the formal recognition existed. Tang Mingyi wrote, we have a second suppression mechanism, not active suppression through formation modification, social suppression through dismissal of early experiences. Xianxia wrote, that's the third paper. He wrote, when can you have the analysis ready? She wrote, 3 months. He wrote, co-author? She wrote, this one should be mine. You've led the first 2. The correspondence network documentation is my contribution. He wrote, yes, you're right. I'll review it. She wrote, thank you. The paper was submitted 5 months later, after revision, and published in the journal's following issue. The Bureau's Cultivation Oversight Committee read it and added a formal note to the cultivation certification process. Practitioners who report unusual technique perceptions during standard assessment should be directed to the Perceptual Cultivation Methodology Consultation record rather than being classified as assessment anomalies. The formal note covered the pipeline that had been missing for 200 years. Chapter 124. Mei Chunhui reached foundational voice at 19. Tang Mingyi was at the Verdant Needle sect when the notification arrived from Wen Changqing at the Southern Estate. He read it and sat for a while. 2 years. He had estimated 3. She was faster. He wrote to Wen Changqing. What did she hear first? Wen Changqing wrote. She says the practice hall sounded different. She'd been hearing it in segments. The upper curriculum layer, then the construction grammar, then the transmission records. At foundational voice, she heard the whole thing simultaneously. Tang Mingyi wrote. What was different? Wen Changqing wrote. She said the hall sounded like it had been waiting. The entire network, speaking at once, and the quality was patient rather than urgent. Tang Mingyi wrote. That's a description I don't have in the manual. Wen Changqing wrote. She has a different point of entry than any of us. She grew up inside it. Tang Mingyi wrote. I'll come to the estate. He traveled south. Mei Chunhui met him in the practice hall. She was quieter than he expected. Not shy, but concentrated, with the quality of someone whose internal landscape had expanded significantly and was still mapping it. She said, the formation says you were the first to hear it clearly in a long time. Tang Mingyi said, among practitioners who could document what they heard. Elder Shen only heard it, but he didn't have the vocabulary. She said, the formation misses people who can hear it. He said, it can't perceive that. She said, I don't know if miss is the right word, but there's a difference in the formation's communication quality when a practitioner who can receive it is present, like a conversation that can happen versus a message left for no one. Tang Mingyi wrote this down. She said, you're writing down what I said. He said, the 5th edition needs your voice. She said, I've been hearing the formation since I was 12. I have 7 years of notes. He said, I'd like to read them. She said, I was hoping you'd say that. They spent 3 days at the Southern Estates practice hall. Mei Chunhui worked through her notes with the methodical patience of someone who had been documenting since she was 12 and had not been taught to undervalue her own observations. Her records were organized chronologically, which was not the organization Tang Mingyi used but which, he found, was the right organization for what they described. The development of the ability as it actually occurred, moment to moment, without the retrospective shaping that came from knowing in advance what the ability was. She had noted, at age 12, the practice hall sounds different than practicing outside. Not louder, more like it knows what I'm trying to do. She had noted, at age 14, I have learned that this quality in the techniques is not something everyone experiences. I don't know why I do and they don't. I am going to keep notes because that seems like the right response to not knowing something. She had noted, at age 16, the formation seems to have layers. The outer layer is the clearest, it responds to what I'm doing with the technique. The inner layer is harder to hear. It feels like there is more it wants to say that I don't have the vocabulary for yet. She had noted, at age 17, a visitor from the correspondence network said what I have is called resonance listening, and there is a manual. I have sent for the first edition. She had noted, at age 17, 3 days later, I have read the manual. It describes things I have been experiencing for 5 years without knowing what to call them. The word for what the practice hall sounds like at the inner layer is formation grammar. I have been hearing formation grammar since I was 12. Tang Mingyi read through 6 years of notes and felt something he had not quite anticipated. The recognition of his own early experience in someone else's record, but reversed. He had come to the ability without context and had the vocabulary arrive late. She had the vocabulary arrive at 17 for experiences she had been accumulating since 12. The context had been missing. The experience had been there all along. He wrote in his editorial notes, Mei Chunhui's development documents the formation network's active curriculum transmission as it occurs in a practitioner. She was not developing toward the ability. She was developing inside its curriculum. The distinction is fundamental. Her account is the only first-person documentation of formation curriculum-driven development we have. He said to her, the 5th edition should carry this full. She said, including the early notes? He said, especially the early notes. The note at age 12. It knows what I'm trying to do. That is the earliest documented description of formation curriculum reception we have on record. She said, I was 12. I didn't know what it was. He said, that's why it's valuable. You described exactly what you experienced without vocabulary to shape it. That's as close to the raw perception as documentation can get. She considered this. Then I'll write up the early years properly. Not just the notes, what it was like. He said, please. Chapter 125, the 5th edition began that spring. Mei Chunhui's 7 years of notes were the primary new contribution, not because they were more comprehensive than the existing documentation, but because they described the ability's development from a context that no other practitioner had. Continuous formation network exposure from the beginning, before the ability was recognized, before the manual existed, before the formal recognition. She had developed the ability without knowing it was an ability. She had had the formation curriculum since she was 12 without knowing what the formation was. She had advanced through the development stages with a formation network site as her constant context. Her documentation of what that was like, written in the direct, unpretentious style of someone who had been raised in the village tradition's practical methodology, was the missing account. She wrote, I did not know I was hearing anything unusual until I was 14, and a visitor to the village described how technique practice normally felt. The visitor said the techniques responded when you pushed chi into them. I said yes, and then I said, doesn't it also feel like the technique is pushing back? The visitor said no. She wrote, I had been hearing the techniques push back for 2 years. I thought that was how technique practice worked. She wrote, now I know it is not how technique practice works for most practitioners. I grew up hearing what the techniques want. It felt normal to me because it was normal for me. I did not know it was something I had that other practitioners did not have. She wrote, I am writing this because I suspect there are other practitioners in the village tradition who have been hearing technique intent since childhood and who also did not know it was unusual. I want to ask them. I want to document what they say. Tang Mingyi read this. He wrote to Lu Shuangmei, have you assessed how many practitioners in the village tradition might have resonance listening ability that they don't recognize as unusual? Lu Shuangmei wrote back, that is a question I have been sitting with since Mei Chunhui's notification arrived. I will assess. She wrote back 3 months later. 43 practitioners in the current community describe experiences consistent with the ability. Of those, I estimate 27 have the ability and 16 have adjacent development. Approximately 40% of our active practitioners. Tang Mingyi wrote, That is the highest concentration documented anywhere except the formation network sites directly. Lu Shuangmei wrote, "The practice hall has been selecting for this for 300 years. Not intentionally, but practitioners who could receive the formation's teaching may have advanced further and chosen to remain. The community has been accumulating." He wrote, "This is important evidence for the research papers." She wrote, "Qin Liani has already written to me." He wrote, "Of course she has." Lu Shuangmei wrote, "She is very organized." Tang Mingyi wrote, "Yes." Chapter 126, The Formation Network's fourth, confirmed practitioner contribution, was completed in the spring of the 5th year. Qin Liani built the site. She had been working toward foundational voice tier for 2 years, advancing steadily from the deep grammar-first approach that had characterized her development from the beginning. The tier arrived in the winter, not through a specific catalyst, but through the accumulated weight of continuous formation engagement and documented practice. The advancement that came when the work was sufficient rather than when the question was urgent. She chose to build at the Stone Tablet Academy's mountain formation site, not the main practice hall where she had been working for 4 years, but the subsidiary formation that she and Tang Mingyi had found on their joint expedition. The one built by the Eastern practitioner whose encoding style Qin Liani had recognized from the Academy's deep grammar. She said, "The practitioner who built that site learned the construction methodology here. I want to contribute back to where I learned it." Tang Mingyi attended the construction. He watched her work with the particular quality of a practitioner who has developed their own vocabulary for the same process he had developed his for, the same foundational layer, different hands. The curriculum section she encoded was the one that had been absent from the Eastern Territory site's documentation. The section on solo development, on developing the ability without the network support, without a manual, without the formal recognition. She had the notes of 4 years of solo development before the formal recognition. The section was sourced from her own history. She said, when the construction was complete, "Every practitioner who develops this ability in the Eastern Territories, in proximity to this site, will have the curriculum for what it's like to develop it alone." Tang Mingyi said, "Yes." She said, "No one should develop it alone again." He said, "No." The Bureau's Oversight Committee issued a formal guidance note in the same period. The guidance established, practitioners who received 0 or anomalous oscillating ratings on Bureau-certified testing arrays should receive, as a matter of standard procedure, information about the Perceptual Cultivation Methodology Program and the Correspondence Network's consultation record. The testing array that had rated Tang Mingyi 0, 5 years ago, would now produce a follow-up procedure rather than a dead end. He read the guidance note in the consultation room. He thought about the walk from the testing array to the servant registration desk. The examiner who had written insufficient for cultivation without investigation. He wrote in his notes, "The guidance note covers the pipeline. Practitioners with 0 or oscillating ratings will now be directed to context rather than to servant work." The servant path was not wrong. The archive was where I needed to be. But the documentation deficit was wrong. The practitioners who had the ability and received the 0 rating and were told insufficient, without further context, that was the documentation gap. He wrote, "The guidance note closes the gap for new practitioners." He wrote, "The practitioners who received the 0 rating before the guidance existed are in the correspondence network. They found their way eventually. The guidance means future practitioners won't have to find their way. They'll be directed." He wrote, "That is what 5 years of documentation produces." Chapter 127. Wei Tsuifeng returned to the Verdant Needle sect in the spring. She had said she would come back. She had taken 2 years longer than she initially estimated, because the restoration treatment had continued and she had, in the interim, become a practitioner at the Bureau's medical division who specialized in suppression treatment. The cases that had been increasing as the decline certification review and the enforcement proceedings produced more documented suppression victims. She arrived with 4 years of clinical experience and approximately 50% of her original Qi hearing capacity. Tang Mingyi met her at the gate. She looked the same as before the investigation, except for the quality of her attention. Different now, like someone who had spent 4 years confirming something about the world and had arrived at comfort with the conclusion. She said, "The archive." He said, "Still there." She said, "The formations?" He said, "Restored and stable." She said, "Show me." He took her through the main hall, the deep archive, the lower formation room. In the lower formation room, she stood for a long time. She said, "This is what it was always trying to sound like." He said, "Yes." She said, "I couldn't hear it clearly for 30 years. I thought," she stopped. "I told you. The memory adjusts. I thought I remembered what it used to sound like." He said, "Yes." She said, "The restored version is better than my memory." He said, "The suppression calibrated your memory as well as your hearing." She said, I know. She turned from the formation. Tell me what I can do here that's useful. He said, the correspondence network has practitioners in the early development stage who contact us with clinical questions. When the temporary deafness after extended listening persists longer than expected, when the development progression produces physical effects that need medical guidance. We've been routing them to General Bureau Medical Resources. Having a practitioner who understands both the clinical side and the perceptual side would be more useful. She said, liaison between the network and the medical division. He said, yes. She said, that's the right work. She looked around the formation room. I'll also need to relearn what I can hear at 50% capacity. He said, I'll help. She said, I know. That's why I came back. Chapter 128, the 5th edition, was submitted to the Bureau's Heritage Library in the late autumn of the 5th year. 412 pages. 15 primary contributors. 38 annotators. Organized by development stage, context, and approach methodology. The diagnostic section had been revised to accommodate Chao Wuqi's gradual development account and Mei Chunhui's continuous formation exposure account alongside the onset recognition accounts that had characterized the earlier editions. Tang Mingyi wrote the foreword. He wrote, this is the 5th edition. The 1st edition was one practitioner's account. This edition is the record of 5 years of development, documentation, and collaboration across 200 practitioners and 13 formation sites and 3 centuries of preserved curriculum. He wrote, the formation network was built for this moment, not this specific document. The original practitioners could not have known the specific institutional and social context that would produce this edition any more than they could have known our specific names. But they built infrastructure that would work when practitioners developed the ability to use it, and they encoded the curriculum in a substrate that would last until that development occurred. He wrote, we are those practitioners. The infrastructure worked. The curriculum was received. He wrote, the work is not finished. It will continue. The 6th edition will incorporate what practitioners learn in the next 5 years. The 7th edition will incorporate what Mei Chunhui's generation produces. The formation network will continue broadcasting, and the practitioners in proximity to the sites will continue developing, and the correspondence network will continue accumulating. He wrote, the documentation practice is the contribution that outlasts any individual practitioner's working life. Every practitioner who documents accurately adds to the record that the next practitioner builds from. He wrote, Elder Shen only documented for 60 years. I have documented for 5. The combined record is more than either of us could have produced separately. Every practitioner who adds to it makes it more complete. He wrote, if you are reading this and you recognize your experience in these accounts, you are part of the documentation. Write to the consultation record. Add your account. The record is for you, and you are for the record. He closed the foreword. He submitted the edition. Chapter 129, the Formation Network, sent its most complete transmission in 5 years on the evening the 5th edition was submitted. Tang Mingyi had been in the lower formation room. He was almost always in the lower formation room in the evenings, the same habit that had started when he was a servant cleaning formation lamps and had never resolved into anything different. The transmission was full spectrum at foundational voice tier. The entire curriculum simultaneously, not fragments or sections. The complete curriculum at once, in the way that Mei Chunhui had described hearing the practice hall at her foundational voice advancement. Everything, patient and waiting. He sat with it for 4 hours. He wrote, the formation network curriculum in complete simultaneous reception. The content is not new. I have heard all of it in sections over 5 years. What is different is the simultaneity. The formation is broadcasting the full curriculum in a single transmission, which my current tier and vocabulary are sufficient to receive completely. He wrote, I understand why now. This is the transmission the formation has been building toward, not because there is a specific trigger, but because the practitioners receiving it are sufficient. 13 sites with active practitioners, 200 in the correspondence network, the formal recognition established, the manual in 5th edition. The formation is transmitting to a community rather than to isolated individuals. He wrote, the original practitioners built the network to transmit to a community. The community didn't exist for 200 years or existed in fragments. The village tradition, the isolated practitioners, the suppressed development. The community exists now. He wrote, the formation is transmitting to us as a community for the first time. He wrote, Yan Fengji built this for this moment. He sat with the formation's full curriculum for a long time. Then he wrote the final chapter of the 5th edition's foreword, the part he had been saving until he knew what it should say. He wrote, the formation network was built to transmit a curriculum to practitioners who could receive it. The transmission has been continuous for 200 years, waiting for the recipients to develop sufficiently. He wrote, 5 years ago, I was the first documented recipient in this generation. Tonight, the formation is transmitting to 200 practitioners across 13 sites and 150 correspondence network members, and the practitioners in proximity to every network site who haven't found the manual yet but are developing the ability in the formation's ambient field. He wrote, the transmission is complete. The community is receiving it. He wrote, this is what it was built for. He remained in the formation room until the transmission completed, which took until the earliest edge of morning. He wrote as he listened, not real-time documentation, which would have disrupted the reception, but notes taken in the pauses between curriculum sections when the formation rested in the way that conversations rested between exchanges. He noted, the full curriculum transmission has a different quality than the sectional transmissions. The sectional transmissions feel like being taught a specific topic. The full transmission feels like being recognized as a student who can receive the whole curriculum. There is a social quality to it. He noted, the formation knows the difference between transmitting to one practitioner and transmitting to a community. At foundational voice tier, I could hear the curriculum in sections. At that tier, the transmission was calibrated to a single reception point. The full transmission is calibrated to multiple reception points simultaneously. The curriculum is present in all its sections at once because there are practitioners at different stages receiving different parts of it. He noted, the Village Tradition practitioners, the Stone Tablet Academy, the Verdant Needle sect, the individual practitioners near the 14 confirmed sites, the correspondence network members who have visited network sites. All of them together produce a reception surface that the formation's full-spectrum transmission is calibrated to reach. He noted, Yan Fengji built the network to require a community to receive it fully. Not because they couldn't have calibrated it for a single practitioner. The sectional transmission demonstrates they could. Because the curriculum was designed to be received communally. The full reception requires multiple practitioners at different stages. He thought about Yin Fengji at the origin node, encoding the curriculum with a practitioner's voice over a lifetime of development. Yin Fengji, who had known that the ability would be suppressed and had built infrastructure that would wait. He thought, they were building for a moment they wouldn't see. He wrote this in his notes. He wrote, the moment they were building for is now. Chapter 130, the primordial voice tier, was theoretical. The formation network's curriculum described it as the deepest layer of foundational grammar. Below the foundational voice tier that Tang Mingi had reached, below the precursor formation's vocabulary, at the level where the cultivation world's Qi architecture had its original intent. The intent that preceded the original practitioners. The Qi's own design. The curriculum described the tier as the end of the hearing practitioner's development path and the beginning of something the curriculum didn't have vocabulary for. Tang Mingi had been approaching the edge of foundational voice tier for 6 months, feeling the same quality of approaching threshold he had learned to recognize from 2 years of documented advancement. Not urgency, readiness accumulating. He was in the lower formation room on an ordinary evening. He was listening to the formation's full curriculum transmission, which was now regular, not every evening, but several times a week, the formation broadcasting to the community it had accumulated. The threshold crossed. It was not loud. It was not dramatic. It was the same quality every tier advancement had been. Resolution of something that had been approaching, a vocabulary item that had been ambiguous clarifying, a depth that had been partial becoming complete. The formation's substrate grammar resolved to a depth beyond foundational voice. He sat completely still for a long time. What he heard at primordial voice was not a curriculum. It was not a message from previous practitioners. It was not the formation's encoded content. It was the substrate itself, the Qi that the formation was built from, and the formations before it, and the techniques, and the cultivation world's entire built structure. The Qi that practitioners worked with, expressing its own design. Not language. Design. The way a building expressed its architect's intentions in the choices of material and proportion, for anyone who knew how to see. And most people walk through buildings without seeing any of it. He sat in the lower formation room and heard the substrate's design for 4 hours. Then he wrote, the primordial voice tier allows perception of the Qi's own design. Not the intent practitioners encode into it. The intent that is already there, that has always been there, that practitioners have been working with without knowing what they were working with. He wrote, the substrate has always been designed for the kind of relationship the formation network curriculum describes. The collaborative relationship between practitioners and Qi. The way techniques are not tools, but voices. The way formations are not machines, but conversations. He wrote, the design was always there. The documentation has always been describing the design. The formation network was built to make the design legible to practitioners who developed the hearing to receive it. He wrote, the design was not made by the original practitioners. They documented it. We are documenting it. The documentation is not creating the design. The documentation is making the design visible. He wrote, she has always wanted to be heard. The ability is not special. It is the restoration of a relationship that always existed. He wrote, the only thing that ever changed was whether we were paying attention. He sat with this for a long time. The formation's substrate design, at primordial voice tier, was not static. It was not a fixed structure he was perceiving, but an active expression. The way a river expressed the terrain it moved through was not static. The river was always expressing, always adjusting, always in the act of describing the landscape in the only language available to it, which was flow. The substrate was always expressing. The formations were not separate constructions imposed on it. They were amplifications of expressions that already existed, formations that made the substrate's voice louder in specific places so practitioners without primordial voice capacity could hear it. He wrote, the formation sites are not special locations. They are locations where the expression is amplified. The expression is everywhere. He wrote, the reason every practitioner who develops the ability in proximity to a formation site develops more quickly is not because the formation is teaching them something new. The formation is making the existing expression audible at the tier the practitioner currently occupies. The formation translates, rather than creates. He wrote, the original practitioners knew this. The curriculum describes it in the foundational sections. I read those sections 5 years ago without fully understanding what they meant. I understand now. He thought. This is the characteristic of foundational understanding. You read it without comprehending it, and then you develop the capacity to comprehend it. And then you read it again, and it says the same words in an entirely different way. He wrote, Elder Shin Hongli read the same notation system I read and arrived at the same conclusions I arrived at, with the same gaps and the same partial understanding. The gaps were not failures of methodology. They were accurate documentation of what was perceptible at the tier where the documentation was produced. He wrote, future practitioners will read this documentation at primordial voice tier and find it incomplete. That is the correct result. Incomplete documentation, accurately marked, is more useful than complete documentation that misrepresents certainty. He wrote, I am beginning the next section of the documentation. He closed his notebook. He sat in the formation room with the substrate's design around him, audible at every depth simultaneously. He thought, this is what a servant who cleaned formation lamps heard the first time. He thought, I was always hearing this. I just didn't have the vocabulary yet. He opened the notebook. He started the 6th edition. Chapter 131, the primordial voice tier's first practical application, was not what Tang Mingi expected. He had assumed it would be more formation work, more curriculum documentation, more substrate grammar, the same direction the foundational voice tier had opened. What the primordial voice tier opened was something different. He could hear where techniques had been designed against the substrate's own intent. Not modifications, not corruptions, not deliberate suppressions. Those he could already hear clearly. This was different. He could hear the techniques that had never been modified but that were, at the substrate level, working in the wrong direction. Techniques designed to extract qi rather than engage with it. Techniques built on the resource model rather than the relationship model. They were not rare. He spent 3 weeks working through the Verdant Needle sect's restored curriculum with the primordial voice perception active. He wrote, a significant proportion of standard cultivation techniques, including techniques that have been in continuous use without modification for centuries, are designed on a qi extraction model that is energetically inefficient. Not harmful, the techniques work. But they work the way a dam works, by creating pressure through containment rather than through working with the natural flow. He wrote, the formation network curriculum describes an alternative approach, techniques designed to work with the substrate's natural intent rather than against it. The village tradition's 300-year technique archive is built on this approach. Their techniques are more efficient at scale because they are aligned with the substrate design rather than working against it. He wrote, I am now able to identify which techniques in the standard curriculum are efficiency aligned and which are extraction model. This is a significant technical resource for the certification review. He filed the documentation. Zhang Wuxin wrote, this changes the scope of the decline certification review. He wrote, yes. She wrote, how significantly? He wrote, the efficiency alignment analysis would apply to existing certified techniques, not just decline certification techniques. It would identify which currently certified techniques should be eligible for modification guidance to improve their substrate alignment. She wrote, that is not 3 years of work. That is a decade of work. He wrote, yes, but it is accurate work. The documentation should be filed now so future practitioners have it to build from. She wrote, you are very calm about the scope of this. He wrote, I have learned from Elder Shinhongli to document what is there regardless of how long the work will take. She wrote. He documented for 60 years. He wrote, I have time. Chapter 132. Duan Ruoshi's third paper was the one she said she had been working toward for 20 years. It combined everything: the adaptive development theory, the formation network evidence, the village tradition data, the correspondence network development records, and the new efficiency alignment analysis from Tang Mingyi's primordial voice work. The argument was ambitious. Not just that resonance listening developed in response to disruption, but that the cultivation world's current technique infrastructure was designed for an older model of practice, and that the formation network had preserved the curriculum for a more efficient model, and that the practitioners developing resonance listening were the cultivation world's response to its own inefficiency. The emergence of practitioners who could hear the mismatch and work to correct it. She submitted it to the journal's extended review track. Tang Mingyi reviewed the draft. He wrote to her, the argument is the strongest version of the theory. The evidence base is comprehensive. The technical claim about efficiency alignment is the weakest section because the primordial voice perception hasn't been independently replicated yet. I'm the first documented practitioner at that tier, and single practitioner observations are properly marked as preliminary. She wrote, I know. I marked it clearly as preliminary evidence. But I want the theoretical framework in the record now so that when replication evidence arrives, the framework exists to contextualize it. He wrote, that's the correct approach. He submitted a supporting technical note to accompany the paper. The efficiency alignment documentation, clearly marked as preliminary and single practitioner, with the specific methodology so that other practitioners who reach primordial voice could attempt replication. The paper was reviewed for 4 months and accepted. The journal published it with a note. This paper proposes a significant theoretical extension of cultivation methodology. Some evidence cited is marked as preliminary pending independent replication. The editors consider the theoretical framework sufficiently supported to merit publication, with the expectation that the preliminary evidence claims will be revised as replication data accumulates. Tang Mingyi read the note. He wrote to Duan Ruoshi, the journal's standard is correct. The preliminary evidence is marked. The framework is in the record. She wrote, yes. This is how knowledge builds. He wrote, yes. Chapter 133, Mei Chunwei's voice contribution to the 5th edition was being read more widely than any previous edition. Qin Liani reported the distribution data. The 5th edition had been requested from the Heritage Library by 412 practitioners in its first 6 months. The previous editions had accumulated similar numbers over 2 years each. The acceleration was because of Mei Chunwei's chapter. Practitioners who had grown up near formation network sites, or who had trained in spaces with unusual cultivation quality without knowing what produced it, recognized themselves in her account of developing the ability without knowing it was an ability. The consultation record was receiving inquiries at a rate of 15 per week. Qin Liani was managing the volume with help from 3 network members who had formally joined the correspondence coordination work. The coordination was now its own documented function, separate from the manual's editorial work. Tang Mingyi reviewed the first quarterly coordination report and found it well organized and comprehensive and slightly daunting in its scale. He wrote to Qin Liani, this is beyond what any one person should manage alone. She wrote, I am not managing it alone. 3 people are now managing it with me. He wrote, is that enough? She wrote, for now. The growth rate suggests we will need 6 within 2 years. He wrote, what do you need from me to make that work? She wrote, submit the formal proposal for Bureau funding of the coordination function. We are producing cultivation methodology documentation that serves the Bureau's Heritage Archive. That is a funded activity. He wrote the formal proposal. Director Shue's successor, an investigator named Wu Rongwei who had come up through the Bureau's Heritage Division, approved the funding. Qin Liani hired 4 additional coordination staff within the year. The correspondence network reached 300 practitioners. Chapter 134, the Village Traditions comprehensive documentation, was completed in the 6th year. It took 14 months from the formal agreement with Lu Shuangmei to the submission of the complete archive documentation to the Heritage Library. Tang Mingyi made 3 extended visits. Bai Jingru made 2. Mei Chunwei, who had a different kind of access to the traditions practice than either of them, having trained in the foundational formation exposure model since childhood, contributed 6 weeks of intensive archive work. The documentation covered 300 years of technique development, the pedagogical methodology, the practitioner development histories of 4 generations, the applied foundational theory that the tradition had developed from the formation curriculum, and the current community's 43 practitioners with identified ability. Lu Shuangmei wrote the introduction to the documentation section herself. She wrote, The village tradition has been practicing foundational cultivation for 300 years without knowing it had a name. The formation beneath our practice hall was teaching us before we knew what formations could teach. The practitioners in our community have been developing the resonance listening ability at elevated rates without knowing the ability had practitioners documenting it elsewhere. She wrote, "We did not develop in isolation. We developed in connection to a network we didn't know existed. The connection was always there." She wrote, "We are grateful to know the name of what we have been doing." Tang Mingi added this to the documentation's preface. He also added it to the 5th edition's next printing. And to his personal notes, he wrote, "The village tradition was connected to the network from the beginning. They trained in a network formation site without knowing it. The connection didn't require their knowledge. The knowledge is now added." He wrote, "The ability was always distributed more widely than the formal record showed. The formal record is catching up." He wrote, "This is what documentation is for." Chapter 135. A practitioner arrived at the Verdant Needle sect in the 6th year who had found the manual before finding the bureau. His name was Xin Dongming. He was 23 years old and had been developing the ability for 3 years in a sect that had no bureau presence and no formation network site. A small general cultivation sect in the interior Western territories that had received the manual through an itinerant technique merchant who sold cultivation documents as a sideline. He had read the 1st edition, then tracked down the 2nd edition from a bureau regional office, then read the 3rd and 4th and 5th editions in sequence. He had been corresponding through the consultation record for 8 months. He arrived because he wanted to see the deep formation. Tang Mingi showed him. He stood in the lower formation room with the quality of someone who had been reading about a place for 3 years and was now finding it real. He said, "It's quieter than I expected." Tang Mingi said, "What did you expect?" He said, "The formation in the manual sounds like it's always speaking, but it's not loud." Tang Mingi said, "It speaks in the substrate layer. That's inherently quiet. You hear it as attention rather than volume." He said, "Yes." He was quiet for a while. "I've been the only practitioner with this ability in my sect for 3 years. I didn't know anyone else had it until I found the 1st edition." Tang Mingi said, "How did the itinerant merchant come to have it?" He said a bureau official had filed it in a regional archive and he'd purchased a copy of the archive distribution. He sells cultivation documents throughout the Western interior. Technique manuals, formation theory, that kind of thing. Tang Mingi made a note. Itinerant document merchants as distribution vector. The manual was reaching practitioners who had no bureau access through informal trade networks. He said, "Where are you based?" Xin Dongming said, "The Western interior, as I said. My sect is 3 days from the nearest bureau regional office." Tang Mingi said, "The survey division hasn't completed the Western interior formation site assessment." Xin Dongming said, "There's no survey team in the Western interior." Tang Mingi said, "No, not yet." He wrote to Director Wu Rongwei, "The Western interior has not been covered in the formation site survey. There may be practitioners developing the ability there who have no access to the correspondence network through bureau channels. The manual is reaching them through informal trade networks. We should assess whether the survey can be extended." Director Wu Rongwei wrote back, "The survey division has completed the original survey scope. Extension would require new funding authorization." Tang Mingi wrote back, "I'll write the proposal." He wrote the proposal. He also asked Xin Dongming to stay for 2 weeks and contribute his account to the 6th edition. Xin Dongming said, "I was hoping you'd ask." Chapter 136. The 6th edition of the manual arrived at a problem Tang Mingi had not anticipated. The manual was too large. Not in page count. 400 pages was still navigable. It was too large in scope. The 4th and 5th editions had been organized by development stage and approach methodology. The 6th edition's accumulating content covered development stages, approach methodologies, formation network grammar, precursor formation vocabulary, efficiency alignment analysis, primordial voice tier description, village tradition practice, inverse ability methodology, the decline certification technical appendices, administrative coordination procedures for the correspondence network, and Xin Dongming's Western Interior account. It was a reference document, a development guide, a formation theory text, and an administrative manual in 1 volume. Bai Jingru read the draft. She said, "This needs to be 2 volumes. Tang Mingi said, "The Bureau's Heritage Library classification is a single work entry." She said, "Then submit 2 works. A practitioner's development guide and a technical reference. The development guide for practitioners developing the ability. The technical reference for formation theorists and Bureau researchers." He said, "The methodology documentation has always been integrated." She said, "It was integrated because it had to be. There weren't enough practitioners or institutional structures to support separate volumes. There are now." He sat with this. She said, the development guide will reach the practitioners who need the account quickly and clearly. The technical reference will reach the researchers who need the specific formation theory and substrate analysis. Trying to serve both in one volume means neither group gets what they need as directly as they could. Tang Mingyi said, you're right. She said, I'm usually right when you take long enough to think about it. He reorganized. The 6th edition became 2 works. The Practitioner's Development Account, which carried the personal voices and development documentation, and the Formation Network Technical Reference, which contained the grammar documentation, substrate analysis, formation construction methodology, and appendices. Qin Lianyi approved the reorganization. Mei Chunhui said, the development account is the one that was passing through itinerant merchants. That should stay the accessible one. Tang Mingyi said, yes. She said, the technical reference can be longer and more detailed. The account should be readable by someone who just found out about the ability yesterday. He revised accordingly. Chapter 137, the Western Interior Survey Extension, was approved in the autumn of the 6th year. The proposal had gone through 2 rounds of revision and a budget negotiation that took 3 months. Director Wu Rongwei was not obstructive. He was careful, which was different. The Bureau's Heritage Division had finite survey capacity, and the extension required either additional funding or reallocation from ongoing projects. The resolution was a partnership. The Bureau provided the formal authority and partial funding. The Correspondence Network provided 3 practitioners with formation identification experience who would travel with the survey teams as technical advisors. Qin Lianyi coordinated the assignments. The survey teams departed in 4 directions across the Western Interior. The first report came back in 6 weeks, 2 candidate sites. 1 false positive on standard assessment. 1 that the technical advisor, a practitioner named Su Weiqian who had developed structural listener tier, identified as a genuine network formation. The formation was in a river valley, under a natural stone shelter that local practitioners had been using as a meditation site for as long as the valley settlement had existed. The local practitioners had been going there for the quality of the silence. The silence was the formation's substrate presence. Tang Mingyi traveled west. He arrived at the river valley on a clear autumn day. The formation beneath the stone shelter was the 14th confirmed site. Its curriculum section was one that had been partially present at other sites. The section on environmental reading, on the ambient qi of natural spaces, and how it expressed the same foundational grammar as formations built by practitioners. The formation was saying, the substrate is everywhere. The formations are where we made it legible, but it is everywhere. He listened for 2 days. He wrote, the 14th site's curriculum section confirms what the primordial voice tier describes. The substrate design is not limited to formation sites. The formations are concentrated expressions of the same grammar that exists in every natural space. A practitioner who develops environmental reader capability can hear it anywhere there is ambient qi, which is everywhere. He wrote, the formation network was built not to contain the foundational grammar, but to make it accessible to practitioners who hadn't developed the perceptual capacity to hear it in natural ambient qi. The network is a training environment. The actual curriculum is the world itself. He wrote, Yan Fengji built a path to a thing that was always there. He wrote, that's why the path was worth building. On the 2nd day, Su Weiqian asked him what the formation was saying. Tang Mingyi said, it's saying the same thing all the sites say, in the vocabulary of this specific place. The river valley has a particular qi expression. The movement of the water amplifies the foundational grammar in a way that is acoustically specific to moving water over this kind of stone. The formation site was placed here to use that amplification. Su Weiqian said, the builders knew what would amplify the curriculum. Tang Mingyi said, the original practitioners spent their lives developing the ability. After decades of development, they could hear the substrate's natural expression clearly enough to identify the places where the expression was strongest. They built at those places. Su Weiqian said, they were mapping the substrate's natural voice before they built. Tang Mingyi said, yes. The network sites aren't arbitrary geographic choices. They follow the natural substrate expression pattern. The formation network is built on the substrate's own map. He wrote this down. He wrote, the formation network follows the substrate's natural amplification geography. This is not a random construction. It is built on the locations where the substrate's expression is naturally strongest. Future survey work should prioritize locations with natural qi amplification features, moving water over particular stone types, elevation gradients, deep woodland formation concentrations, high-altitude rock exposure. He wrote, the original practitioners didn't need to build formations to create the expression. They built formations to make the expression accessible to practitioners who weren't yet at the tier where the natural expression was audible. He filed the documentation with the survey team. The survey team's assessment confirmed, for other candidate sites in the Western Interior showed the same natural amplification features. 3 were false positives under standard assessment. 1. In a high-altitude pass where 2 mountain ridges created a specific chi pressure differential, showed the substrate signature of construction intent. The 15th site had not yet been built. Its location was ready for it. Tang Mingyi wrote a note to Xianxia. There is a site waiting for a builder in the Western Pass. When the network's construction capacity reaches the Western Survey region, this is the location. Xianxia wrote, noted, Chapter 138 The Correspondence Network's 300th practitioner contributed the documentation that filled the one gap Tang Mingyi had been aware of since the 3rd edition. Her name was Lin Fong. She was 62 years old and had been developing the ability for 30 years in a remote northern sect that had had no connection to the Bureau until the formal recognition. She had received the manual through the Correspondence Network 3 years ago and had been contributing annotations to each new edition. The gap she filled was the development account for practitioners who reached advanced tiers after a long period of partial development. Practitioners who had been at mid-stage for a decade or more, not progressing, and then found the network's context and advanced quickly. She wrote, I spent 25 years hearing technique intent and not knowing what to do with it. I used it practically. I was a better technique analyst than most of my peers because I could hear what the techniques were trying to do. But I didn't understand the foundational grammar, didn't know about the formation network, didn't have the methodology framework. She wrote, finding the manual at 59 was like being handed a vocabulary I had been building toward for 25 years. I advanced 3 tiers in 18 months. She wrote, the manual was not giving me something new. It was giving me the language for what I already had. The advancement was the knowledge catching up to the experience. Tang Mingyi read this and wrote in his editorial notes, Lin Fong's account is the missing development story, the long-duration practitioner who developed in isolation without the manual's context. Her advancement rate after finding the context is the strongest evidence in the record for what the documentation's absence costs in practical cultivation terms. He wrote, she is also 62 years old and at structural listener tier and still advancing. He wrote, document this. The development path does not have a deadline. The network does not close. He added her account to the 6th edition. Chapter 139 The 6th edition was submitted to the Heritage Library on the 5th anniversary of the regulatory hearing. The anniversary was not planned. The submission date was determined by the work's completion. Xianxia pointed out the coincidence when she filed the submission record. Tang Mingyi had been at the Verdant Needle sect's lower formation room that morning, the same place he had been on every working morning for 5 years. The formation spoke at its regular frequency. The ambient qi in the building was the quality of a space that had been doing good work for a long time. He sat in the formation room after submitting the addition. He reviewed the 5 years in his notes. The Verdant Needle sect, restored and stable. Elder Ma Rinshan administering with steady competence and a gradually developing qi hearing that he documented carefully and contributed to the network's practitioner notes. Pei Zhaoyuan's instruction methodology spreading to 4 other sects and being considered for formal bureau curriculum guidance. Lu Rinxi managing an archive that was one of the most thoroughly documented technique collections in the cultivation world. Wei Cuifeng running the clinical liaison between the medical division and the correspondence network, her 50% restored hearing developing slowly towards 60. Chao Wuqi, who was at pattern reader tier and had been working with Tang Mingyi on a specific technique analysis project every week for 4 years. The correspondence network, 300 practitioners, managed by Xianxia and 4 staff, and expanding at a rate that suggested 400 by next year. The formation network, 14 sites confirmed, for more under construction, survey teams in the Western Interior. The manual, 6 editions, for 100 practitioners accounts accumulated, 208 pages in the development guide, and 312 in the technical reference. The decline certification review, ongoing, 3 more years estimated. The formation network curriculum, documented, in the Heritage Archive, available. He wrote, this is the 5-year account. Not complete, the work continues. But the 5-year account is what is in the record as of today. He wrote, I arrived at this sect as a servant with a 0 test rating and a notebook in the habit of writing down what I heard. He wrote, I still have the notebook. I still have the habit. He wrote, the 0 test rating produced a different result than the examiner expected. He wrote, the documentation of that result is the work. He wrote the 5-year review for the correspondence network's internal record. Not the forward. That was for the published edition. This was the working practitioner's account, the one that named what the 5 years had actually been. He wrote, Year 1. Servant work, archive work, learning what the ability was by practicing it without a name for it. Elder Shun Hongli's inheritance, which was not techniques, but method. The investigation that was supposed to close in a month and instead opened the case that took 4 years to close. Bureau investigator Liang Wuxing, who heard something the Bureau didn't have notation for and decided to document it accurately. He wrote, Year 2. The Formation Network's first 3 confirmed sites. The regulatory hearing that I spent 6 months preparing for and 6 hours testifying at, and which produced the formal recognition that should have existed for 200 years. Meeting Qin Liani, who approached the ability from the grammar rather than from individual technique perception, which taught me that the same ability could have multiple valid entry points. He wrote, Year 3. The Origin Node. Foundational Voice. Hearing Yen Fengji say, We thought you would come. We built this for you. Writing the first edition in a state of what I now recognize was a kind of delayed grief for the 200 years of development the suppression cost. He wrote, Year 4. Enforcement Proceedings Closing. Declining to testify against Yin Tianqing beyond what the record required, because his philosophical opposition was wrong in its conclusions, but honest in its uncertainty. Watching Chao Wuqi advance through consistent effort rather than crisis. The manual reaching practitioners in the Western interior through itinerant merchants, which was not a distribution method I had planned for, and which pleased me more than the formal heritage library distribution. He wrote, Year 5. The Formation Transmitting to a Community. Primordial Voice. Understanding that everything I had documented was the documentation of a relationship that had always existed, and that the suppression had never been able to break the relationship, only obscure the practitioner's awareness of it. He wrote, The 5-year account is what is in the record. The 6-year account begins tomorrow. Chapter 140. On the morning of the 6th anniversary of Tang Mingyi's arrival at the Verdant Needle sect, the Formation Network sent a transmission he had not heard before. Not new content. He had the full curriculum at Primordial Voice tier, the complete foundational grammar, and its substrate design. He knew the formation's language. This was something below the Primordial Voice layer. He sat in the formation room and listened. It was not vocabulary. It was not language. It was the same quality as the Primordial Voice tier's perception of the substrate's design, but deeper, the design beneath the design. The intent that gave the substrate its design. The original purpose. He listened for 6 hours. He could not write it down. Not because it was beyond documentation. He had documented things that were beyond documentation before, through the methodology of describing what he could and noting the rest as the frontier that future practitioners would work toward. He could not write it down because it was not yet in a form that language could hold. He sat with it. He thought, This is the beginning of a new tier. Not a tier that has a name yet, because no practitioner in the recorded tradition had heard this and documented it. He was the first. He thought, I am going to need better vocabulary. He thought, the 6th edition was submitted yesterday. The 7th edition will start with this. He had not expected this. That was worth noting. After 6 years of developing the ability, of documenting each tier advancement with careful methodology, of being aware of the approaching threshold quality for 6 months before the Primordial Voice tier had crossed, he had believed he would recognize the next advancement when it was coming. This one had not announced itself. The formation had simply been speaking its regular morning transmission, and he had been listening in the familiar way, and the depth had changed without a threshold moment. The way that sometimes, when a person is reading, the book's meaning shifts from words on a page to something alive in the mind, and they cannot say exactly when the shift occurred. He wrote, The tier below Primordial Voice does not announce itself. It opens from within the existing tier's perception. The Primordial Voice tier describes the substrate's design. The tier below describes what the design is for. He wrote, I do not yet have vocabulary for the second distinction. I am noting the experience as precisely as I can without vocabulary. For the same reason, Mei Chunhui documented her experiences at age 12 without vocabulary, because the pre-vocabulary documentation is the most honest record of what is actually perceived. He sat with the transmission for another hour. The formation was still speaking. At Primordial Voice tier it said, the substrate is designed for relationship. Below that tier, in the new depth, it said something that was not a statement, but more like a direction. Not what the substrate was designed for, but what the design itself was oriented toward. He could not write this yet. He noted that he could not write it yet. He opened his notebook. He wrote, On the morning of the 6th anniversary of my arrival at the Verdant Needle sect, the formation transmitted below the Primordial Voice layer. The content cannot yet be fully described. What I can say, he wrote, the substrate has a purpose. Not the design, what the design is for. The intent behind the intent. He wrote, I am at the beginning of hearing it. He wrote, "The same words I wrote 6 years ago about the surface layer of technique voices. The same words I will write again in the future about the layers below this one." He wrote, "There is always more to hear." He wrote, "I have been a servant who listened. I have been a bureau witness who documented. I have been an archive consultant who built a methodology. I have been a practitioner who reached every tier the tradition describes, and then found a tier the tradition hadn't named yet." He wrote, "I am still a practitioner who listens." He wrote, "I will write it down." He wrote, "Someone will read it." He wrote, "That is enough." He closed the notebook. He sat in the lower formation room of the Verdant Needle sect, in the space where a servant had once cleaned formation lamps, and heard something he didn't have a name for, in the building that Yin Fengji had built 200 years ago for whoever came with enough attention to receive it. The formation spoke. He listened. And so the Tao of listening continues, cultivated word by patient word. If Tang Mingyi's journey moved you, subscribe to the channel and ring the bell, so you don't miss where the next practitioner's path leads. Leave a like if the story was worth your time, and share your thoughts in the comments. Tell us what you heard in this tale. Share it with a fellow cultivator who is still finding their voice. Until next time, fellow listeners, may you always hear what the techniques want.